We're live at Collectco for Friday night's live Facebook record sale. Right on time, right, Tanner? 5:30. I'm 5:41. Great. I figured if I'm going to be late on a, I'm never late, but if I'm going to be late, let's do it on a Friday night when everybody tends to get on later. So there's that. Let me move that right there so y'all can see it. Jake said I had a "We'll be right back" button. Is that true? Ha! That's the Dr. Phil thing. We'll be right back. Oh. Okay. All right. I'll take G2. Wow. All right. All this came in? Wow. Okay. I'm not going to read out titles. I am going to read out titles. So who's paying attention? Conan, Lil Wayne, Now Yearbook, Coolio, Leonard Skinner. I'm going to regret this later, but here we go. Steel Panther, 10,000 Maniacs, Mariah Carey, Richie Sambora, Queens of the Stone Age, Godsmack, Macho Man Randy Savage, Albert King, Gorillaz, Jump Around, House of Pain, Melvins, Dazed and Confused, Back to the Future, Gorillaz, TV on the Radio, Jackson C. Frank. That's a Paul artist, but I already knew about him. Good stuff. Demi Bigor. Oh, that's a different price there. Let me calculate that one. All right, I'm bringing out my calculator for the first time. That is a unique price. Okay. Concrete Blonde. Ooh, we got some Live in. Ooh, we got some Traveling Wilburys in. Ooh, we got some of this. Oh, there's some of that. And here's some of this. Ooh, I forgot about those. Yes, those are in. Nice. Glad to see that show up too. Ooh, cool. That's good. And then what is this? Ringo Starr air horn? What the heck is that? I don't know what these are. And then good. Whew. Taylor Swift showed back up. Guy Shard. I wonder if Guy's watching already. That's good news, right, Tanner? All right. Next thing we have audiophile stuff. That was trash. I missed the trash can. Audiophile stuff. B-52s. Ooh, Bill Evans is in. I might have to keep one of those. I got this right here. They didn't come in, though, did they? Oh, they did come in. So they move them down. They used to not do that. That's weird. That is strange. They used to not do that. So I've got to update y'all on some stuff. I think he's already marked these. Has he already marked like the white line pre-orders? If not, I got to look them up. So, okay, because some of these in Stone Temple, yeah, I figured he knew what some of those were. All right, I'll mark these. What I'm doing right now, everybody, is earlier I asked Tanner and Ed in our group message, because they're usually the ones that keep up with mail deliveries to the store. I said, how much new vinyl showed up? And Tanner's reply was, a lot. And I thought I had filled out everything, and there's still... Is those Hatchet Ed crates over there I see too? Okay. 3 crates of Japanese? Is this... Are you sure it's not 2? Is that one got stuff in it? Oh, gosh. It's happened again. 10 crates. Well, do you have a time machine? We're going to have to go back 2 hours and start at 3 o'clock to show all this stuff. I need to let everybody know it's almost, the new vinyl's almost going to be, well, not all of it, but the stuff that was supposed to show up for Friday Metal Night, Thursday Metal Night, is now Friday Metal Night. Let me snap a picture. Is that Ringo? Oh, those are drum sets. Did any mini guitars show up? Okay, because I ordered the most mini guitars they shipped, but I hadn't seen them. So I don't think they're going to be here till Monday, unfortunately. It's just as much. Let me snap just like a picture right quick. Let me just, is there metal in here? Some of it. Here, I'll use this one for an example. Then I do this right here. Okay. Boom. That's all I need. Okay, then. Maybe this record right here. And maybe that record right there. And all those. Okay, so it's going to be a great Friday night. We got Laura and John here. We have now a backlog of over 20 John crates, and that's not an exaggeration, especially after he delivers tonight's stuff. Laura is going to be marking Laura crates and working on auctions. And we have had the biggest delivery of new vinyl of the week. I've promised Kiss magazines. I've promised new 45s. I've promised Metallica magazines. I've promised Beatles 45s. So it's going to be a slobber knocker, okay? First thing I'm going to do is remind everybody over here in the group. First of all, I just posted a pre-order of a Demu Bigore album that is long out of print. Y'all should know about that. And then I'm going to let metal people know over here. Is that the... Yeah. Yeah, that's right for those. I actually think that's the MSRP. Yeah. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to post over in the group. FYI, this will be Friday Metal Night as well. Let me just delete all that right now. Okay, so welcome everybody, and what we're going to do is get started. First thing I'm going to do is take CDs off the table from last night, but let me show y'all some that didn't sell that I was kind of surprised, and then I'm going to take the leftovers, because every time I've been shown about 10 CDs, I can't believe it didn't sell, we've sold them. So let's get started with that right now. Has everybody hit the like button? Godsmack's up for pre-order. Not for me yet in the group, but I will get it over there. But yes, we have got a ton of requests for Godsmack. And I think what I'm going to do tomorrow is the time I usually order new vinyl. Since I'm going to do that again on Sunday anyway. What I'm going to do is just probably kill the algorithm and post all kinds of pre-orders. And yeah, we got to do prong, and we got to do all the back order. They are throwing some new vinyl releases at us. Here are some CDs I can't believe didn't sell last night. Tony McAlpine, Edge of Insanity. Those are $6.99. We got James Taylor's Greatest Hits. James Taylor, $6.99. Elvis #1 Hits. That was $6.99. And what else do we have? Here's a Blues Traveler CD, self-titled. Charlie Marks, did you see my post above? Charlie Marks said, 1 second here. There is, let's see here. It's wonder what to do if it skips. Okay, so Charlie, if you have a new LP that you got that was defective, just email Ed through the Collectco page through Square, and he will give you a refund on that. Or if it's something new, we'll probably have you send it back, so because we can get our money back on that if it's defective. They will allow us. So they give us a timeline if it's damaged covers or whatever, if it shows up here. But if it's defective and our customers get it, then they'll still let us return it, as long as it's not too long. But if you get it back to us, we can do that. We got the Outfield, Rock Eye. The Outfield is $6.99, and that's one I never see, and I don't think it's available on vinyl. So there's a few right there, $6.99. Let me just clear off the table here. I have run out of space to stack leftover CDs. Sunday, me and Paul's trying to figure out what to do on Sunday. So I think he's got some stuff lined up to go maybe buy or look at. Is that right, Tanner? And he was asking me about a sale, and I was like, well, the best thing to do Sunday is I'm still not really ready to have a coin and knife sale. We've got a incredible amount of case knives, and there's more being delivered probably next week. We're probably going to do that show next week, and I told Paul, I said, it might be a good idea. We got some people demanding you do a Sunday CD and miscellaneous show, and if I can convince him to do that, I don't think CDs are his forte, of course, but he wouldn't mind reading through CDs for a few hours. I was like, I don't think you'll mind reading through CDs for a few hours, right, Paul? He seemed like he was okay with it, because I think he's going to go try to look at some records, another collection, and if he's able to do that, then he can come back and maybe do CDs for a few hours on Sunday, and that will give me time. So, Charlie, I think you can go to our website. I think you go to our website and do that. How would somebody just message us on YouTube? Just go to our website? Yeah. Yeah, there's a button at the top of our website, Contact Us. Contact us at, it's shopcollectco.com. I'll share it in 1 second. Give me 1 second. But first, we got Sherry Darnell, James Taylor, and Elvis. Those are sold. And then if y'all can stay late, this is going to be a late Friday night sale. We got a lot of crazy stuff. Melissa Bailey on Outfield, and that leaves Tony McAlpine and Blues Traveler. Okay? Those are sold and sold. New Kids on the Block. Yes, I think you've already bought one, Robin. You've already bought one. Friday the 13th. Maybe everything will behave itself. All right. Paul's not long-winded. No. It is, even though I'm probably, I don't know, if you're not used to do this, if someone tried to do this for the first time for 8 hours, they probably have to take a few days off after. You probably have a headache for a couple of days. All right, I just got it shared in the group. Copy link. Let's get the YouTube on our story, and that's all I'm going to do for right now. Let's make sure over there. All right, everybody hit the like button. Let's We've already sold 3 CDs, and I only showed 5. That's a pretty good, that's usually how it is when we're going through them at 1 a.m. All right, everybody hit the like button on YouTube. Thank you for joining us over there. As y'all seen, I dug out last night. Instead of my normal routine of trying to order vinyl, go to the gym, go to bed, I dug in the back room last night for about 5 hours. And when I walked up front, the sun was out and everybody was out in the city of Lebanon going to work. I was like, holy moly. I looked up, it was like 7:30. I was still here. And I was like, oh my gosh, I got to get home. And so I went to bed like 2 hours later than my normal deal. But I was able to dig out a lot of cool stuff. Vintage magazines, vintage 45s, new 45s, Kiss memorabilia, Kiss books, new albums, new sealed albums that I've left over here for Laura if she decides she wants to mark them. It's a lot of new sealed stuff, and I thought, hey, we could slap prices on these and just get them gone because it's all brand new sealed stuff. I think it's some stuff left over from that big collection we bought. And it was a lot of great artists too, like the Smiths and Oasis or the Gallagher Brothers albums, whichever. All right, here we go. There's this and there's this. So let's move the unsold cassettes from yesterday. I'm going to set those right over here. We'll start all new fresh over here, okay? So let's pull that video up, and Tanner's marking the last 3 crates of new vinyl. So the stats for tonight are like 11 crates of new vinyl. Is that right? 10 crates of new vinyl. Folks, that's almost the whole show right there. And I was going to try to go through all these John crates, buy it now, best offer. And try to get through all these tonight. So it is going to be a slobber knocker. Hope everybody's ready. Let's get the video pulled up. And the first thing I'm going to do is let you know about the Demue Bigor. There's some of the new vinyl that showed up. Joshua says, too bad I'll be at work. Maybe you can catch us later. There's the Demue Bigor pre-order. What else have I recently posted? There's the new Tyler Childers album. If you click on my name in the group, you're able. Lords of Acid has had a lot of pre-orders. There's some of that. But yeah, we're going to do BIBNBO. We're going to do new vinyl and BIBNBO all night, except for maybe some of the newest John Arrival crates and whatever Laura's able to mark tonight as well. So the first thing I have over here is last night's flip video. And let's get started with tonight's auctions. Right now, we're probably going to be doing album, magazine, cassette, magazine, 45, a whole variety of stuff. Okay, Tanner? The first thing I have, let's pull out this one right here. I think this is a good one. This is Stevie Nicks, Stop Dragging My Heart Around with Tom Petty. Oh, man, that's a good one. There she is. It's in a nice picture sleeve, and that's going to go up for a $7 start. So Stevie Nicks, Stop Dragging My Heart Around with Tom Petty. Nice. That's a good one. $7 start. That is up for bid. And the first thing I've heard is we need a new empty crate. What have I done with all those? They were right around the corner here. I stacked them up. Have they been moved? There's a couple gone. I'll grab this one right here. I'm going to steal some of the Operation Room crates. There's Stevie. She's already got some bids. I think you're going to like these tonight. Now, some of these new sealed ones, I don't know. I hope, like the Jim B's are watching and some of those fellers and gals, because some of these, I don't know. There could be some pretty dang good ones tucked away in here. First thing we have is this. It must have been imported because it had an anti-theft thing on it. It's the Black Crows, and this one looks like 2010, maybe originally a Record Store Day. The Black Crows, it looks like it's from that box, that Crowology set they did, but I really don't know, but that's going to go up now for a $7 start. I'm going to leave it in the sleeve because it has the Record Store Day sticker. I'm going to leave it in that, and that's now a $7 start. All right, here's some of the stuff we sold from the flip video. I was actually awake when both videos were being posted automatically. I filmed them pretty much right after the show, but then I was awake when they both got automatically posted. I got on Facebook and I had all these notifications. I was like, wow, this is weird. I usually wake up to all this. We got Violent Femmes, Keith Richards, Jackson 5, Fall Out Boy, AC/DC, Guns N' Roses, Beasties, Fall Out Boys, Beasties, Yes, Ram, Clutch, Pussifer, GNR, Echo, Winger, Korn, Nine Inch Nails, Beatles, Journey, Black Label, Journey, and Perfect Circle. A lot of great stuff there. So first we have the Beastie Boys music. I knew we was going to sell out again. It's a 2 LP compilation called Beastie Boys Music. You've got to fight for your right. This is $34.99. It's a great price, too. I think some people realize, oh, that's technically pretty much on sale. And I'm like, yes, it is. And that is sold to Antonio Villanueva. And then Cameron Lingefeld got one. There's one for Antonio. There's one for Cameron. And there's one more here. And if anybody wants it, let me know. Because we had 3, and it looks like 2 sold. We sold 1 to Cameron, and we sold 1 to Antonio Villanueva. So there's 1 Beastie Boys left. The Black Crowes is at 8, and Stevie Nicks is at 15 right now. And then Fall Out Boy, something I've never been able to get for 2 reasons. It's usually not available to me, and then the other reason is it's kind of an import. It's always been kind of pricey. Looks like we got 198 people already watching on both platforms. That's great. Has everybody done me a favor and hit the like button on Facebook and the like button on YouTube? Over here, we got Fall Out Boy. And Fall Out Boy is the greatest hits. It's a 2 LP. It's just $34.99. And like if I went and checked, so the run-out distributor I get these from, they have the price, and then they have the original. They have the price. They're going to sell it to me. And then this run-out distributor, they have the original MSRP. And the original MSRP for this import is $59.99. That's the original manufacturer suggested retail price. They're $34.99. $34.99. Stacy Brown gets one. Thank you, Stacy Brown. Also, we got one for Cameron Lingefeld. Thank you, Cameron Lingefeld. There's one sold to you. And we have 2 left there. The Fall Out Boys greatest hits. 2 left there, $34.99. Okay, and then Black Crowes is at 9. Black Crowes is at 9. Are we done on Stevie Nicks? Stop Dragging My Heart Around with Tom Petty. Very, very cool. Stevie, she's at 15. And now the Black Crowes with Calvin Ward's at 9. And that is, it looks like from a single from the Crowology. I will try my best to lock down more Fall Out Boy. I will try my best. They don't have a lot in print. We got Husker Du. This is Husker Du Zen Arcade. $39.99 for Husker Du. That's a 2 LP. $39.99 for Husker Du. That's Zen Arcade. I don't think there's any claims on that, so both of those are still available. The reason I looked up Husker Du is because I'm pretty sure we sold an OG of this for like $95 this week. So I figured, 2 LP, SST official, $39. How about Shania Twain, Come On Over? Man, I Feel Like a Woman, You Don't Impress Me Much. We call them Seth's Anthems. Seth's Anthems. That is a 2 LP red vinyl, $33.99. Man, I Feel Like a Woman. That is available. And one of the first other things I'm going to put up, let's see what else I have over here. Man, I got a lot of, I meant to grab that. Oh, I think I left it back there for, Laura, I think back there, some of those, some of those, what am I trying to say? I left some sealed records back there, and I think a green crate I meant to grab stuff I could auction, but that's okay. Some of those I didn't want priced. They were supposed to be for auction. Like there's a sealed Lover Boy and some of that. We don't even need to do research. I can just put them up. Just so you know, if you run across those, you can set them aside. It's a lot of sealed vintage original stuff. We have Thin Lizzy, Bad Reputation. This is a 77 Terre Haute original. Thin Lizzy's a 77 OG. It's in VG Plus condition, Bad Reputation, and we're going to put it up for a $20 start. $20 start on that. Black Crowes has a new bid for $10. And then Melissa Bailey got Fall Out Boy. There's now 1 left on that. There's now 1 left on that. There's Black Crowes. It's at 10. And then Stevie Nicks, Catherine Lutz does get that for $15. There's Shania Twain over here. We got Fugazi, 7 songs. Fugazi is $24.99. And the Jackson 5 Ultimate Collection. This is sold to Marco Martinez, a 2 LP compilation. I Want You Back, Dancing Machine, ABC, $34.99. Brandon, your bid of Stevie Nicks just came in. That was very unfortunate. I just sold it to Catherine. She had it for about 4 minutes. I lost some people there. That was weird. Either somebody had a connection problem or something. And then over here, and did you get the 2 or 3 LP set? Donna Mitchell asked me, what now? She says, and did you get the 2 or 3 LP set? And then Thin Lizzy is a $20 start back there. We got Violent Femmes. I know we sold at least 1. This is Violent Films. It's a smoke-colored vinyl, $33.99 for Violent Films. And it looks like I've got, let's see here. I know there was at least one. It's on smoke-colored vinyl, $33.99. It was Rebecca's. Yeah, Rebecca Howitt. Thank you, Rebecca. That is yours. And there's that. There's that, and there's that. And now my comments are not updating. Yeah, so I think, I think y'all got hung up there in the cosmos of Facebook, because some people comments didn't come through right away on Stevie Nicks. Stevie Nicks is sold, but they're still the Black Crows. And Jim B has it for 10. Calvin Ward, you're out. And just so y'all know, there might have been glitch there for just a second. Yeah, some comments didn't load, it looks like. So if you've bid on Thin Lizzy, I hadn't seen it. If you bid on Black Crows, it's still active, but all Stevie Nick bids are out because we're done on that. Next thing we have is Keith Richards, Main Offender. Keith Richards is sold to Kathy Collinsworth. Thank you, Kathy. That is sold to you. I got one Keith Richards left for $29.99, and I've got two Journey live in Houston's, and I think these are both sold. Journey live in Houston is a 2 LP, $34.99. I remember when this came out, big release here. Journey is $34.99, and one of these are sold to Monica Malley. Thank you, Monica. And the other one sold to Tim Floyd. Thank you, Tim Floyd. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know, okay? Because I can get more. And then I've got the Offspring's Greatest Hits. That's $33.99. Now the Black Crows is at $12 and Thin Lizzy's at $20. Our next single is going to go up right now, and it is Blue Stingrays, Record Store Day, Anonymous and Instrumental Surf Sounds. It's sealed. Record Store Day includes a Blue Stingrays guitar pick. Blue Stingrays is going to go up for a $5 start. $5 start. Charlie Mark said FU, and that wasn't an FU. That was for Fugazi. That's for Fugazi. That happened last night. I thought somebody was giving me the finger. They wasn't. They was trying to buy a Fugazi record, Tanner. Thin Lizzy's at 22. Blue Stingrays has a bid for 5. How about Killing Joke? Killing Joke's a 2 LP, $46.99 for Killing Joke. I still got both of those. Also, I got Queen live at Estadio Jose Afalamantiani, Buenos Aires, 1981, $29.99. $29.99. That is Queen. And I think Kelly Vlodarchek got it. Kelly Vlodarchek did get it. And now we have the Beatles Past Masters. We sold one live last night. I had one left. And thank you, Monica Malley. This is sold to Monica Malley. So thank you, Monica. That is sold to you. Beatles Past Masters. And she got a Journey earlier. So Black Crows is still getting bids. Thin Lizzy's still getting bids. And now the Blue Stingrays has $5 bids, or 4. Craig, Robert, Edwin. We need a tie. We need a tiebreaker. How about the Monkees live in Japan? It's got 15 tracks on it. They're doing Mary, Mary, and I'm a Believer, and I'm Not Your Stepping Stone. Last Train to Clarksville. Cuddly. Daydream Believer. Nice. $29.99. That's a live, unofficial. I've never had a new bootleg of a Monkees. AC/DC. This is live in Johnson City, Tennessee on silver vinyl. This is sold to Cecil Grosskopf. Thank you, Cecil Grosskopf. That's sold to you. Appreciate that. And I have 0 left, but if anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. I will put you on a waiting list. Also, we have Paul McCartney, Ramon. So many great songs on here. One of my favorites from him, Uncle Albert, Too Many People, Heart of the Country, $33.99 on Paul McCartney, Ram. Just FYI. I don't think there was a claim. There was. It was Stephen A. Young. Stephen A. Young on Ram. Thank you, Stephen A. Young. I got you down for a Ram. There's one Ram left. Here's Throbbing Gristle's Greatest Hits. This is Throbbing Gristle's Greatest Hits, limited edition transparent orange vinyl, $34.99. All right, let's update all these auctions. So Blue Stingrays, Craig says he has a copy already. Edwin Blom bid $6 on this. Edwin Blom bid $6 on that. I'll probably do that first, Tanner. I'm glad you brought it over here. A lot of people's waiting for that STP. Excuse me. Ron Burns on Ram. Ram is sold to Ron Burns. And Blue Stingrays, the last bid that came in on that, the last bid that came in on the Blue Stingrays was $6 with Edwin Blom. It's a sealed Record Store Day, and it is sealed, and it's at $6. And then over here is the Black Crows. The Black Crows is at $14 with Edwin Blom as well. And then the Thin Lizzy is OG. It is an OG Terre Haute VG Plus condition, and the last bid that came in on Thin Lizzy was Steve McGee at $25. We also have 3 crates of Japanese vinyl. I wonder if David Johnson's watching. Ron Burns got the last ram. Joe Kolowski on the Throbbing Gristle. Thank me on that. I've got 1 left. And we have Yes. This is live Yes. And I only had 1 copy, and it's sold to Stephen A. Young. Stephen A. Young. A lot of these, a lot of buyers, some people, like, they would buy the exact same stuff I would in some of these flip videos. It's usually Stephen A. Young and Kevin J. Reitz. Like, if I didn't have these already, they would have, some people, like, exactly sync up with whatever I would exactly buy. Guns N' Roses, I've only got 1 left. It's called Ultra Rare Tracks. It's on red vinyl. We're going to sell this one to Antonio Villanueva. He got one of those and a Beastie Boys earlier, so thank you, Antonio. Let's put MG Sanchez on a waiting list. MG Sanchez on a waiting list. I only had 1 more, and here's Cream, Disraeli Gears. It's getting near dawn when lights close their tired eyes, something like that. I'll soon be with you, my love. That's Cream, Disraeli Gears, $38.99. Ra-da-da-da-da-da-da. Speaking of Guns N' Roses, let's try one of our first magazines tonight. How about Hit Parader magazine from 1989 with old Axl there on the front cover? It also has articles from Def Leppard, Motley Crue, Aerosmith, House of Lords, Bon Jovi, Wasp, Poison, Kiss, Van Halen, Kicks, Rat, you know, hard rock and metal from 1989. Hit Parader magazine. Let's try some of these. I'm going to do for $7. Some of them $10 starts. It just depends. We'll start this first magazine of the night for a $7 start. Hit Parader with Axl Rose on the cover. $7 start. I will need that at some point. I'll stack it right up here. Appreciate that. All right, so that's a Hit Parader at $7 start. I think we're done on the Thin Lizzy. The other bidders went out after Clay Moore bid 28. Clay Moore bid 28, and now the Surf Singles at 19 and Black Crows is at 17. Paul Brothers also wants on that GNR. So the Blue Stingrays is still at $8 with Edwin Blom, and then Robert Barnett bid 9. So Robert Barnett has it at 9. Edwin, you're out on both singles. Now Calvin's at 17 on Black Crows. Thin Lizzy's a final call. We got some sweet magazines, folks. I only posted pictures of maybe 20 or 30. I bet we have 150, and they're all just killer covers. You know, it's all rock and metal, Kiss and 70s, Zeppelin and Rush and Pink Floyd, all kinds of cool stuff. Quick recap. Boy, there's not much left in here now. Beastie Boys Music, 2 LP compilation, $34.99. Fall Out Boys, Greatest Hits, Sugar We're Going Down, $34.99. Husker Du is $39.99. Shania Twain, Come On Over. That's on red vinyl. That's the newest 2 LP edition, which is about $10 below, $10, $11 below probably list price, especially for red vinyl. $33.99 on Shania. The Jackson 5 Ultimate Collections, $34.99. Violent Femmes, we've sold 3 since yesterday. 1 left. Keith Richards, 1 left. Violent Femmes is on color vinyl. Keith Richards, $29. Offspring, $33. Killing Joke is $46. The Monkees Live is $29. And then Throbbing Gristle is $34. And there's Cream, a classic essential 60s record. Amazing. So Black Crows has got a bid for $19. The Guns N' Roses magazine's at $15. Now it's at $19. Now it's at $20. And the Blue Stingrays is at $10. Robert Barnett, you're out. But we can confidently sell. Actually, the first item of the night sold at auction other than Stevie Nicks is this Thin Lizzy, the first LP. I feel like we've already been auctioning 20 items. And Clay Moore gets this for $28, okay? There's that. The Cure I got, Donna, was a 2 LP. I've got some left from yesterday. It's the 2 LP, and they're $46.99. It's the Cure. I think they've remixed some stuff, and that's what's out. Price, $59.99. I'm glad to have those in stock. Right now, I'm on some Chick-fil-A Diet Coke. I hadn't even mixed my drink yet. I don't know if I'm even going to need one. This is some delicious Diet Coke. Man, they have the best mixture, don't they, Tanner? They have the best mixture there at Chick-fil-A. It's kind of like McDonald's. They do something to get you back. All right, here we go. Anybody else? If not, we're going to slide over this other crate. And we're down to 3 auctions, 2 singles, and a magazine. Some really killer stuff. I mean, and these 45s tonight, just so everybody knows, the 45s are back for tonight. until we sell this entire tub, which it's going to take us tonight and tomorrow probably. All right, and let's go ahead and do this. Chick-fil-A, I'm doing the club, grilled chicken club, Colby Jack cheese, fries, and here we go. We got Black Crows, very cool. Calvin's out. Edwin Blom 20. We're about to sell it. Blue Stingrays. Robert Barnett's at 11. Edwin Blom's at 12. And now the Axl Rose magazine. The last bid was Melissa Bailey at $23. Going once, going twice on that. I have Corn Untouchables. Corn. And Corn is $33.99. This is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. Thank you, Kelly Vlodarchek, on the Corn. Also, we have Foo Fighters Skin and Bones. This is a 2 LP. Live Foo Fighters is still available. I turned around the wave of John. He didn't leave. You broke my routine, John. We have Foo Fighters Skin and Bones. That's $39.99. I heard John come up. I was like, what? Usually John's standing behind me waving goodbye. He's going to stick around for a few more hours. We have Mastodon Crack the Sky. Mastodon's $33.99. $33.99 for Mastodon. I've only got one of those. And Pussifer. Now, we sold a Perfect Circle. I don't think we sold a Pussifer, did we? No. This is Pussifer. V is 4. And that's on Blue and Black Smoke. That's $39.99. Black Crows is done, right? We can go ahead and sell it. But guess what? The GNR magazine is still getting bids. And so is the Surf Record. But we're done on this. And it's sold to Edwin Blom for $20. That's sold to Edwin Blom for $24, okay? So we got the Hit Parader Axl Rose magazine, Band of the Year, 1989, March 1989. Guns N' Roses Band of the Year, Axl Rose on the cover. It's at $27, and the Blue Stingrays is now at $13. Let's go ahead and throw up another LP auction. And the next thing I have here, I got some stuff from last night, actually, I didn't get to, like some metal stuff. This could get pretty crazy tonight because I'm going to go ahead and, I got 3 or 4 here. I'm going to go ahead and clear out, like Black Sabbath, Master of Reality. It's a 2016 remaster. 2016 remaster. That's going to go up for a $20 start. Now the Axl Rose magazine is at $27. I've got a Perfect Circle, 13th Step. This is sold to Tim Floyd. Thank you on that, Tim Floyd. That was my last copy. It's a 2 LP. If anybody else wants one, let me know. You claimed a Pussifer? Really, Anthony? You did? Clutch and Pussifer. Yes, you did. Wow. I'm always amazed at what I overlook, but I usually find them before I'm done. Anthony Clark got a Pussifer. Thank you on that. Sorry. Glad you said something. I would have found it. Usually at the end of the crate, I'll scroll back through and make sure I didn't miss anything. We have Corn issues. Uh-oh, we have an issue. Kelly, I wonder if the Vlodarcheks are watching. Kelly, did you want Corn issues or did you want Corn Untouchables? Let me know, Kelly. Or Robert. Kelly put Corn. There's actually 2. I just caught that. So there's Untouchables and there's issues. We'll put those back in there for right now. Here's Black Sabbath Live, Paranoid, New Jersey, $44.99. $44.99. Black Sabbath, Paranoid, New Jersey. And then John 5 is on yellow vinyl. John 5 Center, that's $24.99. So the high bid on Black Sabbath now is at $30. Kelly did one Untouchables. My instinct was right. That is sold to Kelly. And then over here, we got Black Sabbath at $31. What about the Axl Rose magazine? The last bid that came in on Axl was $27 with Melissa Bailey. What about the Blue Stingrays? Robert Barnett bid $13. Edwin Blom, just so you know, you're out on that. And there's been a bunch of bids on Black Sabbath, just saying. But we got final calls. We got final calls on Hit Parader and Blue Stingrays. Wow. Next is Beck Sea Change. Beck is $39.99 for Sea Change. That's a 2 LP. And then Winger. And Winger is on green vinyl. And this is $33.99. And this is sold to Natasha Pickett. Thank you, Natasha Pickett, on Winger. That's sold to Natasha. And then over here, we got Stone Temple Pilots 4. And that's on limited edition white and opaque black splatter. $33.99 on that. And Echo and the Bunnymen is also sold to Natasha Pickett. Thank you, Natasha Pickett. That is sold to you. Now, over here, Edwin says he's done on this. So this is sold to Robert Barnett. Thank you, Robert Barnett. That is sold to you for $13. And I think we're done on the Axl Rose. I had said that once. There was a lot of bidders that's going to make sure The last thing that came in on this was Melissa Bailey at 27. Hammer's up. We're about to sell it. Several people didn't say out, but I'm about to drop the hammer. And what is Black Sabbath? It's a 2016. Now, this is the gatefold 2016. Is this Rhino? I don't think so. Let me see here. I can't remember. 2016 Rhino. Yeah, it's the 2016 gatefold, 180 gram. High bid on this right now is $37. $37 on that. Also, we have Porno for Pyros. That's $33.99. That is available. Limited edition multicolored vinyl. And Black Label Society did get sold to Jim Gerhardt. That's sold to Jim Gerhardt. If anybody else wants one, that's unblackened 3LP clear vinyl. $44.99 on that. $44.99 on that. Next over here, Axles at 28, and now that is the new high bid. Wow. I read that just so naturally, fluidly, I was grabbing it to say it was sold to Melissa Bailey, and I looked down and there's two $28 bids. Corey has that at $28. We're not done. And now Black Sabbath, and he's not even the person I was waiting for. I think there was 3 other people on that magazine that I hadn't heard back from. Scott Markheim wants the Black Sabbath New Jersey. That's sold to him. And then over here, we've got one Bauhaus mask, $34.99 Bauhaus mask. Melissa Bailey at $30, and that is John Coltrane, $38.99. Melissa, if the couple other people had said out, I was actually going to sell it. I looked down, and now there's new bidders. I've got to the bottom, and there's new bidders. And now Melissa's right back in at $30. And now Coltrane's at $38.99. Alceste is $29.99. And Neil Young Freedom is a 2LP, $39.99. Neil Young Freedom. Black Sabbath is a Joe Kolosky at $35. Caleb says he's done. Hope everybody else is done. We're about to sell it for $37. Let's go ahead and grab the next single. And I've got some sealed, what is this here? Drive-by Truckers. This is called Sarah's Flame, the Unravelings Drive-by Truckers. And that is sealed, and that's going to go up for a $7 start. Anybody else on anything in here? I think we got everything taken care of. So far out of this crate. This is where I do my normal purge and make sure I have pulled everything, and then I'm going to slide this other crate over, and I really just got to find one more thing. So here's what's left in here. Neil Young Freedom, we have Alceste, we got John Coltrane, we got Bauhaus, and that's sold to Kelly Gabney. And now, Corey, it's up to you. It's up to you on the Hit Parader. Melissa has it for $30. Porno for Pyro, Stone Temple Pilots, Winger, Beck, John 5 Korn, Pussifer, Mastodon, and Foo Fighters. And now Black Sabbath is officially sold to Joe Kolosky for $37. Joe Kolosky on that for $37. Drive-by Trucker singles up for bid. Very, very cool. I'm going to put away the Black Sabbath. Let's put away the Black Sabbath. And we got one more crate like this to go through. And then, folks, new stuff for the rest of the night. And Chad will have to get into turbo mode. Let me mute my mic for 1 second. All right, I'm good to go. All right, Hit Parader is sold without a doubt to Melissa Bailey, or we'll call it Axl Rose. That's sold to her for $30. Done. Very, very cool. All right, and then the Drive-By Truckers is at 11. Corn Issues is a 2LP, $33.99. Corn Issues is a 2LP, $33.99. Let's go ahead and grab another one. The next one here, this one's very cool. This is Hit Parader from 1990 with Lita Ford on the cover. And it mentions a Warrant centerfold, Guns N' Roses, White Snake, Sleaze Bees, Poison. And that's going to go up for a $10 start. That's up for a $10 start. Is Limp Bizkit Significant Other available? I was actually just about to rotate that over here. It is. Javi, it's $39.99. Craig says time to rotate the end cap. We'll put Limp Bizkit there first at $39.99. Corey, your connection is slightly delayed because by the time she bid $30, it was nearly 4 minutes before your 31 came in. So that's why I had to go ahead and sell it. And you're very lucky that 30 got in, but you might want to do a quick refresh. You've either got a really bad delay or, something happened there because it's almost 4 minutes in between bids. Hit Parader, Lita Ford is a $10 start. We got a lot of cool ones here tonight. Very, very cool magazines going up for auction. Let's grab another LP over here. And the next LP I have for us is Raven. Raven, All for One, is an 83 USOG for Megaforce. It is OG with the original inner sleeve. It's on the silver Megaforce label. No condition notes, a $25 start, okay? We have a waiting list going. There's a waiting list going for the Guns N' Roses Rare Tracks. Limp Bizkit is sold to Javi Soto. Thank you, Javi Soto. Anybody else on anything in here? I pulled Bauhaus. Lita Ford's getting multiple bids. Raven. And then Drive-By Truckers. The last bid on that was Eddie Pasir at $16. Eddie, final call to you. We have already condensed a whole crate of new vinyl here just from the 6 o'clock flip video. Let me put that stuff away. And now let me grab the last one. Now the last one is right here next to me, and we're going to read through that and then get into the new stuff, okay? Stacy wants on the waiting list for Guns N' Roses, and Crystal Newman, if you do as well, just let me know. It's actually pretty cool. I don't know if y'all saw the track listing last night, but it's got stuff of like Tom Petty, and it was like all kinds of different stuff, like duets and rare tracks. Rare tracks. Yeah, the end cap definitely works, doesn't it? I'm about to put something else over there, but first, let's go over here. The magazines are complete with posters, etc. I have not looked at any of these magazines, so probably if you have a question about a poster or a centerfold, you probably should ask, and I will open them up and we'll check, or if you just want to see them, because these were literally just found in the back. They're all boarded and bagged, and I have no idea. This collector we got them from, knowing him, they're probably complete. But if you want me to check on each one, I would ask before bidding, okay? Now, we have over here, we have Raven at $25 with Brad Waits. The Lita Ford magazine, the high bid is $11 with Pam Murray. Phil Elliott, you're out, and this is sold to Eddie Pasir for $16. Thank you, Eddie. And then always when bidding, as y'all know, we'll be able to go through all this stuff really fast tonight. If you're done, just say out. That means I know you're done, and we'll move on from there, okay? So first thing we have is Smashing Pumpkins, Siamese Dream. Gregory's question just popped up about Drive-By Truckers. I just sold it to Eddie for $16. But here is the Smashing Pumpkins, Siamese Dream, 2 LP Record Store Day Essential Red Smoke for $44.99. And there's Metallica Master of Puppets Remaster for $33.99. And we have Rage Against the Machine, Evil Empire. That is $33.99. Evil Empire, Rage Against the Machine. Here's Humphreys McGee, 7 inches. Humphreys McGee is going to go up for a $7 start. The 7-inch single called 7 inches is going to go up for a $7 start. Lita Ford 11, Lita Ford 13. Raven, the high bid on Raven is Brad Waits at $25. It's an 83 USOG on Megaforce. Also in here, we got Slipknot, The Gray Chapter, 2 LP Pink Vinyl 36, Rats 33. The Kiss magazines, I'll definitely probably check. When we start putting those up, I'll definitely start checking on the Kiss stuff. By the way, if you're here to bid on those, they'll probably, if I start selling them individually, there'll be at least one spot dedicated to those back here, probably for the next 4 hours, maybe 5. So hopefully, if you're here to bid on some of that stuff, you can stick around for a while. Morgan Wallen, One Thing at a Time, $54.99 on Morgan Wallen. 9 Inch Nails is $39.99, and that is sold to Kelly Vlodarchik. So she got Queen Corn and 9 Inch Nails. Thank you, Kelly. That's sold to you. Ghost Skeleton is on the Orchid Pink Vinyl, $33.99 on that. And, Crystal Newman also on the GNR. Yes, so several people. MG Sanchez, Crystal, I think Patty, or Stacy Brown. Yeah, several people. So we will get those ordered for next week. Here's Led Zeppelin, How the West Was Won. The Super Deluxe, 4 LP, $214.99. And then over here, we have Kiss, Carnival of Souls. A lot of Kiss new sealed LPs in here. First one is Carnival of Souls, $36.99, and Lick It Up, $33.99. So the back left auction, we'll start here. This is Hit Parader Magazine, 1990. And it's Lita Ford on the cover, Hit Parader 1990. The last bid on Hit Parader that came in, or Lita, whichever y'all want to call them. Lita, probably helping me who's on the cover will be most important. Pam has it for $14. Humphreys McGee has one bid for $7. And now Raven was a final call, and now there's a bid for $27 with Phil Elliott. So that's at $27. We got George Harrison's Extra Texture for $38.99, and Japan Quiet Life. That is on red vinyl It's a half-speed master, and Japan is $33.99. Steve Earle's Copperhead Road, $33.99. And then we've got Asylum, another 2014 remaster for $33.99. And George Harrison Dark Horse, $38.99. Duran Duran, Girls on Film Planet Earth, $33.99. Animalize is $33.99. And then Revenge is $36.99. Also, Crazy Nights, Crazy Nights is $36. Red Clay Strays is $33. And we got 2 clutches left, and one goes to Anthony Clark. Thank you, Anthony Clark. Now there's 1 clutch left. Slow Hold to China, and that is on orange vinyl. And that was the last thing from the video. And there's only 1 clutch left. So out of the flip video this morning from 6 a.m., we got everybody who got everything pulled except MG Sanchez. The only thing there for him was Guns N' Roses, that rare, and I'm going to put him waiting list on that, MG Sanchez, just so you know on that. All righty. Now, next thing I have over here is I'm going to move this crate. This crate here is going to be over here next to me all night. So if you change your mind and you're like, you know what, I do want one of those, let me know. And, Chad, I do want one of those, let me know. We'll put that right there. We'll have, I think Gene Simmons looking at you for the rest of the night until you buy it, okay? Now, let's update these auctions. Humphreys McGee just got 1 bid, and that is sold for $7 to Cynthia Herdron, right? Yes, that's sold to Cynthia for $7. Okay, and then Lita Ford magazines at $15, and now $16. And then we have Raven at $28. The Guns N' Roses that we're talking about is... Let me see if I can find one here. It's called the Ultra Rare Tracks, TRAX, red vinyl. And over here is, Free Fallin' featuring Tom Petty, Herod Song featuring Meatloaf, Aerosmith's on here, Anxious Disease, Bruce Springsteen, Alice Cooper, 5150 with Van Halen. That's some of the kind of tracks that is featured on that release. All right, Lita Ford's at $16, and now Raven's at $28. Monica, did I get the Beatles and Journey from the flip? You did. You, in fact, did. And everything from the flip got pulled. Everybody got everything they asked for, except for the MG Sanchez on 1 Guns N' Roses. 1 Guns N' Roses. All right. Here's so far the stack of miscellaneous we've got. Lita Ford still getting bids. We got Brad on the Guns N' Roses waiting list. Angela on the Guns N' Roses waiting list. Raven is still getting bids. Phil Elliott, you're out on Raven. Jamie McCord on Guns N' Roses waiting list. And first thing I'm going to do, since we got several, let's go ahead and take a look at this one right here. Laura's still here. Did Tanner leave? I heard the front door open. I guess that was Tanner. Okay. Thank you for that. All right. This is Teen Talk presents Kiss and other top rock bands. So Teen Talk magazine presents Kiss. That's going to go up for a $10 start. That's now available. We got Raven at $29 and the Color Vinyl Beatles singles. Color Vinyl Beatles singles. Was that, did I show some jukebox singles maybe? Let's see here. What's next? The flip crate, the vintage discount crate. That's next on our agenda. Let's go ahead and do that right here. And I dug through some CDs last night. And I got some good ones lined up for later tonight, by the way, as well. So Raven's at $29. We got 2 magazines up. We got a Kiss magazine and a Lita Ford. The Lita Ford's at $18. The Kiss magazine is a $10 start. For anybody new that's here, that's watching, we're going to be auctioning magazines, 45s, and albums tonight. There's going to be a busy auction block. And, man, we still got Japanese that just showed up today. There's over 11 crates of new vinyl. Tanner's already got the first 4 right here. We got John crates to do buy it now best offer, new arrivals. There is going to be a bunch. So, yeah, just buckle up. I'm getting caffeined up over here. Caffeined up over here. And let's update all these auctions now. First, let me pull the stuff that sold out of the flip video. Everything you're seeing me pull out of this crate sold in our private group this morning. in a pre-recorded video that automatically posted at 9 o'clock. And we do that every night. We sold the Stones. Everything you see me pull out of here. We sold Oingo Boingo. We sold the Jackson Brown there. And there's more. There's also all this right over here. There's 11 crates of new vinyl. There's 57 John crates. There's going to be Laura crates. There's going to be Chad crates. There's going to be Kiss magazines. There's going to be Kiss keychains. There's going to be Raven LPs. There's going to be Lita Ford magazines. This crate, we've already filled up our first crate, and the show hadn't even started yet. We've already filled up a whole crate of vinyl. That's already sold. It's gone. It's gone. All those are already sold, and so is half of this other crate in here. We sold this Jefferson airplane, which was already in a new arrivals crate just last night. And then we sold this Bob Dylan. We sold Chicago. Everything here sold. It's all gone. It's all gone. And all the $6.99 stuff got gone. We just left with a few 14s and 9s, I think. So here we go. Hope everybody's hit the like button. Let's see what we got up for bid. Right over here, we got Lita Ford. It's a magazine. So you're going to be seeing people put stuff tonight like Kiss and Lita and Slayer and Metallica, and there's going to be some people be like, what Metallica record is up for bid? And it's going to be a magazine, okay? And it's going to be a Kiss magazine. And there's going to be Poison mag, and it's going to be like, what Poison record's up for bid? We're going to be seeing that question a lot tonight. This is a Hit Parader magazine with Lita Ford on the cover, and Pam Murray has it for $20. These are magazines. I'm going to try to keep them over here to the left tonight. And then we're going to be doing this right here. We have Kiss. And Kiss, the high bid on this is with Tony Mercado at $15. Okay, everybody else is out. Phil Elliott, you're out. Everybody's out, says Tony Mercado. How much is Kiss Asylum? Kiss Asylum is $33.99. 2014 remaster. Raven. The last bid on this that came in was Phil Elliott, and he had that for $29, and it's a final call. All for one, Phil Elliott. Now, here we go. Here's what's left in the $9.99 section. Yeah, here's what's left in the $9.99 section. So all these are vintage discount LPs. First is Cheap Trick. Found all the parts. Cheap Trick is $9.99. We got Stevie Wonder's Inner Visions. That's in shrink. It's in VG Plus condition. It's $9.99. And Kenny Rogers in the first edition's Greatest Hits. That is $9.99. That's a really clean cover on that one. Now we have $14.99 records. We've got $14.99 records. And the $14.99 records left were Patti Smith, Dream of a Life. She's in Shrink, 1988. We had the Best of the Chambers Brothers. That was $14.99, a 2 LP. And also $14.99 was The Who's Tommy, VG Plus Decca, $14.99. So the first thing we had was Asylum. You're going to have to be doing 24-hour sales. I know. Y'all hadn't even hardly seen the metal collection we just bought. Guiding Night Ranger, yes. Lita Ford, 21. Kiss Magazine, 16, 16, 16, 17, 17. Kiss Magazine, 19. Kiss, 18. Mike Ospaw got Cheap Trick. Make sure that goes into Mike for $9.99. Arnold got Kenny Rogers. Make sure he gets that for $9.99. Brad was second, and then Tim Graham. So that just left Stevie for $9.99 and 3 $14.99 records. Patti Smith, which is sold to Phil Elliott, the Best of the Chambers Brothers, and Tommy the Who. Those are all $14.99. You just seen that crate get evaporated. Most of it sold this morning at the 9 o'clock flip. Wow, every time I look up, there's new bids on these auctions, but we're done on Raven. This is sold to Phil Elliott, and Phil Elliott gets this for $29. Thank you, Phil Elliott. That's sold to you. What Patti Smith you got? It's already sold. And then Teen Talk Kiss just got a new bid for $25. And let's check on this poster. Yeah, I did say, if y'all want me to check on posters in some of these, especially the Kiss magazines, we're probably going to have to open them up and see what they look like, because I have not. This is the first time I'm handling this magazine. First time I'm handling. I'm going to go to the centerfold. I'm assuming y'all are talking about that. There's the centerfold. And what else am I looking for? Some of these I might be like, well, is it loose? Is it attached? I really don't know. All these, I have never, first time handling this right here. It does have a centerfold. with Kiss. There's Paul. Okay, so that has a high bid of $25. Tony Kepler says he'll take Kiss Asylum. Kiss Asylum's sold to Tony Kepler, okay? Now, over here, the last bid on Hit Parader, Lita Ford, that was a final call to Phil Elliott for $21. Pam Murray went out. $21. The centerfold's in there. The centerfold's in there. Okay, so Tony Kepler got Kiss. Thank you on that. There we go. Kind of a lot of Kiss fans on tonight. We've got to keep the end cap stocked with Kiss records. There's that and there's that. All right, here we go. Done with those. Just a few left. We was close to an air horn, but just didn't quite get there. We got the matrix numbers on Kiss, or Tommy. The matrix numbers on Tommy, 7, 1, 1, 9, 7, 7, 7. 2, a random 2. And then side 3, 7, 1, 7, 7, 1, 1, 9, 7, 8, 7. Do you still have metal tonight? We have metal tonight, yes. There's 11 crates, and most of it's a lot of new metal stuff I ordered. Okay, let's do this right here. And we got to keep auctions rolling. This will be a great night for everybody to watch for the next 10 hours straight. It's going to be like a marathon, okay? Now, first thing is Lita Ford. This one is sold. And this was sold to Phil Elliott for $21, okay? Now, Kiss is still getting bids. Teen Talk presents Kiss. High bid right now is $28 of Charlie Marks. For anybody that's now getting on, we have about 100 Kiss magazines, including tour programs. I'm going to try to auction tonight. However, I hope everybody's ready for some incredible bidding wars. Some of these could be up for 30 minutes going back and forth. Some people may not ever say out. We could take some of these till the end of the night. There's going to be some very passionate collectors on, I have a feeling. I've also got all the new auction stuff that Laura's tagged for tonight. I got Japanese. I've got all kinds of new singles, like Sammy Hagar, Two Sides of Love. Sammy Hagar's on red vinyl. That's going to go up for a $7 start. $7 start on Sammy Hagar. Let me put him right there. That way I can go ahead and grab this next auction. This is an OG copy, 1981 OG of Ozzy, Diary of a Madman. Nice copy. We got 2 or 3 records that were tagged for last night that I didn't even get to. Diary of a Madman is OG, a $45 start, clean copy. Kiss is at $30. Sammy Hagar is at $7 start. Christopher Dean, let me know if you want Tommy. If not, Melanie Jennings wants it. There's only 2 records left from the flip video, Chambers Brothers and Stevie Wonder. Tommy's going to be sold to somebody. Okay? Now, first thing I have is a final call on Kiss to Calvin Ward for $30. We're about to sell it. Let's pull up the pre-order for Stone Temple Pilots. This comes out, well, I think officially it comes out today. I don't know what the true release date was, but here it is. This is Stone Temple Pilots. This is Stone Temple Pilots. Okay? And STP is a MoFi pressing. It's new. It actually has a street date of June 27th. My pre-order said June 27th. STP Tiny Music. New and sealed. Brand new release from MoFi. The high bid, or the price, is $59.99. Here it is. Long awaited. MoFi STP. There's a big pre-order. I'm going to start reading those off right now. $59.99. The first person 8 weeks ago was Patrick Lear. That's sold to Patrick Lear. Next thing I have over here is Corey Lawson. Thank you, Corey Lawson. That's sold to you. Next is Brett Bledsoe. 42 Foxes. Thank you, Brett Bledsoe. Also over here, we got William Simmons. Thank you, William Simmons. That's sold to William Simmons. And then George Ellis and Tim Colino Jr. George Ellis and Tim Colino Jr. Let me pause right there and make sure I hadn't lost my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 count. I'm going to pause there, 2, 4, 6. Now, Kiss is still getting bids. It's at $33 with Calvin Ward. Sammy Hagar has 3 $7 bids. The first person, and then somebody bid 8. This has actually got 5 $7 bids. Then Calvin Ward bid $8. That's on red vinyl. Ozzy has 1 bid for $45. Ozzy's at $45, and that is an OG, beautiful copy, flying high again. That is at $45. $45 on that. Now, here's more people who got STP. This has been out of print and any kind of release. We got Philip Holt, we got Jen Cast. There's Philip Holt and there's Jen Cast. There's 2 more sold. We got Danny Czar and Rob Fordham. There's 2 more sold. Danny Czar and Rob Fordham. 2 more sold. Also, Nico Kapelanis and Autumn Key Betts. We got Nico Kapelanis and Autumn Betts. There's this and there's this. We have Darren Johnson and Scott Beebe. Darren Johnson and Scott Beebe on that and that. That is sold and sold. We also have Reed Gregory and Chris Gardner. Reed Gregory and Chris Gardner. There's one for Reed Gregory. There's one for Chris Gardner. We also have one here for Matt Crum and Cassie Center. Here's one for Matt Crum, and here's one for Cassie Center. Those are sold and sold. And then over here we have MT Matt from YouTube. MT Matt and Chris Smith. There's one for MT Matt. There's one for Chris Smith. We also got James Bragg and Jeff Helton. Also got James Bragg and Jeff Helton. This is James Bragg's and there's Jeff Helton's. Those are sold and sold. Over here we got Cameron Porter and Justin Deckelman. Cameron Porter, Justin Deckelman, and Paul Brothers. Cameron Porter, Justin Deckelman, and Paul Brothers. There's 3 more sold, and now my crate's full, but guess what? But wait, there's more. But wait, there's more. But wait, there's more. But wait, there's more. Let me get a new empty crate. I need literally a new empty crate. That's perfect timing. That one's empty and my other one was full. Now I can do this one right over here. All right. And here's this and here's this. All right. So first thing I have is we got to go down through all these auctions again. Ozzy has new bids. Kiss has new bids. Sammy Hagar has new bids. You're going to be hearing me say that a lot tonight. We got Tim Graham has the Sammy Hagar 2 Sides of Love on red vinyl for $15. Ozzy got a new bid for $50 with Matt Marco. Final call on the Kiss magazine. I have not heard back from Phil Elliott. Calvin Ward has this for $35. Calvin Ward has this for $35. It's on the clock. I'm about to sell it to him. $35. I'm about to sell it. A couple other people bidding, but I think they're done by now. Final call on that. But wait, there's more. First thing I have here is STP. And we got one sold to Carla Brecky. We got one sold to Paul Beal. Thank you, Carla Brecky. Thank you, Paul Beal. Also, we have one for Brian Thurman. We have one for Jimmy Ball. We have one for Brian Thurman. We have one for Jimmy Ball. There's 2 more sold. Also, we got one for Douglas Sirocco, and we got one for Cameron Lingefeld. There's one for Douglas Sirocco. There's one for Cameron Lingefeld. And now we got one for Melanie Jennings. There's one for Melanie Jennings. Okay, now, first thing is Christopher Dean. He did get the Tommy. Okay, Tommy's gone. And then STP here, Tiny Music, a new 2LP, 45 RPM. Let's go back to the top and see who the first one to claim one live was. The first one to claim one live here was Christopher Dean. That is sold to Christopher Dean. Thank you, Christopher Dean. That's sold to you. Ron Burns got one. There's one sold to Ron Burns. And if anybody else wants one, let me know. Those are $59.99, okay? $59.99. JK, Jaronko Kravoco on Facebook, he got one as well. And now I've got 5 of the new STP Tiny Music. Now Ozzy is at $50, and then here's Sammy Hagar. Okay, so first thing I got to do is say that the Kiss magazine, now Calvin, you put SH, but you meant Kiss, right? The Kiss magazine's at $37. The high bid on Ozzy right now is Matt Marco at $50. And the high bid on Sammy Hagar is $15 with Tim Graham. That's the high bids right now. 15 on Sammy Hagar. Kiss is at 37. Ozzy's at 50. That's the high bid on those 3 auctions right now. The STP is a 2LP, 45 RPM. 2LP, 45 RPM, new, sealed, $59.99. I have that many left. That's it, and we will have sold out. Kiss is at 37. Final call. Final call. Phil Elliott, if you want to go ahead and bid 50, that will be great. He bid 38. Maybe Calvin will bid 50. The high bid's 38. Now Ozzy's at $51. Now Sammy Hagar is a final call. Calvin, are you done? It was with Tim Graham at 15. Next is Ministry. I've only got 2 copies, and this is $38.99. And this is Dark Side of the Spoon. Ministry, $38.99. Dark Side of the Spoon, $38.99. I've got 2. That's a new music on vinyl. I haven't had that in a while. The next thing I have here, there's a waiting list for. There was a waiting list, and guess what? We have them. And we are going to read off the waiting list, and I'm going to see if I can sell some more, because these are limited edition. They're numbered and they're colored vinyl, and when these limited edition numbered colored vinyl are gone, then they're gone, okay? And Laura's got new auctions. And I walked away from the monitor about that time because I'm pulling up my pre-order here for John Williams. Is that what I got it listed under? John Williams conducts John Williams. Yes. Here we go. We have John Williams conducts John Williams. We have the Star Wars trilogy. Star Wars, New Hope, Empire Strikes Back, Return of the Jedi. Numbered on blue vinyl. It's part of that May the 4th Be With You. It's got a killer refractor cover as well. Those are $46.99. Now, a lot of these are already pre-sold, but I'll see who gets one and see what's going on. So now, Kiss got a bid for 38. Now, Kiss got a bid for 40. Now, Ozzy's at 55. And then Sammy Hagar is sold to Tim Graham. No, it's not. Phil Elliott bid $16. Phil Elliott did bid $16. We're not done on that. We're still getting bids on everything. Phil has put new bids in on all 3 auctions. Do I need to move this? I'll put it right here. Okay. Now, what's going on? Let me read off the waiting list for Star Wars. We got Greg Herman, William APM, Ron Burns, and Travis Woods. We got Greg Herman, William APM, Ron Burns, and Travis Woods. So 4 people on a waiting list. Greg Herman, William APM, Ron Burns, and Travis Woods. That is 1, 2, 3, 4. Star Wars. John Williams conducts John Williams. Blue vinyl numbered. New vinyl numbered. Over here. Now, the first thing we have is more. We have another STP claim, Anthony Clark. Thank you, Anthony Clark. That's so to you. That's so to you, Anthony Clark. We got Ozzy at 55 with Matt Marco. We got Dan Triaga on a Star Wars. We got Stacey Brown on a Star Wars. Tim Graham's out on Sammy Hagar. And we got Kiss at 42, Kiss at 45. Craig Ruth wants a Star Wars. Robert, y'all should have already got one. That was from the original pre-order. Y'all should have already got one. Craig Ruth gets one as well. All right, the Kiss magazine's at 50. I said probably the first one to $50 was going to get it. Now it's at 45. It looks like the first one to 50 is going to get it. Now, Phil did bump the Sammy Hagar. The other bidder went out. Now it's a final call, and Phil Elliott has that for $16. And the last time I looked, Ozzy was still getting bids. And it's at $58 with Matt Marco. It's OG, it's EX, it's got a nice jacket, it has the original under sleeve. And then we have one White Zombie, Astro Creep 2000, $38.99. And we have The Cure, 17 Seconds, $38.99. The Cure, 17 Seconds. Just lost my live chat. Meta says now I need a pin access on Facebook and Messenger. Sounds like some sort of spam. Phil Elliott's out on Kiss. It is sold to Calvin Ward for $45. Make sure if you're bidding, you stay active, you stay out, because that was one Kiss magazine, and guess what? We got 173 more to go. Here's the next one. Kiss Meets the Phantom. Super Scoops from the first Kiss movie, the official Kiss magazine. That's going to go up for a $10 start. That's up for a $10 start. Ozzy's still getting bids. There's Sammy Hagar. Now, the next thing I have is Mark Buddha has Ozzy at $60. And Mark, I think you bought a few things last night. Welcome first-time buyer. Just keep in mind, if you're new and you buy several auctions, We may actually go ahead and ask you to prepay on a few things, just saying. Just FYI, welcome all first-time buyers to CollectCo. It's going to be a very, 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 very busy night. You're going to see me have to get really zoned in, extremely zoned in. Hope everybody's ready. You've got your plans canceled. If you're ready to bid on stuff, hope you got the next 5 hours of your night just blocked off and ready to buy music and collectibles. That's why we're here. I got to check on just a couple things. I'm seeing some names pop up. I got to make sure we have a few things ready to go. A few people are allowed to bid, etc., etc. Okay? All righty. Let me click on this, click on this. Now, let me recap this bin and make sure I didn't miss anything. So, the first thing I have here, we sold the First Kiss magazine, $45. Ozzy has a new bid for $60. Ozzy has a new bid for $65. Kiss has bids for $15, $15, $10, $10, now $20, now $18, now $20, and now $15, and now $22, now $20, now $25, now $28, now $24, now $30. Okay, and here's what's left in here. STP Tiny Music. STP Tiny Music's $59.99. I have 4 left, I believe. $59.99. Ministry, Dark Side of the Spoon, that's $38.99. John Williams conducts John Williams, 2 LP blue vinyl, $46.99. We got Ozzy for $38.99, or excuse me, we got White Zombie for $38.99, and The Cure, 17 Seconds, $38.99. There is 3 STPs left. Woody Bishop also got one. You don't get an invoice till Monday. What I'm saying is, Mark, you're a new buyer. You won't get an invoice till Monday. However, you bought 4 or 5 auctions tonight. You're bidding on an auction now. I'm just trying to just let you know, if you end up buying 2 or 3, 4 more things tonight, we may actually go ahead and ask you to prepay, is what I'm saying, just to make sure we are good to go. So you may not get one. Sometimes I'll say, we'll just send it on Monday. I hadn't officially tagged this. Christopher Dean did get the Who for $14.99, but that's what I'm saying. Just everything's good to go until then. Now, Sammy Hagar. What a war this thing was. Oh, my gosh. And it sold to Phil Elliott, and Phil Elliott got this for $16. Wow. Okay. Now, we knocked that out. I'm going to go ahead and do one more crate. We had 11 crates of new vinyl. I'm going to go ahead and do one more big pre-order. And let's go ahead and get another single going. And the other single I got going over here, let me figure out where I've put them all, especially the ones I took pictures of this morning, because I bet there's some people like, I wonder where those are at. Right here it is. And it's Bob Dylan. It is Bob Dylan, and it's sealed, and it's going to go up for a $7 start. Ozzy's at $70 and Kiss is at $42. That was, I had about 3, quote, metal auctions over here I kind of had forgot about, and or we didn't get to last night. I didn't forget about them. I just didn't get to them last night. All right. So here we go. And the Kiss Meet the Phantom is at $42. The Bob Dylan's a $7 start, and Ozzy's at $70. Now, let's see what we got over here. I have another pre-order in, and there's 11 crates of new vinyl, and I priced it all a few days ago, so I really don't know what's come in, but we're about to find out. And this is White Line's Greatest Hits, or the best of White Line. This is new from Music on Vinyl. It comes out today. This comes out today. It's a 2 LP limited edition, numbered to 1500 on 2 LP. This is $56.99. White Line, the best of, limited number to 1500. And White Line are sold to the following people. We got one for Oh So Adventure. There's one for Oh So Adventure. Also, we got one for, actually, let me move them this way. We got one for Justin Deckelman. We got one for Jamie Diaz. There's one for Justin Deckelman. There's one for Jamie Diaz. We got one for Fred Cardinale. We have one for Lily McCurry. Fred Cardinale and Lily McCurry. Somewhere John Robb is going, whew, thank goodness. John Robb, I want you to take a deep breath with me. Are you ready? 1, 2. They're in. There's been some people on the edge of their seat waiting for this to come in. For them, it could be the biggest release of their life. We have them. You can, let's just remain calm, okay? I should have some extras. If anybody else wants one, now's the time to claim it. There should be some extras. Oso Adventure, Justin Deckelman, Jamie Diaz, Fred Carnell, Lily McCurry. Also got one for Dwayne Sevilla. Also got one for Matt Algram. There's one for Dwayne Sevilla. There's one for Matt Algram. We got one for Stacy Brown. We got one for Sean Druin. We got one for Stacy Brown. We got one for Sean Druin. We have one for Chris Smith, and we got one for Ken Crooker. There's one for Chris Smith. There's one for Ken Crooker. Those are sold and sold. We also have one up here for John Robb, and we have one for Susan Drews. Thank you, John Robb, and thank you, Suzanne Drews. Okay, over here we got Rick Hall and we got Paul Brothers. Thank you, Rick Hall, and thank you, Paul Brothers. Next person we have is Larry Drish and Angela Lewis. Thank you, Larry Drish. Thank you, Angela Lewis. We got one for Jeff Brindley. We got one for Vince Lano. We got one for Jeff Brindley. We got one for Vince Lano. Thank you, Jeff Brindley. Thank you, Vince Lano. Those are sold and sold. And now we have one for Carla Brecky and we have one for Jason Murphy. And it looks like I'm already going to have a waiting list. Looks like I'm already going to have a wait list unless there's more back here in this other crate. There probably could be, but I don't know. That might be all that I have on hand right now. I'll still need one for Kenny. I still need two for Brian, Jamie Butler, Ed Hickey, and Scott Smith, and plus anybody that wants one live here tonight. So here's everybody that got one right then. Oso Adventure, Justin Deckelman, Jamie Diaz, Fred Carnell, Lily McCurry, Dwayne Sevilla, Matt Algram, Stacy Brown, Sean Drew, and Chris Smith, Ken Crooker, Suzanne Drews, Rick Hall, Paul Brothers, Larry Drish, Angela Lewis, Jeff Brindley, John Robb, Vince Lano, Carla Brecky, Jason Murphy. Now, let's go ahead and write down these names and then anybody who wants one live. And one more time, what are we talking about? This is right here. White line, the best of. There's been some people on the edge of their seat, sweating in the middle of the night, waiting for this to arrive. And here it is. We have it. And here's everybody that is still needing one. Kenny, Brian Thurman times 2, Jamie Butler, Ed Hickey, and Scott Smith. Now, we'll also say right now the KISS magazine's at $50, Ozzy's at $75, KISS magazine's at $55, and now we have Tom Harris on a white line if they want on a waiting list. Dan Triaga said no waiting list for him. And if anybody else wants one, let me know. Bob Dylan is a buy it now. Japanese Tour Edition, red vinyl, no bid. $7 buy it now on that. And now, Kiss Meets the Phantom. The high bid is $55 with 78 Trans Am. We are about to sell that, 78 Trans Am. And now, over here is Ozzy, Diary of a Madman. Ozzy, Diary of a Madman. The last bid was with Matt Marco at $75. If anybody else wants in, now's the time. $75 on that. Brent Robley has the Bob Dylan for $7. Brent, that's so to you. Thank you. Our next auction. Nick is requesting a Chris Ledoux, and honestly, I didn't even know we had one tonight. Let me find it. You're probably talking about this right here. This is a 1975 U.S. original, out of print, never been reissued. Songs of the Living Free. Are y'all ready to bid? Here he is, Chris Ledoux, EX Edition, $45 start. If you want to start a small war, mention Chris Ledoux, okay? If you want to start a small war, say Chris Ledoux, and then all of a sudden, missiles start flying in, sabers are rattling. There it is, $45 start. It's up for bid. Now, Kiss is at $60 with Clay Moore. That's the new bid. Brent got Bob Dylan. Nobody bid. It was a buy it now. The KISS magazine still getting bids. What is the high bid on Ozzy? Ozzy started at $35. It's now at $75 with Matt Marco about a half hour later. And guess what? I have more white lines. Big Game. White line Big Game is $38.99. We also have white line Main Attraction and white line Pride. I've got 3 other white line music on vinyl pressings. Pride, Main Attraction, and Big Game. If you don't want a greatest hits, here's this. Mark, the reason you can't see the other bids is because people's bidding over on YouTube. They will show up here on the embedded screen. Okay? Did not bid on the Bob Dylan. No, you didn't. Brent was first on the Bob Dylan. There's Brent and there's Phil Elliott. Brent was first. You're probably looking at your Facebook chat. Always make sure you never look at your Facebook chat. If you're on Facebook and you're looking at your Facebook chat, you're seeing half of the action and none of it's in a correct order. It's just a bunch of useless information for you. The correct order and everybody's comments are right here where my finger's going up and down. Right here, that exact order is mirrored over here on my phone. That is what I'm looking at live. If you see me over here scrolling, see how it matches up perfectly? That is exactly what I'm looking at. That's what's embedded. Everybody sees the same thing. Your YouTube chat can help you a little. Your Facebook chat can help you a little. But if you're going to rely on that, you're going to be missing a lot of action. You're not going to see Facebook bids. You're not going to see Facebook bids in the right order. You're not going to see YouTube bids. You're not going to see YouTube bids in the right order. You got to pay attention to what's happening on the embedded chat. There's people bidding on X. There's people bidding on YouTube. And there's people bidding on Facebook. Your YouTube chat doesn't show all of that. All right, I'm going to go ahead and do this fourth crate, and that way we can get into some of the new stuff, okay? This is the last crate from my audio file distributor. And let's go through this because I think you're all going to really like this. What timer is that? Well, my plan on magazines, I'm going to have one KISS going and one other one going. I did not realize the first couple we will be bidding on for like a half hour. I knew these were going to be popular, but we've went into some extended bidding wars on some of these already, especially Aussie. I was going to keep like 1 or 2 LPs up and a couple magazines, but we have went into extended bidding already on some of these. So I may have to say this. You may misbattle some bids if you don't get them in quickly. Okay, I don't know if I can even do final calls on some of these. I would bid on the magazines like you really, really want to buy them. Otherwise, you may miss out some bids. We got I was going to try to sell like 150 of these tonight. I would bid quickly and fastly. I would bid quickly and fastly. This is right now at $76. I will try to call them out as soon as I can see them, okay? As soon as I can see them, I will try to call them out. This is at $65 right now. KISS meets the Phantom. Ozzy's still getting bids. Mark Buddha, you were immediately outbid about 2 minutes ago. Matt Marco already has this at 80. That's already been up, and that's a final call. Ozzy's a final call for 80. KISS is a final call, and that is at 65, and Chris Ledoux. Chris Ledoux is at $50 with Nick Bargeron. Final call on Chris Ledoux. It's only had one bid. I will try to get Mother Love Bone up. I will try to get some of the others. But there might be some people that say, dang, I was still bidding on KISS. And I was going to be like, you should have a, you better have like your screen pulled up big and be listening to every syllable. It's about to get really fast. KISS is at 70. Chris Ledoux's at 55. Ozzy's a final call for 80. Final call. We have Bill Evans. I haven't had this in stock in a while. This is MoFi. Bill Evans with Jim Hall Undercurrent. Bill Evans with Jim Hall, $34.99. We have 2 of those available. We have 3 of those available. The B-52s, Cosmic Thing, Love Shack Baby, $34.99. Final call on Ozzy, $80. The KISS magazine's at $70. Final call with Clay Moore, $70. Chris Ledoux has a new bid. Nick Bargeron, you've been outbid. It's at $55. Next auction is right here. Our next release is Saxon. This was a pre-order. Saxon, $38.99. Unleash the Beast. Saxon, this is new. It comes out Friday. Saxon is $38.99. And here's everybody who pre-ordered Saxon. It's a limited edition, numbered red vinyl, $38.99, okay? Here's everybody who pre-ordered. Jim Sedal got one. Thank you, Jim Sedal. We got one for him. We got one for Scott Smith, and we got one for Richard Davis. Let me pause right there right quick and say this. Chris Ledoux, 60. Chris Ledoux, 65. He's out. KISS is sold to Clay Moore for $70. I never did hear back from Mark Buddha. Ozzy is sold to Matt Marco for $80. I lost Mark Buddha somewhere, and now Chris Ledoux all of a sudden has new bids. Next auction is going to go up right now. I have requests for Hit Paraders. I got requests for Mother Love Bone. I got requests for a lot of stuff. The next one I have right now, y'all may have not even seen it in the post. I'm going to grab it right out of here. Which one is this? Holy moly, look at all these. My goodness. Let me grab one of these over here. Let me grab the stack I was working out of. Here and there. And okay, and then what was these? Aha. Yeah, let me grab these back here on the bottom. Got them. All right, so first is this one right here. Hit Parader from 1983, Ozzy Osbourne. And this is going to go up for a $10 start. Hit Parader from January 1983, Ozzy. And let's go ahead and set these other ones right over here. Ozzy's a $10 start. And then the next Kiss magazine is Kiss Mania. And this is going to go up for a $10 star. So there's Ozzy, there's Kiss, and Chris Ledoux is at $68. Here's everybody else on Saxon. Alonzo Breezy Brinsnow Jr., Eden Riviera, Dwayne Sevilla, and Scott Beebe. There's 3 extra Saxons left if anybody wants them. However, my crate over here is already full. We've already filled up 3 crates of vinyl tonight. John just dropped off 4 more crates of pre-owned stuff. We got a lot to get through. Chris Ledoux 60, Chris Ledoux 65. All these Saxons are sold. And now back to the live chat. I showed a Bill Evans MoFi, Undercurrent, amazing. We got one for Brent Robley. Thank you, Brent Robley. We got one for Christopher Dean. Thank you, Christopher Dean. We got one for Ron Burns. Thank you, Ron Burns. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Now Chris Ledoux's at $60. Now Chris Ledoux's at $65. George Samberes wants a Saxon. Let's pull out a Saxon right now with George Samberes. Mark Boot is out, just came in. Mark, you might want to refresh your connection. You've got about a 7-minute delay. Chris Ledoux is at $68. Brent's out on Chris Ledoux. Sean Fairweathers, I'll have to put you on a waiting list for Bill Evans. Kiss is at 10. Christopher, I've already pulled you a Bill Evans. And Robert Vladerchek says charge them for the Saxon and send it to George Samberes. Kiss has a bid for 10. Now Kiss has a bid for 15. Final call in the Ozzy magazine. No one has bid. It also mentions The Who, Bad Company, Fleetwood Mac, Led Zeppelin, and the Go-Go's. That's at $10. No bid yet. Chris Ledoux is sold, and that is sold to Nick Bargeron for $68. And Andrew, I'm trying to find those singles that I photographed, the Mother Love Bone. I know exactly what you're talking about. I'll probably put them back in this box. They're all together if I can find them. Here they are. I have located them. Let me pull this entire handful out, and somewhere that's in here, okay? So the first thing I have, yeah, look at all these. These are the ones that I had in the hot picture. Roy Orbison, Uncle Tupelo, Beck, Hendrix, Green Jelly. I've got about 3,000 over here. Bowie. I've got about 9,000 over here. Here's Mother Love Bone. Hold Your Head Up, $10 start. Mother Love Bone is now up for bid, a $10 start. There it is. Okay. Now, let's go back to here. So the last thing I had was we had Bill Evans. We sold one to Brent. We sold one to Christopher. We sold one to Braun. We're sold out. George Samberes got the Saxon. Give it to him, but charge the Vladercheks. Now, we sold Chris Ledoux for 68. Sean on the Bill Evans waiting list. Also put me on the Bill Evans waiting list. Chad Williams, I want on the waiting list as well. We got Ozzy at 10, Ozzy at 10. We got Kiss at 16. We got Ozzy at 10, Ozzy at 15, Kiss at 18. We got Ozzy at 12, Kiss at 21. And then we have a request for Green Jelly, Mother Love Bone 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 12, 15. Kiss is at 25. Next thing I have, what was the Go-Go's? There is no Go-Go's. Next thing we have is Hall & Oates, Rock and Soul Part 1, $44.99. Hall & Oates, Rock and Soul Part 1, $44.99. That's a new greatest hits of Hall & Oates. How about Concrete Blonde, Bloodletting? Concrete Blonde is $34.99. What about the Offspring Smash? There was actually a waiting list for that. I think it was the Vladerchek. I think that was the Vladercheks. Let's look up the Offspring. A lot of that stuff, Stacy, are lyric books. They're tab and instructional lyric books, yes. They're tab and lyric books, yes. And we do have some magazines like that as well. Vladercheks on the Offspring Smash. Thank you, Vladercheks. This is sold to you for $28.99. I've got 2 more left if anybody else wants them. I've got 2 copies of New Order for $39.99. I've got Melvins for $29.99. And I've got Traveling Wilburys for $36.99. Sean does not want on the waiting list for Bill Evans. Here's the last bid that came in on Kiss, $25. The last bid on the Ozzy magazine was $12 with Jim Berg. 12 of Jim Berg. And now 15. And now Mother Love Bone, 15, 15. Now 25. Kristen Driscoll bid $25. Matt Marco bid $25. And now we have Mother Love Bone for $30. Now, there's that. There's that. Christopher Dean, don't worry about the Bill Evans, okay? No problem there. New vinyl, a lot of this stuff in here I haven't even sold before or haven't had in a while, and that's Traveling Wilburys. We've been selling OG after OG after OG, and there's bids and bids and bids. I was like, hey, here's a new copy, brand new, 180 gram. That's Very cool, $36.99. I've got 3. I've got the Melvins, and that's sold to Brent Robley. That is sold. Chaz Balls got Offspring, Range of Grace, Rise and Fall. I've never seen that one in stock. Now the Aussie magazine's a final call. Final call on Aussie is $15 of Chris Frazier. Kiss is still at $25 of Jamie Diaz. Final call. Kiss Mania magazine, $25. About to sell it. And Aussie. Those are final calls. Mother Love Bones at $33. What is the Melvins? The Melvins was right here. Lice All. I think it's their self-titled deal. It's $29.99. It was back in stock. I actually had them back ordered. And that's $29.99. Mother Love Bone, $40. New Order. Kind of surprised those didn't grab. Low Life, $39.99 for New Order. Offspring, Self-Esteem, Smash, $28.99. Phil's back in on Kiss at $29. You just got very lucky. Now Mother Love Bones at $40. Concrete Blonde, $34. Hall & Oates is $44.99. Cody just bid $16 on Aussie. You just got very lucky. Mother Love Bones at $40. Hall & Oates is the greatest hits for $44.99. New Saxon, $38.99. And the Cosmic Things, B-52s, $34.99. $34.99 on that. So Kiss still getting bids. Aussie still getting bids. Mother Love Bone still getting bids. Anybody else? What a great crate of new vinyl. Can I convince 3 people you need a Traveling Wilburys? Can I convince 1 person you need a Melvins? Can I convince 2 people you need a New Order? Can I convince 3 people you need a Offspring? How about Concrete Blonde? What about Hall & Oates? What about Saxon? And what about the Cosmic Thing by the B-52s? Thank you, William APM. And now the Melvins. Jared Inc. put gold, and I think he meant sold, and that's for the Melvins. Charlie Marks, I'll put you on a waiting list. Ozzy's got a new bid for $30. Final call. Ozzy has a new bid for $30. Final call. Ozzy Magazine, Chris Frazier's out. Final call to Cody for $16. Mother Love Bones at $41 to Andrew Smith. That is a final call. All right. Now, it is time for what? That was all new. There's 1 Hatchet Ed crate. Laura's working on some stuff right now. I'm going to go ahead and grab some new vintage stuff. I'm going to go through at least 1 new John crate over here. And we've got about 10 million new vinyl crates to go through. We're going to start trying to knock some of those out as well tonight, okay? First, let's grab John's check condition bin. It's always a hoot. It's always a big hoot to go through John's check condition bin. And I love doing the big hoot stuff. Here we go. Saxon is new. It's on limited edition gold colored vinyl, I believe. I think the Saxons are limited numbered gold. They are red. They are limited numbered red. Kiss has a new bid for $33. Phil Elliott. Mother Love Bone still getting bids. It's now at $45. And now we have Joshua also on that waiting list for Elvis. I mean Melvins. Melvins, not Elvis. If you can rearrange those letters, it will spell out Elvis. If you subtract the M and take out the N, you can get Elvis from Melvins. Now, the Aussie magazine is sold. Hit Parader. Here we got all kinds of killer magazines coming up tonight. This is sold to Cody Gray for $16. Hit Parader, really sweet Aussie cover. Check this out. How about Hit Parader from 1988? Metallica, No Guts, No Glory. Wow. Aerosmith Centerfold. Wow. Very, very cool. Guns N' Roses, Motley Crue, Cinderella, Poison, Rat, Ozzy, Van Halen, Stryper, Ace Frehley, Iron Maiden. Wow. Metallica, $10 start. Wow. Ozzy is sold. Now, Jamie's out on Kiss. Phil Elliott has it for $33. We're about to sell it. Mother Love Bone. Matt Marco, you have that for $45. I'm about to sell it to you. Matt Marco. Matt Marco. I've misplaced my phone. Oh, it's right here next to me, of course. I got this still pulled up. I don't need this. I think some other pre-orders came in, too. We're going to have to check on those in just a second. Let me do one thing here. And okay, so here we go. Next thing we have is we have Metallica at 14. Okay, so here's what we got. We got Kiss going for the 1. VG condition, $9.99. This is Arcadia, VG Plus $17.99, VG Plus $17.99, April Wine Power Play, VG Plus $14.99, and James Taylor, JT, Your Smiling Face, VG Plus $9.99. Also over here, 3 Dog Night, It Ain't Easy, VG $9.99, and Mama Kershaw Boy, EX $17.99. John Barleycorn Must Die, EX $17.99. Matt Marco, you get the Mother Love Bone. That's sold to you for $45. And over here, the Kiss magazine is sold to Phil Elliott for $33. That's sold. Metallica's at $20. The next Kiss magazine is going to go up right now. Hit Parader, 1982 with Paul Stanley on the cover. Robert Plant centerfold. That's going to go up for a $10 start. Thomas, you just missed Mother Love Bone. There's Metallica. There's our next 2 magazines. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Holy moly, what am I doing? This is a 1980 USOG Iron Maiden in VG condition for a $45 start. What is going on right now? Iron Maiden's now up for bid. A 1980 USOG Jacksonville. Also, we have Toto 4 with Africa, EX edition, $22.99. Metallica 20, Metallica 20, Metallica 22. The Steve Howe album, VG condition, $9.99. Now Hit Parader, a.k.a. Paul Stanley on cover. That's at $10. Or Kiss. We also have Chicago Transit Authority. Their debut album, EX condition, it's on the second label, $17.99. Maiden has a bid for $45. Metallica has a bid for $25. ZZ Top Tres Hombres, VG Plus, $24.99. ZZ Top's on the Blue London label. Nice, $24.99. Also, Ted Nugent and Amber Dukes, Marriage on the Rocks, Rock Bottom. VG Plus, $22.99. Steppenwolf, their debut, Born to be Wild, foil cover, VG condition, $14.99. Metallica's at $25. Maiden's at $45. Stacy has the Paul Stanley Hit Parader magazine, Kiss, at $10. It's a final call to Stacy. Iron Maiden has one bid to David Tate for $45. Final call with David Tate. We have Carl and the Passion, So Tough. This is the Beach Boys' Pet Sounds, and it's in mono, and it has Carl and the Passions. It's a 2LP, EX $64.99. Now Metallica's at $35 with Charlie Marks. Bob Dylan, Blonde on Blonde, that's VG Plus, $29.99. Now the Kiss magazine has a bid for $12. Now it has a bid for $15. Still no other bids on Iron Maiden. Hammer's up, I'm about to sell it. OG Iron Maiden, one bid $45. Steve Martin, Wild and Crazy Guy, that's VG Plus, $9.99. And King Crimson Beat. Some great songs on here. Neil and Jack and Meat, Heartbeat, VG $16.99 for King Crimson Beat. Also, Neil Young, American Stars and Bars, that's VG condition $14.99. And Cowboy Copa sings his hits, his all-time hits, VG Plus $9.99. Iron Maiden has a new bid. Hit Parader has a new bid. Iron Maiden has another new bid. Metallica, the new bid's $35 with Charlie Marks. That means that, Stacy, you've been outbid. 35 on that one. Meatloaf, Bat Out of Hell, VG Plus $24.99. Also, Jeff Beck Flash, Shrink and Hype, EX $17.99. King Crimson is sold to Nick Bargeron. Thank you, Nick Bargeron. That is sold to you. Over here is Annette at Bikini Beach. There's Annette. She's VG Plus $29.99. James Lee Farrell on ZZ Top. Thank you, James Lee Farrell. Now Iron Maiden's at $55. Now the Metallica magazine's at $40. And now the Hit Parader is out, and the high bidder is Stacy at $18. Going once, going twice, going twice, going 3 times. The Beatles, Hard Day's Night. This is a stereo press, an original in VG condition, $22.99. Stacy, you have the magazine right now for $18. It's about to be sold to you. Now Iron Maiden has a bid for $50.52, and ZZ Top de Guelo, VG Plus $24.99. We have Blues at Sunrise, Albert King, EX $36.99. Now Phil Elliott has bid $20. Now Stacy, you've been outbid. Now Phil has it for $20. Now the Beatles is sold to David Tate. That is so. Charlie Marks is out of Metallica. Brian, you are second on the Beatles. Now the Metallica magazine is at $40 with Stacy Brown. We're about to sell it. The Byrds Greatest Hits, EX $17.99. And we have Hank Williams as Luke the Drifter. This is actually really cool. 1955, folks. Should be on a yellow MGM label, VG condition. That's a pretty scarce one there. VG condition, $49.99. The jacket's actually not bad, $49.99. Next is Brent Robley on Albert King, sold. Stacy's back in at $22. Blaine on Bro. Bro was for what? And then David V on Beatles, you were next, and Brent on Hank Williams. That's really cool. Thomas Hujar second. Metallica magazine is sold for $40 to Stacy Brown. That is sold. That one is gone. So we're going to try to keep a Kiss going and then another one going at some point. Let's go ahead and do this one. Def Leppard, Hit Parader. Def Leppard, Life at the Top. Also articles about Stryper, Metallica, Kiss, Wasp, Rush, Poison, Bon Jovi, Megadeth, Aerosmith, Whitesnake, and Guns N' Roses, David Lee Roth, Lizzie Borden. That's going to go up for a $10 star. Hit Parader, Def Leppard with Joe Elliott there on the cover, $10 start on that. The high bid on Iron Maiden is a final call to David Tate. Matthew Sherrick has it for $55. Matthew Sherrick has it for $55. Brent got Hank. Thomas was second. Tim Graham third. Now Hit Parader's at $24. And these are sticker price. Yes, so many great stuff in here. This crate should have sold out. Got to make sure everybody's awake. Got to make sure everybody's paying attention. This crate should have sold out. Should be nothing left on here. Now, we have, yes, going for the one. We have Arcadia. We got April Wine. We got James Taylor. We got Three Dog Night. We got Myrma Kershaw, Traffic, Toto, Steve Howe, Chicago, Ted Nugent, Steppenwolf. Somebody asked what the Pet Sounds. This is a reissue of Pet Sounds. It's a double pack with Carl and the Passions, and it is a mono cut. It is a mono cut. Over here, we got Bob Dylan. Let me check the label on Dylan. He's VG Plus, a top loader, of course. It's on a second label. It's a nice 70s press. It's in VG Plus condition for $29.99. VG Plus for $29.99. Over here, so that is in mono, just FYI. A pretty desired copy, too. Ron Burns on Ambroy Dukes. Also, Steve Martin, Neil Young, Cowboy Copas, Meatloaf, Jeff Beck, Annette, ZZ Top, and the Birds. The April Wine, Mr. Bryan, was Power Play. It's in VG Plus condition, $14.99. Now, we have Hit Parader at $24. Stacy's out. Final call to Phil Elliott for $24. Iron Maiden has a bid for $58. Ron Burns got the Ambroy Dukes. Let's go ahead and tag that for him. That was right in here. I feel like I've already pulled it. Did I already pull that for you? I've already pulled that for him. Never mind. I have. And then over here, we have Joe. Patty's in on Def Leppard at $10. Going once, going twice. And then Ron Burns on SW. SW for Ron Burns was Steppenwolf. That is so to Ron Burns. And now the Pet Sounds was 60. Let me look that up again. Where is it is $64.99. Def Leppard has another bid for 10. Robert Warner gets the Bob Dylan, which was Blonde on Blonde. That's so to Robert. Nick's out on Iron Maiden. Now Iron Maiden's at 60. What genre? And Brian Call says he'll take this. Let's take another look at Iron Maiden. Iron Maiden is a 1980 U.S. original Jacksonville. VG condition. OG Jacksonville Harvest. OG Jacksonville Harvest. VG vinyl. The cover's not bad whatsoever. The last bid was Matthew Sherrick at $60. Matthew Sherrick at $60. Now the Def Leppard magazine, 12, and now 15. And now the Hit Parader with Paul Stanley on the cover. That is, in fact, sold to Phil Elliott for $24. That is sold. Let's move that back there. And now the next one I have for us is going to go up, and this is Super Teen Special. Takes an inside look at Kiss. And that's going to go up for a $10 start. Kiss magazine, $10 start on that. Anybody else? Great stuff. If not, I'm moving right along to some other more new stuff. What genre is Annette? Annette was like a pop female vocalist. She was associated with Disney, Vista. She's Annette Fucinito, something like that. It's a Walt Disney record. She was kind of like a teen female pop vocalist. Pop, 60s pop stuff from the 60s, Disney related. Def Leppard is 15, and then Patrick Fu does want the Beach Boys. I'll make sure Robert Barnett and the Barnetts doesn't want it. If not, Patrick, I'll sell it to you. Now, Def Leppard's at 18, Kiss is at 10, and when I come back, I'm selling Iron Maiden for 60. All right, that was our first pre-owned crate of the night. Sold a bunch out of there, and we need to sell some more. We'll show them again maybe another time. But right now, I'm going to go over here to some other more new stuff. There is still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 crates of new vinyl to go through. Let's go through this one that only looks like it's about half full. Let's go through this one right here that looks like it's about half full. That way we can go through that one quick, fast, effectively, efficiently, and we can go ahead and go through some more pre-owned. We have over here Fucinello. Thank you. Fucintino. We have Def Leppard at 15. Patrick Fu does get the Beach Boys, $64.99. Laura is delivering the rest of the auctions. Def Leppard 18. Kiss has a bid for 10. William passes. Fincello, Kiss 10. Also over here, we have this and this and this and this and this and this and this. Okay, so there was no other bids on Iron Maiden. It is sold to Matthew Sherrick for $60. Thank you, Matthew. That is sold to you. Now, over here, Def Leppard magazine is at 20. Matthew has that at 20, and Stacy has the Def Leppard magazine at 20, and the Kiss magazine is at 11 with Matthew Sherrick. Super Teen Special, that's at $11. Next thing I have over here is Bullet Boys, 10-cent billionaire. There's actually quite a lot of waiting lists for this. Let's look it up right quick. Bullet Boys, there is a waiting list. These are $34.99. First person is Solarplex Studios. Let's give one to Solarplex Studios. And then the next waiting list is Alonzo Breezy Brinsnow Jr. Thank you, Alonzo Breezy Brinsnow Jr. And then who else needs one? That's it. So I have 2 people on a waiting list. Bullet Boys is $34.99. We have 1, 2. Those are sold and sold. Those are gone. And I have 2, 4, 6 more left. Bullet Boys, $34.99. Next comment was final call on Def Leppard for 20. We have also over here Def Leppard at 22. That's a new bid as well. Just up and on, what Kiss stuff do you have? We have about 150 Kiss items, probably magazines and paper-related stuff. They're all going up for auction one at a time. We started about 2 hours ago with them. There's about 8 hours left. Hope everybody's ready to bid. Now Kiss is at 15. Now Bullet Boys is sold to Dan Triaga. Now we also have 2 copies here of Fallujah, Zenithaf, red and black swirl. This is $29.99. Fallujah, Zenithaf, $29.99 on that. And I've got 3 copies of Lamb of God, New American Gospel, limited edition, clear black with white and gold splatter. Lamb of God is $39.99. Now Kiss is at $17. Now she's out on Def Leppard. And that's Stacy. That means Patty has it, and Patty has that for $22. We're about to sell it. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Holy moly, what am I doing? It's a 1986 USOG original SRC pressing. It's a VG Plus copy of Iron Maiden Somewhere in Time. This is going to go up for a $45 start. $45 start, Iron Maiden Somewhere in Time. There is the disc. There's the original on her sleeve. This is OG Maiden, folks. Somewhere in Time, 1986. A $45 start on that. Back up the top, we sold a Bullet Boys. Price and condition of Annette for Tracy Songer. Annette at Bikini Beach was in VG Plus condition, $29.99. It's got the Gatefold 2 LP, song from the international film Bikini Beach Party. VG Plus Tracy, $29.99. We sold a Bullet Boys. We have Def Leppard out. Kiss has a bid for 17. Justin Deckelman Sr. on Fallujah. That's sold to Justin Deckelman Sr. Justin Deckelman Sr. So is that the same Justin Deckelman on Facebook, on YouTube? Kiss is at 19, Iron Maiden 45, Iron Maiden 55, and over here we got Volcano, and Volcano's called Bloody Vengeance. It's $39.99. It's on purple vinyl. Tracy does take the Annette Beach Party. That is sold to Tracy. Thank you on that, Tracy. Now Kiss has a new bid for 18. Let's go ahead and sell the Hit Parader magazine with Def Leppard on the cover. That is sold, and we can sell that confidently to Patty Williams for $22. Thank you, Patty. That's sold to you. Next one I have over here is what? Oh, my gosh. Look at all these. There he is. Hit Parader, January 1984, Eddie Van Halen on the cover with his iconic guitar there. Wow. Take a look at that. That is going to go up for a $10 star. Voted #1 rock act in America, Van Halen, Hit Parader. That's now up for bid, $10 start. Over here is the Kiss magazine. That's at $21. Iron Maiden's at $56. Next thing I have here is Warbringer. Warbringer is Worlds Torn Asunder. That's $39.99. Warbringer, limited edition of 500 on blue vinyl. $39.99 on Warbringer. I've got 3 copies of Screw, dusted. Screw is $38.99. Texas Industrial Metal, thick guitar chugging. That separates the group from the lesser mid-90s industrial metal outfits is what the hop sticker reads. That is $38.99. And we got 2 copies here, and this is $29.99 of Burning Witches, X and Hammer. Burning Witches, X and Hammer, translucent blue vinyl, $29.99. Chad needs something to drink. Hopefully I have a little bit more Diet Coke left over here from Chick-fil-A. Just enough. I'm going to have to go probably up front in just a second and fix my purple juice. I didn't fix it tonight. Okay, so right now we got this, and this up for bid. First thing I have is sold. We have Kiss 18, Kiss 21, Iron Maiden 60, Iron Maiden 60, Kiss 22, Eddie Van Halen 11, Eddie Van Halen, 10, 10, 10, 11, 10, 15, 10, 10, 15, 10. And now Ed Riviera on BW. That's for Burning Witch. That's sold to Ed Riviera. Van Halen 16, 20, Iron Maiden 62, and Kenny Stanley on Burning Witch. So both Burning Witches are sold. Next thing I have is Nasty Savage, $59.99. This is an import only. Nasty Savage, $59.99. Van Halen magazine, $25 of Corey Ross, now $35. Now Kiss is at $25. Now Iron Maiden's at $62. Wow. That was all new metal stuff in here. It was supposed to come in yesterday. I got screwed. But here it is now. If anybody else wants anything in here, this is all new metal deliveries that I had specifically hoped it would show up tomorrow. We've got them right here. The first thing is Bullet Boys Billionaire and other stuff. There's other stuff as well. Bullet Boys is $34.99, limited edition $350. Also, we have Fallujah. We sold one. There's one left.
Zenithal, $29.99. Now, was that Justin Deckelman the same? He never did say yes. Who is Justin Deckelman Sr.? Is that the same on YouTube as it is usually on Facebook? We sold one too. Lamb of God, New American Gospel, clear black, white, and gold splatter, $39.99. We got Volcano, Bloody Vengeance for $39.99. And over here is Warbringer, Worlds Torn Asunder. Warbringer is $39.99. Screw is $38.99 dusted. We've got a couple of those. And then Nasty Savage, which is a tough OG to find, $59.99. Kiss is at $26. Van Halen's at $50. Hammers up on Iron Maiden. OG, VG Plus copy. MT Matt has it for $62. We are about to sell it. Just FYI. Hope you're ready. If you're not ready, be ready. Hope you're ready. If not, be sure you're ready. Hopefully you're ready. If not, be ready. Hopefully you're ready. Let's go ahead and put this up right here. There's already been about 300 requests. Okay? Hopefully there's been about 300 requests. This is David Bowie, Superman and Space Oddity 7-inch picture disc. It's going to go up for a $10 start. David Bowie, $10 start on that. That's now up for bid. Let me go grab another new crate. Anybody else had anything in here? We have Lamb of God, Buddy Cordova. Now, Buddy, you don't have to put the price when you're buying out of here. Mostly, yeah. Yeah, you can just leave it up here. Thank you. I may not auction it all. We may price some eventually. Okay, so Buddy Cordova, thank you. Now, Buddy, I need you to say yes, first-time buyer. Yes, first-time buyer, okay? And then contact our page. I need your email address and mailing address. Email address and mailing address. Thank you, Buddy Cordova. Now, let's update the magazines. Corey has that at 60. Kiss is still getting bids. It's at 29. And then I don't think there was another bid on Iron Maiden. I'm going to double check when I come back. Let's go ahead and swap out crates over here. Let's go ahead and knock out another one. Actually, you know what? Let's go ahead and do one of these right over here. Let's go ahead and do one of these right over here. Let's do this one right here. This could be very interesting. Let's do this one right here. Let's see here. Give me 1 second. Okay, here we go. 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 All right, Buddy's a first-time buyer. Thank you, Buddy. Make sure you message our Facebook page. I need your email address and mailing address. David Bowie's already at 90. That took off like a rocket ship. Nobody else bid on Iron Maiden, right? Sold to MT Matt. Thank you, MT Matt. That sold to you for $62. That is gone and sold to MT Matt. Bowie, 90. Bowie, 95. And now we have Kiss. The last bid on that, I think I said, was 29 with Phil Elliott. And now Matthew's out. Phil Elliott gets that for $29. The last thing I think I said on Van Halen was 70 with Tim Graham. 70 with Tim Graham. That's at $70. And now over here is Bowie. Bowie's at 110 with Kelly Vlodderchek. Next auction is going to go up right now. It's going to be an LP. And the next LP I have going up for auction at this moment, without any further delay, is the Cult. The Cult She Sells Sanctuary, Howling Mix and 12-inch mix, VG Plus condition, and we're going to start that at just $5. The Cult, $5 on that. Let's go through some vintage records right quick, very quickly. First thing I have is Gary Puck and the Union Gap featuring Young Girl, $9.99 on that. Live and More, Donna Summer. No condition notes on any of these, and these are buy it now, best offer. These are buy it now, best offer, $14.99. So we got Gary Puckett, we got Donna Summer, we got Air Supply, Lost in Love for $9.99, buy it now or best offer. We have Cat Stevens, Is It So? Cat Stevens is $14.99. Harry Nilsson, Aerial Ballet, $29.99. Nilsson, Orange RCA label, $29.99 on that. And then Ted Nugent and Ambroy Dukes, Call the Wild, $29.99. Also, the Roy Orbison Way, $24.99. The Moody Blues, Every Good Boy Deserves Favor. That is $24.99. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. I left off by saying Eddie Van Halen was at 70. Bowie got a bid for 105, 105, 110, 115, 125, 130. Eddie Van Halen, $80. Tim Graham, you've been outbid. Colt 10, Colt 5, Colt 5, Colt 5, Colt 5, Colt 5, Colt 5, Colt 5. Bowie, 136. David Bowie, 150. The Colt 13. The Colt 5. Brad Miller on Air Supply. Nice. That is sold to Brad Miller. That's so to him. And then Colt out, Bowie out, Colt 15, Colt 11, Colt 15. Next thing is the best of Cliff Richard. $14.99 for the best of Cliff Richard. Rascals, in retrospect, a greatest hits. That is $19.99. And Savoy Brown, a step further. Savoy is $19.99, and the Turtles Golden Hits is $12.99. Hit Parader, $105 of Tim Graham, going once, going twice. The David Bowie, the last bid that came in was Cynthia Herdron at $150. Superman and Space Oddity. The Colt is still getting bids 15, 18, 16, 18, 20, 20, 18, 18, 20, 20, 18. Chris Gardner has it first at $20. Next is Wings, Good Night Tonight. $14.99. Bowie has another $150 bid with George Samberez. An 87 UK to Powell. Bridge of Spies to Powell is $19.99. Now the Colts at $22. Now the Van Halen magazine. Corey Ross, it's up to you. It's at $105. Going once, going twice. Zappa in New York. It has got a promo sticker. It's a 2LP. $39.99. Now Bowie's at $160. Now the Turtles. Robin Glenn said 10. Turtles sold for 10 to Robin Glenn. Sold. Chris Gardner has Colt at 23. Amanda Darby on Tapau. Tapau. That is sold. And then over here is Alabama Mountain Music. Alabama $14.99. Van Halen has a new bid for $110. Cynthia's out on David Bowie. Final call to George Samberez for $160. Cliff Richard's at $9. Best of Cliff Richard. That is sold to Chris Bachek for $9. Also, BG's Idea. $19.99 for BG's Idea. Van Morrison, Inarticulate Speech of the Heart. Gold Stamp Promo, Near Mint, $34.99 for Van Morrison. Leon Redbone, On the Track, $19.99. And here is Greenbelt Live. Original soundtrack recording. Green vinyl with insert and poster, $24.99. Kiss. Next magazine. Teen Machine. Kiss. All exciting color pinups. Strikes Back. I've never seen that one. $10 start. Of course, there's a lot of them I probably hadn't seen. Kiss, $10 start. Van Halen, $125. Now, David Bowie is sold to George Samberez for $160. Thank you, George. That is so to you. If anybody else wants in, or if anybody has an auction request, is what I was about to say, just let me know. I'm about to slip in something else over here. We've already got our 2 magazines. I'm going to try to keep a 12-inch or LP up, and then we've got other stuff to sell as well. Michael Rudolph, Alabama, is sold to you for $10. Kiss, $15. Kiss, $25. Next is Cowboy in Sweden. A 1970 Swedish press, $34.99. Kiss, $25. Kiss, $10. Colt is at $26. Van Halen's between Tim Graham and Corey Ross. Tim has it for $1.25. He has it for $1.25. We have a request for Green Jelly. We got RO at $6.99. RO for $6.99. Roy Orbison. Sandra, we are way too far apart on that one. That one was marked $24.99. We have Captain to the Deal, Keeping Our Love Warm, $9.99. I will sell you Roy for $20 if you want it. And ZZ Top Eliminator, $34.99. George Samberez would like to pay for this David Bowie picture disc and send it to Kelly Vlodarchek, okay? Send that to Kelly Vlodarchek. Kiss is at $35, the Colts at $27, Eddie Van Halen's at $126, and the best of the Cadillacs. The best of the Cadillacs is $14.99, and we have Loretta Lynn, I Remember Patsy, $12.99. Also, we have Jimmy Reed, Big Boss Man, that is $39.99. Kiss is at $35. And Colts at $27. Van Halen's at $126. Kiss is out and Colts out. Let's go ahead and try to find that Green Jelly. Green Jelly. Let's see what we got going over here with Green Jelly. Soundgarden single, Oasis, Stooges, Garbage, Roy Orbison, Hendrix. That's just the ones I took pictures of. There's like 3,000 more. Green Jelly. Lazy ASS Destroyer, 570. Now, whatever this is here, let me see if I can peel this off. Somebody applied like a thank you sticker to this. Maybe has something to do with the label. I'm not for sure, but Green Jelly's up for bid, and this is a $7 start, okay? Green Jelly, that's going to go up for a $7 start. Green Jelly. All right, there's that. Next thing we have. Holy moly, look at all this stuff. I can't look away for any second or the feed's just going to get destroyed. Van Halen, 126. Over here, we got Lucas Hanaft on Hazelwood. Was that for the Cowboy in Sweden? Lee Hazelwood, yes. That's so to Lucas Hanoff. Thank you. Over here, Van Halen, 135. Michael Rudolph said he did Cadillac. You bought me a Cadillac? Jack Klompus. That's sold to him, to Michael Rudolph for $10. David V., you're second. David offered more. I've already sold it to Michael. Kiss, 37. Do I have any copy of the single soundtrack? There actually may be some coming up tonight. Give me 1 second. I don't really know. What was the Van Morrison? Van Morrison was Inarticulate Speech of the Heart. It is a gold stamp promo, $34.99. Kiss is at 40. The Colts at 30. Green Jelly, 10, 7, 10, 7, 7, 15, 12, 15, 7. And we have Green Jelly at 16. We've got Evita for $19.99. Brian wanted, is that a claim in here, Brian? Or did I miss something? Maybe not. I guess not. Okay, and then we have next, we got Green Jelly at 16. How much was ZZ Top? $34.99. Also over here, we have Green Jelly 20, Green Jelly 25. We have an offer on Van Halen. We got Green Jelly, we got Kiss, and we got Colt, and we got Van Halen. So first is George Jones on Van Morrison. That's sold to him. And now we have Van Halen. Van Halen, the last bid on that magazine, Corey's out, it's sold to Tim Graham. Thank you, Tim. That's sold to you. What a cool piece. That's sold to you for $135. Thank you, Tim Graham. That is sold to you. Now, over here, we got this Kiss magazine at $45. And then Green Jelly. Green Jelly over here. Green Jelly is at $30 of Chris Frazier. The last bid on the Colt single that came in, Colt, C-U-L-T. JK has it for $30. That's Gianronco Corcavoco over on Facebook. JK on Facebook has it for $30. Kiss is still getting bids. Our next magazine is probably going to come out of this stack over here. Holy moly, look at all these great ones I have. There he is. Hit Parader. Led Zeppelin, January 1979. Robert Plant there on the cover with the rest of the band in the background. Page, bottom, John Paul Jones. It mentions Kiss. It mentions Journey. It mentions ELO. And that's going to go up for a $10 start. And based on that, it looks like they're playing. That looks like Black Dog they're playing. Looks like Black Dog they're playing. Just a guess, but that's what it looks like. Okay, and then we have Kiss at 47. We got Green Jelly at 31, and we got Kiss at 50. Now, who asked first about ZZ Top? First person who asked about ZZ Top was Chris Frazier. Chris, this is up to you. If not, there is a standing offer for $28, which is looking very tempting. All right, Kiss is at 50. Green Jelly, 31. And now the Colt, unless there's a new bid, hammers up. It's a final call for $30. Next is Rubber Soul, a 2012 pressing, $29.99. What was the Rascals from earlier? Rascals, in retrospect, a selection of greatest recordings like Good Lovin' and Groovin' Down a Crowded Avenue, $19.99. Cecil Grosskopf, you get ZZ Top for $28. And here is the Kiss magazine, Teen Machine, January. There it is. Kiss strikes back. Green Jelly has two $32 bids. Kiss is at $52. Elvis, Separate Ways. Elvis is $9.99. Frank Zappa Studio Tan is $39.99. Savoy Brown, Looking In. Always a cool cover. Why does this thing feel so heavy? Savoy Brown is $19.99. Looking In on Savoy. We got Frank Sinatra and Count Basie. It might as well be Swing. That is $14.99. The Commodore's Greatest Hits. Easy Like Sunday Morning. She's a Brick House. 3 Times a Lady, $12.99. And the Moody Blues is $14.99. All right, the Colt is sold to JK for $30. Thank you. Led Zeppelin has one bid for $10 with Susie. Final call. The Hit Parader of Zeppelin on the cover. Final call. And now Green Jelly's at $33. Final call. Kiss is still getting bids. $54. Amazing Rhythm Aces is $12.99. Dean Martin's Greatest Hits is $9.99. We got Yes Shows, $34.99 for Yes Shows. Great, 2 LP there, live, yes. Tom Moran said he'll take the Roy Orbison for $20. That's sold to Tom Moran for $20. Joe Farrell on the Commodores. That's sold to Gerald Farrell. Commodores, Scully, then David, then Robin. Now Led Zeppelin at $14. And Walk Don't Run, Volume 2, The Ventures. That's $14.99. And we got Doug Kershaw for $19.99. Green Jelly is sold to Chris Frazier for $33. Kiss is still getting bids. Kiss is at $56. Green Jelly is already sold. Now, next thing is going to go up right now. It's another LP. And the next LP I have for you is the following. Madonna, Like a Prayer. This is a... Oh, man, never mind. It's got a pressing defect. We won't do that one right now. Let's do David Lee Roth, Skyscraper. David Lee Roth is an 88 U.S. Specialty original with the original on her sleeve. It's VG Plus, mostly side B. The other side is in better condition. Roth is a $15 start. And then Roy Orbison was $24.99. I already told somebody I would take 20, and I'm assuming that's what you wanted it for. If not, let me know. It was 24. I already told somebody 20. Kiss 56, Kiss 58. Led Zeppelin's at 18, Led Zeppelin 20. And now over here, we have the next question was Moody Blues, how much? Well, the most recent one, Seventh Sojourn, was $14.99. Back here in the back, I think I had another one as well. Every Good Boy Deserves Favor was $24.99. Here is Steve Winwood Chronicle, an amazing compilation, 2LP, $29.99. And then, whoops, I accidentally grabbed 3 records. And then Tony Joe White is $34.99. Also have Maddox Brothers Rose for $19.99, and Animotion was $34.99. David Lee Roth has bids for $16 and now $15, and now the Kiss magazine. Phil Elliott's out. This is sold to Calvin Ward for $58. Led Zeppelin is at Led Zeppelin's at $225 with Susie Breedlove. Wow. And now David Lee Roth already got 3 $15 bids. John Durden's at $16. That's where we're at there. Our next Kiss magazine is going to go up right now. This is Kiss in Picks. Teen Machine. $10 start on that. Kiss is up for a $10 start. Next is David Lee Roth, 19. Blaine says he wants the Moody Blues. That was $14.99. Natasha, I'll put that Madonna up in just a second. It will still play. It just has a skip on track 1. Give me 1 second. Blaine got that one right there. All right. Susie meant to bid 25. Dang it. She meant to bid 25. Okay, so we're at 25 on that. Now, where are we on Kiss? It's a $10 start. David Lee Roth's at 19 with Corey Ross. 19 with Corey Ross. Now, anybody else on anything in here? Winwood, everything in here is Buy It Now Best Offer. This has Solo Career, Spencer Davis. It has Traffic. It has Blind Faith. It is $29.99. It's called Winwood. Everything in here is Buy It Now Best Offer. We got Winwood. We got Animotion. It is a full album. Yes, $34.99. Everything in here is Buy It Now Best Offer. Maddox Brothers Rose. Tony Joe White. Doug Kershaw. The Ventures. Yes. Dean Martin. Amazing Rhythm Aces. Frank Sinatra. Count Basie. Savoy Brown. Frank Zappa. Elvis. Rascals. Rubber Soul by the Beatles. Evita. Jimmy Reed. Loretta Lynn. Captain and Tennille. Greenbelt Live. Leon Redrome. Beejos. How about BGs? How about Zappa? Wings. Savoy Brown, Moody Blues, Ted Nugent, Harry Nilsson, Cat Stevens, Donna Summer, and Gary Puckett over here. Steve Winwood is sold to Travis Woods for $25. Over here, this Kiss magazine does not have a bid. I'm about to make it a buy it now. No one has bid on this one. I'm looking for a $10 start. Unbelievable, right? Now Led Zeppelin back there is at 30. Final call with Susie Breedlove. Catherine still bidding. Catherine said out. Phil said out. Final call. Nobody else has bid on David Lee Roth since Corey bid 19. I'm about to sell that for 19. What Wings? Good Night Tonight disco single. That is $14.99. Too Fast. What Dean Martin? Dean Martin right here is Greatest Hits Volume 1. Dean Martin is $9.99. That was that. Next was the Loretta title. The Loretta Lynn title was I Remember Patsy Cline. That is $12.99. And Now Kiss 10. 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 How much was Loretta? $12.99. Craig said hot. Now Moody Blues Souvenir. Suver. How about Every Good Boy Deserves Favor? Is that what you're trying to do? Maybe Favor. And Blaine, I'll go ahead and sell that to you for $20. Now Kiss 12. How much are the Savoy Browns? Just getting on. There is a Savoy Brown in here, right here. It's called Looking In. It's $19.99. The other Savoy Brown that was in here was a step further. It's also $19.99. Now, over here, we got Kiss at 12. We got Kiss at 15, Kiss at 15. Thomas, I'm going to sell you Animotion for $24. David V wants Dean Martin. Tom Moran says thanks, so I'm assuming he's passing. So that's sold to David V, 63. Billy Humphrey wants the Loretta Lynn. Let me make sure Alonzo doesn't want it. Now Kiss 15, Now Kiss 16. Now Led Zeppelin is sold to Susie Breedlove for $30. Don't you have a crush on him, Susie? I think Susie's got a crush on Robert Plant. That's sold to Susie for $30. I'm sure many other people do as well. We have Kiss at 15, Kiss at 16, and now over here we got David Lee Roth. Nobody else bid. That's sold for $19, and Roth is sold to Corey Ross for $19. That is sold. Let's put up another auction right quick. Next auction I have right now is Gene Simmons. Oh my gosh, what is going on? Gene Simmons. Make sure if you bid on this, you don't put Kiss, obviously, and you put Gene Simmons. Gene is a 78 USOG Terre Haute. It has the original on her sleeve. It has the poster. It has a merch form, and it's in shrink. It is an EX condition, and it is going to go up for a $40 start. Now, first of all, Gene, the vinyl's really nice. It's in EX or better condition. It does have the poster with it. Gene does have the poster with it. Very, very cool. And then over here is the merch insert. Very, very cool. Nice, crisp. No creases, no folds, anything like that. And then here's the inner sleeve. Now, Gene was a cutout record, and it looks like it got resealed. So Gene was a cutout record, and it looks like it was resealed because the shrink is over the cutout mark. So definitely something that was in the delete or discount or cutout bin, but at some point it got resealed for super savings. So it was opened and then it was probably a cutout record that got, like I said, resealed. But it is in shrink and everything's beautiful and complete. So pretty cool. And Gene is going to go up for a $40 start. 40. That has been reshrunk, but it's vintage. Looks like a vintage reshrinking, if that makes sense. Now over here we have what Sinatra. The Sinatra was Sinatra and Count Basie. It might as well be Swing. It's also in shrink. No condition notes. Melinda, $14.99. Kiss out, Kiss 22. Alonzo does get Loretta. Did I hear a Ted Nugent? No, you did not on that. And Gene's a $40 start. It is a complete OG copy of Terre Haute with poster, merch, inner sleeve, complete, nice, $40 start. Kiss is at 22, and that's with Stacy Metternich. I think she may be the high bidder. Final call to Stacy for $22. The next magazine, hey, here's Axl Rose again. Oh boy, Guns N' Roses, live, $10 start. That is Axl Rose Circus Magazine, the #1 metal magazine, it says. Also mentioned Skid Row, Warren, Extreme, and Scorpions. $10 start on that. $10 start on that. She loves Led Zeppelin. My first shipment from Coletco arrived this week. I just unpacked it, all accounted for and expertly packaged. Regards to Coletco and crew. Thank you. A positive review in the chat from Hattori Hanzo. Thank you on that. I need some of y'all to go leave Facebook and Google reviews too. I need y'all to, some of y'all to leave these great comments. I need y'all to copy and paste that and go drop that over in Google and Facebook reviews. That would be great too. Kiss at 22 and then Kiss at 24, and the Savoy Browns are $19.99. Savoy Browns are $19.99. And then what was Jimmy Reed? If I read through this crate again, we're bound to sell everything in here. Jimmy Reed was Big Boss Man in shrink wrap. Nice for $39.99. Nice for $39.99. We have an offer on Sinatra. Who first asked about it? Melinda. We'll make sure Melinda doesn't want it. Melinda, there is an offer on Sinatra, just FYI. It is stickered for $14.99. Guns N' Roses, a.k.a. Axl, has a $10 start on it. Gene Simmons has an opening bid for $45. Steve McGee's out. Phil did bump the Kiss magazine. It's with Phil Elliott for $24. We're about to sell it. All right? I'm putting this crate right here behind me. Let's go get some more. We'll figure out who gets those last couple records. The Savoys are $19.99. We got more stuff right over here. Let's go ahead and grab it. What is next coming up righty now? Let's grab this crate right here and see what we have. Oh, boy. We still got about 5 crates of new vinyl to go through. Goodness gracious. A Hatchet Ed bin. We got Japanese out the yin yang. And what else do we have over here? We have Go For It, a Passing. All right, so Robert Barnett, you do get the Sinatra for $10, okay? That is sold to you for $10. Axl has a bid for $10. And still have a free T-shirt for leaving a positive review. Great. Yeah, I need to get everybody back on there. Although it really don't matter because, like, to me, I don't really pay a lot of attention because a lot of things that anybody's ever publicly, it's hard to get everybody to leave a positive review. And the people that I've had left bad reviews are the people I've blocked because they didn't pay for their orders. So it's really easy for it's the most difficult thing is for all the happy people to leave positive reviews. That's the hardest thing for a business to get. All right, so Kiss is sold to Phil Elliott for $24. That is sold, and then Axel has a bid for $11. Wow, the last one brought like 30, and he's bare chested in that one. That is at 11 with Corey Ross, and then Gene Simmons is still getting bids for 50. All right, what's the next Kiss item? How about we mix it up just slightly? And I'm sure these are supposed to have higher starts, but let's mix it up just slightly with Kiss, and let's do an original Asylum Tour book. An original tour book from the Asylum Tour. Everything's nice, clean, very cool pictures. There's the centerfold. There's Eric Carr. Very cool. There's Bruce. Nice condition. And we're going to put that up just like everything else for just a $10 starting bid. Kiss, the Asylum Tour book, $10 start on that. And now, final call on Axel and Gene Simmons is at $50. All right, we need a 45 as well. Where's all those 45s at? Holy moly. All right, let's do Soundgarden. Soundgarden is from that Telephantasm release. This is, I think, open. It is nice, though. And Soundgarden is going to go up for a $10 start. Soundgarden, Telephantasm, and Gun. That is up for bid. Soundgarden, a $10 start. Kiss has bids for 11, 15, 15, and now 30. First thing in here is Flotsam and Jetsam. My God, it is numbered to 100 on green splatter, and Flotsam may have a waiting list. Let's check it. Flotsam. The waiting list for Flotsam was Dan Triaga. Dan, I got you down for a Flotsam and Jetsam. This is on green vinyl. It's a 2 LP, $44.99. I'm going to give you number 15. I still got number 16 over here. Asylum's at 30. Soundgarden's at 10. Axl Rose just got one bid for $11. So did Corey Ross. Unbelievable. I figured that one would do more. Let's put that right over here. And now Gene Simmons. No other bids. Tony Mercado had it for 50. Steve McGee, I just got to make sure you're out. And now we already have a Kiss Asylum at $30 with Michael McVeigh. I have Flesh God Apocalypse Opera. Flesh God Apocalypse Opera is on copper and black marble vinyl, $29.99 on that. The Asylum Tour is at $40. Soundgarden's at $12. And I have Bootsy's Rubber Band. This boot's made for funkin'. Bootsy's Rubber Band is a limited edition 1500 on magenta colored vinyl with lyric insert from MOV. That is $34.99. And how about Exhumer? Exhumer, Possessed by Fire, $49.99. Exhumer, Possessed by Fire, $49.99. We have Asylum at $40. We're now at $45. And Steve McGee's out on Gene Simmons. Hammers up. Soundgarden's at $13. I got 3 copies of 3 Doors Down. 3 copies of 3 Doors Down. Greatest Hits. That's $34.99. And let's look up the waiting list for 3 Doors. The waiting list was Rydell Martin. Thank you, Rydell Martin. I got you down for a 3 Doors Down Greatest Hits. If anybody else wants one, let me know. This beautiful, complete OG, this is sold. And this is sold to, I believe, a new buyer. Have you bought from us before? Tori Mercado. Tori Mercado. If you're a first-time buyer, just say yes, first-time buyer, and we will get you registered, okay? We will get you registered. Asylum has a new bid for $45. I have not done that. Nope. It looks like we need a new magazine that's not Kiss. The other Kiss items up for bid right now. Soundgarden getting bids. Let's move that over there. We need a new magazine. Let's slip in that Hit Parader. And I still got right here. And I think I got some other Motley Crues as well, but this one's in very nice condition. 1987 Motley Crue, and that's now up for bid, a $10 start. Nice. Great condition, too. There's David Lee Roth and Steve Vai. There's a Quiet Riot guy. There's the Queen's Rock centerfold. Very cool. These will be a flashback to y'all's past when you get some of these in the mail. Amazing. $10 start on that. Okay, a first-time buyer. So, Tony, welcome to Collectco. We've been live streaming here since 2019. I now do it 7 nights a week. I'm here at least 6 nights a week, 8 hours a night. We sell records and music memorabilia collectibles. Some nights on a Sunday, you might catch me also selling coins and knives. We do $8 in limited shipping. It's an open box all week. Now, you're buying for the first time on a Friday, so anything, looks like you're a Kiss collector. Anything else you're buying tonight or tomorrow will be combined $8 in limited shipping, and that's for everybody. Some people started buying last Sunday with Paul. and then they bought on Monday. Then they bought on Tuesday, Wednesday, last night, tonight, and they'll be buying again tomorrow. Everything combines for $8 limited shipping. So if y'all buy 20 KISS magazines tonight, they will all ship for $8. If you buy one, it's $8. If you buy 10 magazines and 100 records, they'll all ship for $8. If you're on Facebook, we need your email address and mailing address. If you're on YouTube and you don't have a Facebook, fill out the first-time buyer form. Link is in the description of this video. And if you're on Facebook, you can fill out the form too if you don't want to send us a Facebook Messenger. Just to invoice you on Monday, we got to have that information. We got to have that information. And I'd like to welcome all of our first-time buyers. We've got some great ones tonight so far. Some of our longest customers are watching. And I posted about KISS, and it's brought out KISS Army. It always does. Anything KISS is going to bring out the KISS Army. I love it. Now, let's go back over here and see what's going on. We have we had the Asylum book at $45 of Michael McVeigh. That's a final call. Now, the Soundgarden, the last bid was Brandon Lack at $13. It's Soundgarden to Telephantasm gun. And Brandon had that for $13. Final call. Cabaret Voltaire. I have that from last night. And then Tony's the first time. Motley Crue 10, Motley Crue 10, Motley Crue 15, Motley Crue 17. Final call on Motley Crue for Rob and Glenn, $17. Final call on Asylum Tour book for $45. And now Soundgarden is definitely, without a doubt, a final call. Brandon Lack, $13. Next is Mayhem. And this is live in Sky or Ski, $36.99. Mayhem, $36.99. I've got 3 of those. And check this out. It's hard to get anything by them. This was in stock. I couldn't believe it. Kill Switch Engage, alive or just breathing. Kill Switch Engage is $33.99. And then Clay says I was bid first at $45. We have a tie on the KISS. Michael McVeigh, you bid $45, but Clay Moore already bid $45. He said he was in first, and he was. So, Michael, you are actually outbid. So, we need a higher bid than that for $45. Just saying. Now, Motley Crue 19. Now, Motley Crue 20. Sean Fairweather. There's Sean. He's watching for his Mayhem. Thank you on that. And now, over here, we have Soundgarden sold for $13 to Brandon Lack. Now, KISS Asylum's at $46. Thank you on that. Kill Switch Engage. Kill Switch Engage is sold to Brandon Lack. All right, that's sold, and now Asylum has new bids, and now it has another new bid. So we need at least one more new LP going up for auction right now, and let's go ahead and do this right here. Now, Madonna, what happened with this one is it skips on track A. Everything else looks really nice. Maybe VG Plus or EX, maybe VG Plus on the rest of it. Yeah, let's just say it skips, and the rest of it looks closer to VG Plus. The more I looked at it, the lesser I was grading. Especially, I don't want anybody to get their hopes up because it does skip on track 1. We're going to do a quick auction on this, just a $1 start. $1 start on that. So, Kill Switch Engage. We sold 1 to Brandon Lack. KISS is at $50. Luke, your bid on Soundgarden came in late. Motley Crue 22. KISS is at $55. Motley Crue 25. Next is Blue Murder, Nothing But Trouble. Blue Murder is a 2 LP. They're 1993 metal classic, blue with black swirl, $54.99. $54.99. We got 3 copies of Iron Maiden, Power Slave. Iron Maiden is $33.99. $33.99. They're great on magazines like comic books. Yes, they grade magazines just like they do comics. It's a 10-point scale. CGC will certify and grade these and slab them. Yes, they're graded just like comics. 8.0, 9.2, 7.5s, 2.0s. Yes, they're graded on the same scale as comics. Color breaks, creases, tears, color brightness. It's a whole scale to grade those, yes. Natasha Pickett on Kill Switch Engage. Madonna has 1 bid for $5. Natasha gets a Kill Switch Engage. I've got a restock of Ozzy Scream. Now, this comes out today. We already have sold 65 copies. Those came in on Monday's show. We got our delivery on Monday. We've already sold 65 copies, and there was no waiting list. We sold out on the button with no waiting list. So if you don't have a copy of Ozzy Scream, this comes out Friday. Comes out today. We've already pre-sold our 65 copies. If anybody else wants an Aussie Scream, those are $38.99. I've got that many left, 3. Now, let's update this. Track 1 on Madonna skips. Just FYI, high bid is 117, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. What about Hick Parader of Motley Crue on the cover? The last bid on this that came in was Stacy Brown at 25, and she's had it for about 2 minutes, and we're about to sell it to her for 25. Michael McVeigh wants Aussie. First time this has been reissued individually since it originally came out, and it was only released in European version. Just saying. Now, are we done on the Kiss? This has gotten a lot of bids. I figured the tour books would. The last bid on this that came in was Clay Moore at $55. Clay Moore still has this at $55. I'm about to sell it. David V also wants an Aussie. Now there's one Aussie. Now Jeremy Rourke wants an Aussie. Now Aussies are gone. Does anybody else want an Aussie Scream? It'll be a waiting list, and they'll be back in next week. I don't have any more. Now Motley Crue 27. Now Motley Crue 30. Now Phil Elliott, you've been outbid. Now, what about Madonna? Jeremy Rourke has that for 12. Next thing in here is Gruesome. Silent Echoes. Gruesome's $33.99, and that's on swamp green vinyl. Here we have Black Magic Rituals and Perversions. Electric Wizard presents Volume 1. This is on colored vinyl. She is completely nude on the cover. Black Magic Rituals and Perversions by Electric Wizard is $36.99. I've got 3 copies available if anybody wants that. Let's read through those again. Does anybody want on the waiting list for Aussie? I'm going to be ordering more anyway. Stacy, you get Motley Crue for 30. Congratulations. I know you've been waiting for that one. Phil said out. Boom, it's sold. I hope we're done on Kiss. Hammers up. No one else has bid, but no one else has said out. Claymore has it for $55. I'm about to sell it. Here's what's left in here. Flotsam and Jetsam, My God, numbered to 100. Green Splatter, $44.99. Flesh God Apocalypse, $29.99. Also, we have Bootsy's Rubber Band for $34. Also, Exhumer, Possessed by Fire, $49. We have Three Doors Down's Greatest Hits for $34. Mayhem was $36. Killswitch Engage was $33. Also, Blue Murder, $54.99. I personally enjoyed that Electric Wizard album. When it came out originally a while back, whenever it was, I was listening to it, I was like, wow, this is actually pretty good. We have Iron Maiden Power Slave, $33.99. Gruesome's $33. And there's your dose of nightly nudity. That's all you get to see. You can see it all you want if you want to buy it for $36.99. Clay, there was 2 other people bidding that I never did see out from, so I'm going to go ahead and sell this to you. Make sure if you're done bidding, you say out. That way I don't think I've lost you in the connection. Clay, thank you. That's sold to you for $55, okay? Now, let's move over here with Madonna. I'm going to go ahead and take this stack of sold stuff to the back, especially since we got so many little things tucked in there. I'm going to bring this right over here to the operations corner. Thanks, everybody, so far that has bought something tonight. And over here, we got this, and we got this. Let me move these out of the way. We're going to be selling a lot of miscellaneous stuff tonight and a whole lot of vinyl. That's why we call our private group over on Facebook Whole Lot of Records, because we're about to sell a whole lot of vinyl tonight. Over here, we have what? First thing is Madonna's 20. We got Charlie Buck on Exhumer. Thank you, Charlie Buck. He's a first-time buyer. I went through some 80s thrash playlist, and this is pretty much, we're lucky to have this in stock, just FYI. I researched a lot of 80s thrash stuff. Most of it's out of print or it's imports. Thank you, Charlie Buck. That's so to you. First-time buyer. I hope you've heard those instructions. Make sure you message our page. Power Slave is still available, $33.99. Sean Fairweather wants a Gruesome. Thank you, Sean Fairweather. Now my crate is really full, and the is death. Gruesome is death. Human, is it? Gruesome death metal is death. Is that Gruesome is death? This is Gruesome Silent Echo. Did I miss something there? Electric Wizard. I think it's on silver. It's on crystal meth. Crystal meth. There you go. Crystal meth colored vinyl. Wow. And then let's go ahead and swap out crates. Wow, we've already filled up 4 full crates tonight. And there's a lot more to get to, especially new metal stuff like that. All these 8 crates of new metal LPs was supposed to be here yesterday. So just saying. Over here, Electric Wizard. It's on crystal meth colored vinyl. Madonna is an OG copy. It skips on the first track. The high bid's Jeremy Rourke at $20. Final call on that. Matt Marco on Wants the Other Exhumer. That's sold, okay? Now, over here, Over here, we have, let me figure out what happened here. Next is Exumer, so to Matt Marco, and then Electric Wizards, $36.99. Joe Kolosky said he'll take one. That's so do you, Chad. Gruesome is a death worship band. Okay, never mind. And then Rafael Riviera on Power Slave. Okay, there you have it. I'm going to read through those one more time. Next auctions, right back to the magazines and stuff. We have Hit Parader with Ozzy on the cover. Very, very cool. And that's going to go up with Zach Wild, too. Zach Wild and Ozzy has a Motley Crue centerfold. This one has a little bit of a corner ding there, but there's the Motley Crue Vince Neil centerfold. It's attached. This is a little dog-eared. It can be flattened, but overall, very nice. There he is, the Prince of Darkness. $10 start on that. Rob Shaw wants an Electric Wizard. That is sold. And I've got one more left if anybody wants it. I've sold that very well. Let's go ahead and put up the next Kiss magazine. And this, I like the color of this one. TV Superstar, Kiss Fever. Why There's No Cure. This is going to go up for a $10 start. August, $10 start on Kiss magazine. And then there's Ozzy. And then over here. And then, yep, we need to rotate this, don't we? How about we move? Let's move Black Sabbath back over there and see what happens. Okay, so, oh man, great neck adjustment I just had right then. Holy moly. So what's going on? We have Electric Wizard. We got Gruesome, Iron Maiden, Blue Murder, Killswitch Engage, Mayhem, Three Doors Down, Bootsy, Flesh God, and Flotsam and Jetsam. That's what's left there. Let me do a little bit of sorting. Let me put the other stuff from the last crate in here. And the other stuff from the last crate was Nasty Savage, Screw, Warbringer, Volcano. And over here, so I can free up some crates, we have Volcano, Lamb of God, Fallujah, and Bullet Boy still left. That's 2 crates condensed into one. Let me set these empty crates right here. And then let me move this vintage stuff over here so I know what I've gone through. And same thing for this. That was the first crate of new vinyl, which was mostly, let me put that right there. Okay, which was mostly audiophile stuff. All right, so what else is going on? What year's the Kiss magazine? It's definitely from the 70s, Stacy. This would be... I'm sure somebody can tell us. What does that look like? 70. I'm going to say 76, 77. I'm going to say 77. That's going to be my guess. 77 is my guess. All right. And what was I about to do? All right, let's go through this other crate over here. 1980. I was off. 1980. I was off. I'm pretty good at guessing the 60s magazines. We had a bunch of those one night. I was on a streak. I was like 65, 66. Okay. We're going to go through this crate. Buy it now, best offer. First thing I need to do is update everything. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything. Electric Wizard, Ozzy 10. Kiss 30, Ozzy 15, Kiss 31, Ozzy 18, price on Blue Murder, and is it red color? Yes, Blue Murder, this has been a long out of print album. It came out last Friday. It's been long out of print. It's called Nothing But Trouble. It's on blue with black cat swirl. Blue with black cat swirl, $54.99. I've got 2 of them. Now, the next comment was Kiss 31, Ozzy 18, Ozzy 20. The Mayhem was a European Record Store Day release. We got a request for Keith Whitley, Ozzy 20, and then What Warbringer was that? I'm surprised those didn't sell earlier when I showed them. The Warbringer, they have very little in print. Warbringer was Worlds Torn Asunder, limited edition 500 blue vinyl. Warbringer is $39.99. $39.99 on Warbringer. That's also available. I'm going to put that over here as well in case y'all say I'll take them. All right, and then Ozzy 23. And we have the Kiss magazine at 108. And then over here, we have Kiss is at 33. So let's go first. Jeremy Rourke would probably love for me to sell this Madonna. So this is sold to him for $20. Thank you, Jeremy Rourke. Okay, so first thing is I got to fix my light here because it's shining in my face too much. Let me put it right there. Whew. I don't like these bright lights shining in my eyes all night. So first is Kiss Fever. The high bid on this is $33 with Phil Elliott. $33 with Phil Elliott. Very cool one there. Appears to be in very nice shape. And then here is the Hit Parader magazine from 1989 with Zakk Wylde and Ozzy on the cover. The last bid that came in on this was Susie Breedlove at $23. Warbringer is sold to Aaron Civic. Now I have one more for whoever asked, Charlie or anybody else. I have one more, and Tom Sullivan wants the other one. If y'all hadn't heard, all the metal, which is stuff I normally would have never ordered, first time ever ordering some of it, it all showed up today instead of yesterday for Thursday Metal Night. So we'll make sure Mr. Buck doesn't want this. If not, it's sold to Tom Sullivan, okay? Now we need more records to auction as well. So let's go over here to our LPs. And I think somebody, is there a Keith Whitley up for bid tonight? There is. Don't close your eyes. So this is the 1988 U.S. original. Now, there's a couple different ones. This is the one that's abridged that didn't have the tracks that was on the CD. It's an EX Plus condition, and Keith Whitley is going to go up for an $85 start. The ground is shaking, folks. Keith Whitley is going up for auction. 1980 US, very nice copy, $85 start. There he is. There it is. That's now up for bid. OG. The last Warbringer is sold to Tom Sullivan. Thank you. Let's go through this buy it now best offer. I'm about to put up another auction, which is going to be a 45. First thing I have here is Harry Nilsson, son of Schmilson, 1999. These are buy it now or best offer. A group called Smith. I love that. It's got the hop sticker. Baby, it's you. That's pretty cool. 1999. So just so everybody knows, we have so much John stuff. A lot of it that he's marked, I'm going to just try to go ahead and go through and buy it now best offer, even if they've never been shown before. I think that will expedite me going through them, and that will expedite selling them. Just saying. Ozzy has a new bid. You've been outbid, Susie. It's now at $25. It's now at $25. Okay, there's that. And then over here is Kiss. And Matthew Sherrick has it for $34. I haven't heard back from Phil Elliott. Next is Billy Ocean Love Zone. Billy Ocean is $9.99. Also, Gary Puckett and the Union Gap. That's $9.99. We have Wes Montgomery Trio Round Midnight, 1968 Riverside, $19.99 on Wes Montgomery. Over here is No Sound Light Dark. That looks unusual. It's a prog album, a white vinyl, a 2013 UK. That's $39.99. Keith Whitley has a bid for $85. Ozzy has a new bid for $27. And over here is Billy Ocean Love Zone. Didn't I just show one of those? We got two of them, Billy Ocean Love Zones. Nicholas Hollister said he will take one. Over here, we got Kiss at $36 with Phil Elliott and William APM on Trio, Wes Montgomery Trio. That's sold. Ozzy still getting bid. Chad, you're out. Keith Whitley has one bid for $85, final call. And then Stacy, Billy Ocean. Now, I just sold one Stacy for $9.99. If you want that one for $9.99 as well, just let me know. Keith Whitley's at $90. Wes Montgomery's already sold Jared. Now Ozzy, $28. Now Kiss is at $37. Donna, I've already sold Wes Montgomery. We got Donna Summer, Once Upon a Time. Donna Summer is $14.99. Michael Pender, The Promise. Michael Pender is $14.99. Air Supply, the one that you love. Air Supply is $9.99. Nielsen Sings Newman for $19.99. And we have Ted Nugent, Penetrator. Ted Nugent's $14.99. Penetrator, Atlantic Records on that. Also, Roy Orbison, Laminar Flow for $29.99. And Elvis, the TV record. This was not sold in stores. This really just sold through TV, $29.99. Stacy says she'll go ahead and take it. All right, so both Billy Oceans are sold. Now, Kiss is still getting bids. It's at $39. Gregory has Keith Whitley at $100. So Keith Whitley's at $100. Kiss is at $39. The Ozzy magazine's at $30. Chad Sauls, it's back to you. Let's go ahead and put up another single. Jim B wants to bid on Mac DeMarco. All right, let's see what we got over here. The Wonderful World of the Mac DeMarco 7-inch Club. Holy moly, what do we have here, Mr. Jim B? The Wonderful World of the Mac DeMarco 7-inch Club. A 2015 U.S. original. This is the Mac DeMarco 7-inch Club. 10 7-inch singles, various colors with cassette, balloons, stickers, tattoos, and even a condom. even a condom. Some of these have sold for as much as $317. We're going to put this one up for $155. Matt DeMarco is going to go up for $155 start. 7-inch club, 7-inch singles. That is now going up for $155 on that. Keith Whitley, 100. Keith Whitley, 105. Keith Whitley, 110. Bob Reiger said Smith, $10. And Smith was a group called Smith, maybe, Bob. If you want that, I'll do it for 15. Stacy Brown gets Air Supply. That is sold to Stacy. And now over here, we have Ozzy. And the last bid, Chad, went out. This is sold to Susie Breedlove for 30. Are we done on Kiss? The last bid that came in on the Kiss magazine was Matthew Sherrick at 40. You have been outbid. Joe Ailey at 155 on Matt DeMarco. Next thing is the Wizard of Oz, Judy Garland. Wizard of Oz, Judy Garland. This is $17.99. Also, Bonanza. Bonanza is $29.99. Very cool TV cast record. This is Safe as Milk, Captain Beefheart. A Sundays 2013, $14.99. Smith, Baby, It's You. That is sold to Bob Reiger. Thank you, Bob. That's sold to you for $15. Keith Whitley, the high bid's $125. The Kiss magazine's at $42. And Matt DeMarco is $155 start. Bruce Springsteen, the E Street Shuffle, $19.99 on Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Shuffle. I'll set Matt DeMarco right back there. George Harrison, Extra Texture, $29.99 for George. And this is $19.99. It's a German press, alternate rock of Wheel or Well by Andries, $19.99 on that. Keith Whitley's at $135. First thing we have is Keith Whitley out. Wiz for $15. Ryan Mustaine got Beefheart. And then after that, somebody claimed Wizard. So Robert Barnett, it's yours for $17.99 if you want it. Okay, now Keith Whitley's at $138, now $140. How many Japanese? 0. I highly doubt we'll be able to put up a single Japanese pressing tonight. Here's my odds, okay? My odds is 5%. I might be able to slip in a couple here and there. Jim B has Matt DeMarco for $155. Thank you, Jim B. Final call to you. What's Matt DeMarco at? $155. The median on that thing's $2.25, and some of them have sold for over $300. We have collectively over 100 magazines. There is the entire Lower Crate auction. If we do Japanese, I will say before 11 o'clock, it's like 5%. After 11 o'clock, it may go to 10%. But we're going to have to sell out all the other LPs first. And then, David, we might just have a Japanese just all night long tomorrow, and then do buy it nows if we can, okay? So with this is sold to 78 Trans Am. So I'm going to say odds are slim, but it could happen. We have a crazy amount of stuff still to auction tonight. Let's go ahead and slip in something else. I'm assuming everybody passed on Blue Murder, so it's $54.99. I don't want to misplace it with the other, so let's do that one right there. I got some other magazines over here I hadn't even really mentioned, so like this one right here, Hit Parader, Who Rules Heavy Metal, Judas Priest versus Iron Maiden. I'm getting into stuff now I didn't even picture, and I hadn't finished the pictured stuff yet. Hit Parader, Who Rules Heavy Metal, Priest versus Iron Maiden, $10 start on that. Over here, we have, next is Long John Blues. This is $19.99, Long John Blues. We have Lonnie Brooks, Wound Up Tight. Lonnie Brooks is $19.99. We have, what's this right here? Sims by Sinatra. I've never seen that before. Gold stamp promo, $14.99. Hadistic and Shabbat songs recorded in Israel, $19.99. And we have the Santana Abraxas with poster. Wow, $34.99. Let's go over here and figure out what happened. So the last thing I said on Kiss was Matthew Sherrick at $45, and it was a final call. If no one else has bid, I'm going to sell it when I get to the bottom. Matthew Sherrick had it for $45, and that was 3 minutes ago. Keith Whitley got a bid for $140. Then Catherine bid $143, and then Cody bid $150. Jim B's been the only bidder on Matt DeMarco for $155. If no one's bid, by the time I get to the bottom, I'm selling it. Show the Keith Whitley label. Keith Whitley out. And then why are the Japanese odds so low? Because there is, well, let me put it this way. I could auction Japanese, but I would have to stop showing records. So I tried to do that last night. I've got 4 auctions going right now. It's taking everything I can to keep up with it. If I put up 2 Japanese right now with these 4 others, we can auction Japanese, but we would just stop showing records. It'd be a weird sale because there would just be bids constantly coming in and me constantly telling everybody what's up for auction. So we're going to have to stick with 4, and I might not be able to finish everything. Lonnie Brooks, I could have started today at 2 p.m. I could have started the stream at 2 p.m. and we wouldn't have finished everything. Donna's at $15 with Lonnie. Keith Whitley, $153. Keith Whitley, $154. And now there's a bid on Kiss, and Matthew's out. Phil Elliott, this is sold to you for $47. Phil gets this for $47. Thank you, Phil Elliott. That's sold to you. Over here, we have Hit Parader Magazine. Hit Parader Magazine. The last bid on this is nobody has bid. It's a $10 start. $10 start on that. Keith Whitley is still getting bids. And now let's look at the label. Here's the label. Don't Close Your Eyes. The abridged version. 1988. Tracks that were not included on the original CD were omitted from this album. Now we have Matt DeMarco sold to Jim B for $155. And Japanese aren't records. Japanese is its own category. You can't just start willy-nilly throwing up Japanese records. We have 1999, Ryan Adams, 1999. Reckless, this is a buy it now best offer bin. Hit Parader Magazine. Chad put HP Start. Oh, that means HP 10. So now we have a 3-way tie at 10. It's going to bring $32 anyway. Who wants to go ahead and just bid 20? Hit Parader's at $10. It's going to bring $32 anyway. Just go ahead and bid 20. Here's Kiss. Hit Parader, and this is Kiss with a Queen gatefold. Also mentions ELO, Neil Young, Bowie, $10 start. If everybody can stick around, it's 8:30. We're going to sell off everything. We will expedite auctions. I need help from everybody. I need help from everybody. When you bid and you get outbid, just say out if you're done. If you want to keep bidding, bid immediately. I promise when you place a bid, there's a 90% chance you're immediately going to get outbid. There's always a chance. So be ready to go ahead and just bid again, and we'll keep the show rolling. This is $15 on Brian Adams. And who wants this for $15? Craig Ruth. If not, it goes to Travis Woods. And then over here, we got Keith Whitley at $162. We got Brian Adams at $15. We got Chad Sauls on HP for $15. That was Kiss, okay? So let's make sure we put Kiss or Hit Parader. I know they're, because I'm kind of confused now. Let's make sure we put Kiss for this one. If you're going to bid on this one, put Kiss or Gene, okay? Now, over here, we got Keith Whitley, and the last bid on Keith Whitley was Cody Wright at $160, Catherine at $161, Cody at $162. They're doing a really good job on Keith Whitley. They are keeping it rolling. We're almost done. They're still bidding. It may get to $200, though. It's at $164. Craig does get Brian Adams for $15. Next is Phil Collins. Face Value. I Can Feel It Coming in the Air Tonight. That's $19.99. Also, we have Paul McCartney, Press to Play, $29.99. Bobby Sherman, Getting Together, does have some writing on the front, $14.99. We got Magoo and High Five. That's $14.99. Magoo and High Five. The Beatles Rarity is $34.99. Donna Summer is $9.99. And Rock and Roll Nielsen is $14.99, a Pickwick compilation. All right, now, next thing I have over here, we've got Hit Parader, which is the Judas Priest Iron Maiden, and then Kiss or Gene Simmons. Chad Sauls has Hit Parader at $15. Stacy bid $12 on Kiss, then Chris bid $10, then Chris bid $20. Catherine bid $164 on Keith Whitley, Cody bid $165. Gene Simmons is at $24. And then we have Hit Parader at $15. Joe Delgado put B. I'm assuming that was for the Beatles. If that's not right, Joe, let me know. And then Kiss 8 poster, please. Magoo 10. And Magoo is at 10. And this is sold to John Durden if he wants it for $14.99. If not, Stephen A. Young does. Donna Summer for $5. Donna Summer, Donna will be $8 if you want it. Tracy Songer wants Magic. And Magic was for, I think, Magoo. So you're third in line. Now, Charlie's fourth. Now Kiss. And then Feely's. And then I'm at Magoo. And Keith Whitley's at 170. Now Kiss is at 26. So is there some sort of question on the Kiss? I've seen something about a poster and then seen something else. So let me just clarify right now. This one's at $30 with Stacy Metternich. Keith Whitley's at $180. And then over here is the Hit Parader. That's what we're calling for this one with the Priest and Iron Maiden cover. And the last bid on this is now a final call. It's at $15, and I think it's tied. It was at $15. No, it's not. It's with Stephen Lewis Jr. at $15 on this. Stephen Lewis at $15 on that. Chad, did I get the Blue Murder? I will tag you for it right now. I didn't know if you wanted it or not. Blue Murder is Sotahavi Soto. I've got one left if anybody wants that. No claim on Donna. So that means Magoo, it goes to the next person, Stephen A. Young. Now, Keith Whitley's at $189. Hit Parader's at $16 and now $17. Now Keith Whitley's at $190. We're moving right along. This is Buy It Now Best Offer. We have David Essex, Adam Faith, Larry Hangman, $26.99. This is Buy It Now Best Offer. John Lennon, Rock and Roll, $24.99. What happens is sometimes somebody makes an offer and then somebody else claims it and then somebody else claims it. So the first person, if the first person made an offer and then the next two people claimed it at sticker price, the first person who made an offer can have it, but it will be sticker price because essentially you got out offered. If you get out offered, unless I say sold before I can spit out anything else, it goes to the highest price until the first person says no. Now we have Catherine's out. Now Gene Simmons is at 33. And now we have the best of the band. It's almost like high offer, but first dibs wins. The best of the band's $29.99. Because in my situation, why would I sell it for $10 when two other people have essentially right next would say they would take it for $20 and $20? So it's like first dibs gets dibs, but if someone's offered more, then you have to pay more unless I say it's sold before their offers come in. I've said sold for 10, and then somebody say 17, 18. I'm like, well, I just basically dropped a concrete block on my foot. I just basically lost $8 instantly. And sometimes I do that hundreds of times over a week. Hall & Oates, Rock and Soul Part 1. Sometimes I cost myself thousands of dollars every week, but I do sell records a lot faster. Hall & Oates, that's a greatest hits, $19.99. Gene Simmons is at $38, and now she's done on Keith Whitley, and this is sold to Cody Wright for $190. Thank you, Cody. Keith Whitley sold. Now we have a request for Feelies, Wall of Voodoo, all kinds of stuff up. Now Gene Simmons is at $38. What about Hit Parader? Hit Parader, the last bid was $17, sold to Stephen Lewis Jr. That's sold for $17. Gene is between Stacy and Phil Elliott. Now, Phil Elliott has bid on every Kiss magazine, and he's won most of them. Let's see if he gets this one. Stacy's also bidding on most every one of them. Let's see what happens. Next auction. I don't even know what Feelies are, but I'll try my best to find it. It's got to be over here in the auction bin. We got all this other stuff that's been requested. REM, The Replacements, Van Halen, The Feelies, Mad Max, Don Henley. I got Flamin' Lips. I got Yardbirds, Nos, Tom Petty, G.G. Allen, Bob Seger. Here's the Feelies. The Feelies is called Only Life. It's an 88 USOG, a super solid 80s indie rock album. $25 start on that. Gene Simmons is now at $41 with Phil Elliott. James Hicks wants Hall & Oates. That's sold to James Hicks. So many crazy, great records still left in here. Here's Jimi Hendrix Smash Hits, $34.99. Steve Miller Band Anthology, $34.99. And Johnny Rivers is $9.99. We have King Curtis Live at the Fillmore West. That's $19.99. And the Patsy Cline story. Patsy Cline's a 2LP shrink, $41.99. Phil Elliott gets Gene Simmons for $41. Stacy Metternich is out. The Feelies requested. Thomas Hujar, are you still watching? It's a $25 start. Now we got a request for Bill Evans. I didn't even know we had one. I'll try my best right now to find it. Where are you, Bill Evans? Here it is. Bill Evans Trio Live. This is a 1971 US VG condition. And this over here is going to go up for a $15 start. 1971 USOG. This is in VG condition. It's a $15 start. It's a 71 USOG. Now, over here, we have, Chad, I didn't bid for the Beatles B. It was for Bryan Adams, which I already sold. All right, so the Beatles Rarities is going back in the bin. That's right here. If anybody wants that, it's $34.99. Next, Santana Shango for $16.99. James Taylor's $24.99. Let's put up two more magazines. Y'all know what it is. It is coming up right now. It is this right here. I have no idea. It's this. Kiss, poster book. let's go ahead and put this up. I think it was just requested. Now, this is probably one we definitely need to check the contents of the book, right? Looks like there's definitely some interest in this. I was trying to get that tape off, and we're going to put this in a new board and bag. So let me see what's going on with this. The official KISS poster book, 8 fabulous giant fold-out posters. So let's take a look at it here and see what we got. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3, there's 4. Now, are they double-sided? I bet they're double-sided. Is that what it is? I had one of these signed. We sold it here one night. This Peter Chris. Is this Peter Chris? Yeah. It looks like it's complete. Okay. So, yeah, I guess they're 8 because they're double-sided. Is that right? $10 start on KISS. But they all look crisp. There's Gene, Paul. They're all there. Yep, all 4. Okay, there's the nice centerfold official KISS poster book. Has an ad for Dynasty on the back. Very cool. That is now up for bid. A $10 start. And correct me if I'm wrong, I'm assuming it's 4 posters, but they're double-sided. This already has a bid for $80. Now, I lost Thomas Hujar. He requested the Feelies. It's a $25 start. Darren Chrisman, you get the band for $20. Thank you. And then Bill Evans, $15. Samantha Harrison on Patsy. Sold to Samantha. Bill Evans, $17. And Bill Evans, $18. Bill Evans, $20. Bill Evans, $21. KISS 80, KISS 100. Bill Evans is a 71 USOG VG, a $15 start. It's already at $25. The Feelies, final call, no bid, an 88 US original, a no condition note record, a $25 start. KISS is at $115. I figured that would be good with all those posters in there. Holy moly. All right, so that's good. And let's finish up this crate. We got more new stuff to show. Johnny Rivers, not a through street. Johnny Rivers is $9.99. Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young, Deja Vu, $34.99. Moody Blues, A Question of Balance, and that one was $19.99. Johnny Rivers Golden Hits, that is $14.99. The Righteous Brothers is $14.99. Ring-a-Ding-Ding by Sinatra for $14.99. Righteous Brothers, $14. And the Smithereens, especially for you, $26.99. Dustin Hodges has the Feelies at $26. KISS is at $125. Chad's going to drink some water right quick. I just destroyed that bottle of water. Craig Ruth, the Smithereens, is $26.99. Thomas, I'm glad you're watching. I was like, oh no, I missed Thomas on the Feelies. He got off before I could put it up for auction. Okay. Excuse my burp there. I just chugged 22 ounces of water or whatever that is. Okay. No, there's no more 30th anniversaries. Nope. Okay, here we go. Here's what's left in here. I'm just going to read titles. First thing we have is Nielsen, Gary Puckett, No Sound Light Dark, Donna Summer, Michael Pender, Nielsen, Ted Nugent, Roy Orbison, Elvis, Bonanza, Bruce Springsteen, and Rise, Well, 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 George Harrison, Long John Blues. This is Hasidic and Shabbat songs recorded in Israel, $9.99. Sinatra, Santana with the poster, I Can Feel It Coming in the Air Tonight, Paul McCartney, Bobby Sherman, Nielsen, Donna Summer, Stardust by David Essex, John Lennon, Hendrix, Steve Miller, Johnny Rivers, King Curtis, The Beatles, Santana, James Taylor, Johnny Rivers, Crosby, Stills and Nash, Moody Blues, Johnny Rivers, Righteous Brothers, Sinatra, Righteous Brothers, Smithereens. Wow. Now, first thing is I have Craig Ruth asked the price on Smithereens. The Feely's got a bid for 33. Chris Bachek went out on Bill Evans. Feely's 35. Somebody just commented Feely's. This is the full LP. This is a full LP, $26.99. Then Robert Barnett offered 20. Then Feely's 40. And then does it have a girl like you? Two people ahead of you. And then over here we have Ted Nugent. That was Penetrator. Ted Nugent Penetrator. No condition notes, $14.99. Carol asked, and then Alonzo. Now, winning on either the Santanas. I'll have to check for that one. Craig Ruth got the Smithereens for $25. Now, over here, we're going to sell this to John Darden for $7. Thank you, John. That's so to you. Now, I have no idea where we're at on the big. This may be one of the better Kiss magazines of the night. This is at 130 with Chris Frazier. Michael McVeigh, you're out. 130 with Chris Frazier. If anybody else wants to bid, now's the time. The last bid on the Feelies was $45, and I don't know on Bill Evans, but I'm about to tell you. Bill Evans is with Donna Turner at $27, and Ted was $14.99. $14.99. Our next auction is actually going to be a single. Let's go ahead and try to slip in one of those right quick, and that is right here. It is the Stooges. It is No Fun. And the B-side is the Black Keys doing No Fun. So it's one of those side-by-side. Stooges and Black Keys, $7 start on that. Anybody else? And then Stacy, let me check on the Santana. I'm not too familiar with that song. Not on that one. And then I know most of the music on Abraxas. I don't think that song's on here either. New bid on Kiss for $140. New bid on Kiss for $140. And boy, Santana's loaded though. Black Magic Woman, Oyo Como Va. Abraxas is such a Mother's Daughter, Samba Pati. Such a great album there, $34.99. Okay, so the Kiss magazine's at $140, and we're about to sell Bill Evans, and Carol gets Ted Nugent for $10, no problem. So did Ted Nugent. So did Carol Puckett. And then can I show the record itself on the Feelies? I can. The Feelies is called Only Life. It's an 88 U.S. original on A&M Records. It is near mint. No condition notes. The note on the back from Laura says super solid 80s indie rock. It's really clean and really nice. A&M Records and a nice jacket. Stooges 7, Stooges 8. Chad is trying to save me from buying Ace of Base. Wasn't only in Voice, so I guess I'm good. I have not seen Ace of Base, Mark. Let me make sure you're down for one. Are you supposed to be waiting for an Ace of Base? Is that what you're letting me know right now? Ace of Base. I don't have anything on my spreadsheet anymore that says Ace of Base. So you must have already got it, or either you must have already got it, or we didn't get your name down for one, okay? Moody Blues, no condition notes on this. It was a clean copy. That's a good one. Blaine, you've already bought two. You might as well get this one too. It's clean. A Question of Balance. It's a gatefold, and it has the lyric book with it. And it has the lyric book insert with it. It's actually a lyric poster. Wow, look at that. It's got the lyric post. Question's a great song. Why do we never get an answer when we're knocking at the door? Balance. Don't you feel? Graham Edge. John Lodge. It's up to you. I could listen to this stuff all day long. Some of my favorites right here. The Moody Blues. Okay. Now, over here we have, I do not have any Ace of Base, so I probably need to put you on a waiting list. Now, Moody Blues, and then Stooges, and then Feelies, and then Stooges and Feelies. So when I come back, I'm selling the Kiss magazine. It is going to be sold for $140 to Cindy Yarborough. Chris Frazier, do you want in? Blaine wants the Moody Blues. Feelies is at $52. The Stooges is at $10. This crate is going to go right here behind me. Let's go grab some more new stuff. Oh, here's the Japanese stuff. Darn you, Chad. Darn you. If I could figure out how to do all this stuff simultaneously all the time, it would be incredible. How could I have let's figure out a way we have 30 simultaneous auctions going at once. I'm going to have to hire somebody to build a website, I guess. I'd have to have a server room. Y'all realize and then we'd have to pre-type in everything. But I could do it. We could invest a huge amount of money into a server, a website, and then just have let's lay down 20 things. and it would just be like a big monitor on your screen, just all this stuff coming in, just constantly. All right, so Kiss, we got Bill Evans, we got Kiss. There is a new bid on Kiss, and now she's out. That's sold to Chris Frazier for $145. The last bid on Stooges that came in was Rebecca Howard at 10. David Smith's out, sold to Rebecca for 10. Bill Evans is long gone back here to Donna. Donna, thank you. This is sold to Donna, and Donna got that for $27. Now over here is called Feely's at $55. $55 on that. Need to have your voice. I know. So, I know. Yeah. And we don't want to do eBay. That would suck. You still can't do what I'm talking about. I'm talking about 20 simultaneous auctions with no fees. No fees. You got to pay fees over there. Plus, nobody wants to do that. This is live action. No fees. No fees here. Now, next auction is going to go up right now, and it is garbage. It is sealed, Destroying Angels. That's going to go up for a $7 start. The Feelies, and now our next auction. It is going to go up right now. And the next thing I have is this one. This is Kiss Superstars, and this is Kiss Peanut Book. Let's take a flip through this one over here. Feelies and here. So what I'm talking about, so it would look like the way it is like the buttons you would bid would be on the screen. So it'd be like you would press the next bid button, right? And everybody would be registered. It'd be essentially like building a auction website, but it would be live. And I talked to somebody about it, and they was like, well, the hardest part would be to encode the live stuff. And it would look basically like what I'm showing and everything on the screen, but it would be, oh my gosh, it would be a massive undertaking. So the reason you have to pay eBay and whatnot fees is because they're paying thousands and millions of dollars for servers, storage, everything they do, software. It costs a ton of money to operate. That's obviously why they charge fees. So they make a lot of money on there, but that's why they charge fees. So I know exactly what it's supposed to look like, but it would cost. One guy I talked to, he's like, well, it'd be $500,000 to $1 million investment to get it, get it looking really good. And then you got to have enough of the back end where, like, if it crashes, it would be like how you have to like constantly be updating it, working out bugs. I'm like, we'll stick with this right now. But the problem is usually when I'm live, we're selling maybe 4 things at a time in a crate. I could literally be doing 20 things at a time and 20 crates. I just can't do it myself. Kiss Peanut Book. Kiss, and I'm trying to figure out what's all supposed to be in here. It all looks very nice. I mean, it's very clean. I don't see anything ripped out or anything. So that's our next one, $10 start. Kiss is going to go up for a $10 start. That's now up for bid. That's now up for bid, okay? The next thing we had was, let me pause right there. We have the Feelies at 55, Feelies at 57. The Feelies is at 60. And then Garbage got bids for 7, 10, and then 15, and then 16, okay? There's that. So the first thing we have is Kiss is at 10. Garbage is a final call for 16. And I don't think Thomas Hujar said out on the Feelies. Lucas Hanoft has it for 60. Thomas, if you're still out there, you've been outbid. Garbage is Destroying Angels. Kiss has 3 $10 bids. I have a waiting list for Taylor Swift self-titled. This is $33.99. Taylor Swift self-titled. There was a waiting list for this. Whoop, excuse me. Shouldn't have chugged all that water. The waiting list for Taylor self-titled was Michael Peveler, Guy Shard, Donna Turner, and Stephen A. Young. That was Michael Peveler, Guy Shard, Donna Turner, and Stephen A. Young. $33.99. There's a new bid on the Feelies. There's new bids on Kiss. Garbage is the final call. So I need 1, 2, 3, 4 Taylor Swifts. I've got 3 more left if anybody else wants one. Self-titled Taylor's $33.99. I have Check this out. Live mental jewelry. Live is $34.99. Lucas Feely's goes back to you. Garbage is sold for $16 to Brandon Lack. And now Kiss is at $15. Scott Fellows wants a T Swift. Tay-Tay. That's sold to Scott. Kiss is now at $17. Let's go ahead and put up another magazine. And we sold one of these at the beginning of the sale. You may have missed it. So here is another one. Hit Parader, Lita Ford. Lita Ford. That's going to go up for a $10 start. Lucas says out, I think. Well, hopefully you say out for sure, because I'm going to give it a 10-second, 15, 20-second countdown to Thomas. David Bowie, Space Oddity, $33.99. David Bowie, Ground Control to Major Chad, $33.99. Susie, you're down on Reputation. I think they're in as well. I've got 2 copies here of Conan, $33.99. Violence Dimension. Conan is $33.99, limited edition colored vinyl. Conan. I've got 2 copies of Nora Jones, Feels Like Home. Nora Jones is $36.99. The Feelies is sold to Thomas Ujar for $62. Lita Ford is a $10 start. Kiss is at $22. We need more vinyl going up. More vinyl. Folks, I'm only human. I wish I was brain power to do 20 things. I'd be just like AI, just constantly reading stuff off. Robo Chad. Next is Van Halen. This is an OG club copy. This is a 1984 U.S. Carrollton OG Columbia Clubhouse. Original on her sleeve, EX edition. You might as well jump. Van Halen, a $35 start. Michael Rudolph on David Bowie. And this is right here. It looks like a reissue of I think it's technically called Man of Words, Man of Music. We call it Space Oddity. $33.99. Lita Ford has a bid for $10. Kiss has a bid for $25. I've got 3 copies of Steel Panther, Feel the Steel. Steel Panther is on colored vinyl. There should be a waiting list for Steel. And the waiting list for Steel Panther was Justin Deckelman. Justin, I've got you down for 1. There's 1 more. There's 2 more if anybody else wants one. Okay, and then Kiss is at $25 and Lita Ford's at $10. Van Halen's a $35 start. What else do we need? Looks like we need another single, don't we? How about we do Elvis Presley, If I Can Dream, Elvis Presley, anything that's part of you with the Royal Philharmonic Orchestra. Record Store Day sealed. Elvis is a $7 start. Next, we have 10,000 Maniacs, MTV Unplugged, 2 LP, great live recording, amazing, $39.99. First track, These Are the Days. I think it's actually called These Are Days, yeah, $39.99. There's Natalie Merchant and Coolio's Greatest Hits. That's on yellow vinyl. Coolio is $33.99. I've got 2 of those. And Leonard Skinner, a bootleg, a live Leonard Skinner recording. Leonard Skinner is $33.99. It doesn't say when or where, or it says when, 1973, but not where. There's Leonard Skinner, and that's $33.99. Over here, Kiss is at $27. There was only 1 bid on Lita Ford for $10, and that sold to Phil Elliott for $10. And now Kiss is at $27. Phil Elliott, you're out. Nobody bid on Van Halen. It's a $35 buy it now. Van Halen's an 84 USOG Club, Columbia Club, EX. Nobody bid. It's a $35 buy it now. Elvis has 1 bid for $7. Leonard Skinner sold to George Jones. 1 sold to Ryan Eaton. There's 2 more in there, or there's 1 more in there if anybody else wants one. Next I have is Louis Graska. That must be a request. Thomas, you've been saying that all night, and I thought you were sneezing. But you're actually trying to let me know you want to bid on something. Let's go ahead and try to find that over here. I thought you were sneezing. I don't even know what that looks like. What does that look like? I have no idea. You have to give me a second. Well, we'll try this right here. Wall of Voodoo. Wall of Voodoo is a 1988 USOG Club, a Columbia House with the company sleeve. EX edition, a $20 start. And then Kiss is at $29. Amanda Davis got Van Halen for $35. And then Who Pressed Leonard Skinner? It is done by Eagle Eyes Entertainment, a product of Eagle Eyes Entertainment UK. Press the United Kingdom, probably to get around copyright violations. And Brent, that is yours if you want it. If not, it is sold to Tom Sullivan. Okay, Wall of Voodoo's up for bid. Elvis got one bid, and that's sold to Amanda Darby for $7. Kiss is at $30. I'm about to sell it to Matthew Sherrick. Next thing is Mariah Carey's #1 hits, 2 LP. It's on silver and black swirl. That's $46.99. And then over here is Lil Wayne, Carter 6. This is the new one, right? Yeah, that's the new one. Lil Wayne is $39.99. Now, I figured out why they did this. They blocked these to order. You could not even order them. It was weird. Like, I couldn't even... I don't understand it, but you could not get this until today. It was like a Taylor Swift release. It's like nobody touches these until release day. I don't know if that is exactly what was supposed to happen, but it was like nobody's getting these until Friday. And I think it's just because that's when the music dropped and it was all new music, I guess. I don't really know. But that was like, nobody can have these till Friday. Don't touch them. Don't show them. Nothing. I was like, okay, I couldn't even order them there for a while. So that is sold to Tom Sullivan. Thank you. The Kiss magazine is got a new bid with Phil Elliott. Wow, $32. Not done there. Phil has that one at $32. Wall of Voodoo, nobody bid. This is a buy it now for $20. Nobody bid on Van Halen. John, it's already sold for $35. Next auction is going to go up right now. Last two auctions did not get a bid. Here is a 1972 U.S. Pittman OG. It's a Latin Jazz Fuge corner clip, EX edition, $25 start. This is up for bid right now. It is a 1972 U.S. Latin Jazz Fusion Rock with corner clip. It is Louis Grasca, and that's now up for bid. Over here, we got Kiss at 32, Kiss is at 35. Phil Elliott, you've been outbid. It's at $35. Next thing we have here is Now Yearbook 1989. Now, Stacy, these have shown back up and they're not damaged. I got more back in. Now, let's see who was on a waiting list. Now Yearbook was Stacy Metternich and Tim Graham. That's sold to Stacy Metternich and that's sold to Tim Graham. These are sold and sold. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Wall of Voodoo is sold to Tim Turner for $20, and the Kiss magazine is sold to Matthew Sherrick for $35. That one is sold for $35. Let's go ahead and put up another one. Next thing I have right now is the Best of Kiss, and this one's going to go up for a $10 start. Platinum presents the Best of Kiss, the boldest, most bizarre Kiss photos ever. That one's going to go up for a $10 start. Now, Grasca has a bid for $25, and now another bid for $25, and now Kiss has a bid for $40. Next thing we have is a quick recap here. I've got Taylor Swift, 2 LP for $33.99. I got Live Mental Jewelry, $34.99. I've got Conan for $39.99. Norah Jones Feels Like Home is $36.99. David Bowie was $33. Steel Panther was $33. 10,000 Maniacs was $39. Coolio is $33.99. Mariah Carey is $46.99. Over here is Lil Wayne. That is $39.99. I've got 3 of those. And Now Yearbook, triple LP pink vinyl, $54.99 over here. Next thing we have is Samantha Harrison wants that Now Yearbook for $89. Pat Lucero says he's in on Best of Kiss for $15. Now Lucis Grasca is at $27. Now we need another single. And that next single is going to be Oasis. And this is going to go up. This is Oasis. Some might say... And this is got a sticker. Oasis, What Story Morning Glory. Available, $9/30/14, $2 off coupon. That is going to go up for a $7 start. This Kiss magazine's now at $15 and now $20. And Robert Lee Bunch, you were second on Now Yearbook, so let's put him on a waiting list, okay? Now, the Lucis Grascus over here is at $26. So nobody on the new Lil Wayne. I've got 3 still left for $39.99. Let's go ahead and swap these out. And let's go ahead and grab another new crate. I'm going to do that right now. Here it comes. What do I have over here? Let's do this one. All righty. Eddie Pasir has Oasis for $10. Robert does not want on a waiting list. So the last thing we have right now is Lucis Grascus is at $28. And then if I was on the wait list for a while, I passed. There was no other waiting list. Now, let's figure out what is the high bid. So one Kiss magazine down, another one's up. And it's opened up at 15 and now 20. And then we'll call that LG 27.28, Oasis 7.7, Best of 21, Grasca 28, Oasis is at 16. Oasis at 16. And then we had Oasis at 16. Oasis is at 10. Best 22. Best 25. You called Matthew at 35, and I was at 37. So what happened on this last magazine? Matthew bid 35, and I lost you there for a couple minutes. I thought you were done bidding. Matthew had it for 35, and then Phil bid 37. Oh boy, let me figure out what's happened here. They're starting to run together almost. So do we need to redo the other one? If so, we can't do it right now. Okay, let me do this. Let me put this one back. And Phil Elliott, no more bids on that one. Phil Elliott has this one at $37. It goes back to Matthew Sherrick. $37 is the high bid on that one. That was here on my screen. I thought I lost you there for a second. I don't know when that came in, but Phil Elliott did have it at $37 right here. Phil Elliott, $37. So let's go back to this one. $37. Phil Elliott has the high bid. Matthew Sherrick, it goes back to you. And then Matthew says he's already bid 40. Matthew has it for 40. If one of y'all go ahead and bid $75, he'll probably wrap it up. Right now, Louis Grasca, I don't know if I'm saying that anywhere close to right, William APM has it for 30. I'm going to call her LG. LG's at 30. It looks like Louis Grasca. So now it's at $40 with Matthew Sherrick. Phil Elliott goes back to you. I promise if one of y'all go ahead and bid 75, we'll wrap it up. Now, right here, it's at 42 with Phil Elliott. We're not done. We'll redo that other one I've already put up in just a second. There's no way we can have two going at the same time. It would cause World War III. Oasis is a final call, and this is with Jeremy Bryan at $20. Final call. Next thing in here is a restock of Pink Floyd's Momentary Lapse of Reason, $33.99. And that is new and sealed. LG's now at 31. William APM, you're out. Pink Floyd's at $33.99. I've got 3 copies of Taylor Swift, Reputation. One goes to Susie Breedlove. If anybody else wants one, let me know. They are $54.99. It's a 2 LP picture disc. Phil, you've been outbid. Now it's at $45. Now LG's at 31. And now the next magazine is going to go up right now. And that next one I have is What and Who. This one looks pretty cool. This looks pretty cool. This is going to go up for a $10 start. This is Doro and Lita Ford, and that's going to go up for a $10 start. Oasis is still getting bids, 21, now 28. Oasis is up for bids. Some might say, and talk tonight. Phil Elliott's out on Kiss. Now it's at 45. Now we're going to sell this one to Matthew Sherrick for 45. Sorry about that, Phil. Thank you for letting me know you're out. Matthew gets that one for $45. Next is the Best of Kiss. What was we already at, 20 or 30? Best of Kiss, a $25 start. That's now up for bid. I don't know who was the high bidder, but now that one's up. That one is up, and now this magazine is a $10 start, okay? Now, we have Oasis at 28. LG, William APM's out. Thomas has it for 31, final call. Next is the new Metallica Load Remaster that comes out today. This comes out today, $39.99, $39.99. That comes out today, $39.99. That comes out today. We have Grateful Dead's Greatest Hits. This technically comes out today. We've already pre-sold 55 copies. They've already been tagged this week. We've already pre-sold all the Metallicas. All those have already came in on Monday. Now Kiss is at 25. Donna Wants a Reputation. The RIP magazine's at 10. And now Oasis is a final call. So is LG. Over here, I got a restock of Pink Floyd Metal, $33.99. The new Metallica Load Remaster, sold to Jake Perganson. That's new for today. Best of Kiss 27. Guess what? There's another new bid on Oasis for $30. We're not done there. This new Grateful Dead Greatest Hits, Like I said, already come in, big pre-order. Perfect time for Halloween. Now that's what I call Halloween. 2 LP orange and purple vinyl, $29.99. $29.99. $29.99. Seinfeld, Serenity Now. Serenity Now. Lloyd Braun. Oasis is at $35. This is sold here for $31. Thomas Ujar. I figured this would have more bids. Rip Magazine, I guess not. Final call for $10. Doro and Lita Ford. Final call on that. That is a final call. Next is Best of Kiss, has a new bid for $30. Pat Lucero was at $27. I got 2 copies of The Clash, London Calling. The Clash is $39.99. London Calling, 2 LP. Over here I have Pestilence. And Pestilence is Testimony of the Ancients. Pestilence is $33.99. It's from Relapse, so they don't come sealed. There's Pestilence. It's on black vinyl, $33.99. And A Tribe Called Quest, the anthology. That's a 2 LP, $33.99. Oasis is now at $35. Best of Kiss is at $30. And we also have 2 copies of AC/DC's The Razor's Edge. You've been thunderstruck. Angela Lewis wants on the waiting list for Now Yearbook. Let's put her on the waiting list for that. Sean Fairweather gets my one and only Pestilence. I was very lucky for that even to show up. This magazine just got 1 bid for $10, and that is sold to James Vasquez for $10. And then Corey just bid $10. It was already at $10, and I've already sold it for $10. Edwin Blom, I'll put you on a waiting list for Pestilence. Sean Fairweather, you get Tribe. Oasis at $38. Charlie Buck, I'll put you on a waiting list for Pestilence. Are we done on the Kiss magazine? Mr. Lucero, it's up to you. Are we done on Oasis? It doesn't look like it. It just got a bid for $38. Andrew Hawkins, I'll give you The Tribe Called Quest. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. Next auction is going to go up right now. I got some stuff here in the $50 and up tab. That could be pretty good stuff, like In This Moment Ritual. In This Moment Ritual is a 2017 USOG Industrial. It's on gold vinyl with insert, and it needs to go up for a $105 start. In This Moment Ritual, $105 start on that. And then Oasis is at $42. And now Kiss, I'm waiting for Mr. Lucero. I got to make sure, but the clock is on. And then over here is this, Oasis, at $42. And next over here is Michael Wood on Pink Floyd, Momentary Lapse of Reason. Dan Triaga is in This Moment at $105. He's out on that. And I've got 3 copies here of Gwar. And this is Scum Dogs of the Universe. Gwar is a 2 LP, $34.99. Scott's out on Oasis. Looks like Jeremy's going to be getting it for $42. And then over here we got the single soundtrack. Didn't somebody just ask for this? I've got 2. It's a 2 LP with a CD, $38.99. And then I've got 2 Very Best of ELO, the Very Best of Electric Light Orchestra, $34.99 on that. Where is the best of at? I was about to sell it. You're lucky that comment came in. The high bid on that was Matthew Sherrick at $30. He's had it for a few minutes now. I'm about to sell it to him for $30. Now, In This Moment's at $105. Next thing I have over here is Gwar. That is sold to John Durden. Now, he put it 3 times. I'm assuming he only wants 1. And then over here is Singles to Sean Fairweather. Thank you on that. And that is sold to Sean Fairweather. Now we've already filled up another crate. Let me swap out crates. Laura says she has one on the way, but let me go ahead and sell this. And this is sold. And this is sold to Jeremy Bryant for $42. Is the Giant Posted Kids magazine attached on the inside? Let's take a look. Make sure if you want to know something specific about these magazines, I bought these from somebody. They've been in the back for about a year. If I had not of completely destroyed my back room last night, digging all this stuff out, I would have not even known we would have had these. They've been sitting in a tub. Wait till y'all see all the other stuff I found, Kiss related. It's all back there in the back. There it is. Is that the New York City poster? What is this? Very cool. Oh, yeah, nice condition too. There it is. Best of Kiss. Got the poster. There it is. Right in there. Nice. I know this guy pretty well. He was a longtime customer of ours. Knowing him, he was pretty much going to make sure these things were complete. I can't vouch for that on all of them, but I'm pretty sure that's the situation, okay? Now, there's that, and let me swap out crates because we have already filled up how many full crates tonight of vinyl? Oh, my goodness. That's already our 5th full crate tonight. Holy moly. Wait till we get the CDs tonight. Goodness gracious. Wait till y'all see all the DVDs and DVD concert footage stuff I found. That tub is still even back there. And I'm going to stop promising stuff. Y'all heard me when I went live. When I went live, here's what the questions were. When's the Japanese being sold? When's the Elvis 45s being sold? When's the Kiss stuff being sold? When's the magazines being sold? When's the Beatles 45s being sold? When are you going to show new vinyl? When is all the vintage stuff going to be shown? When are CDs? I was like, holy crap, I have shot myself in the foot. I've promised 3 nights worth of auctions, 50 straight consecutive hours, and we've got about 8 hours to do this. And I know most people's not going to be around at 1 a.m. So I've got in a hole, but I'm trying to get out of it, trying to show as much stuff as possible. I went, oh no, I have posted way too much. I've posted way too much. I've shown y'all way too much in the back. So John Durden got Gwar. Sean Fairweather got singles. Cameron Lingefeld got a singles. Brett Thies got an ELO. Best ofs at 31. Best ofs at 40. Cameron Lingefeld got a Gwar. Chad, also check on 87, 88 for Angela Lewis. Kiss is at 45. In This Moment's at 106. In This Moment's at 110. Okay. In This Moment's at $110. Some of these have sold for as much as $225. Some of these have sold for as much as $225. Dan Triaga has it right now for $110. This Kiss magazine, the high bid is with Matthew Sherrick at $45. Jeremy Merck wants Pink Floyd, Momentary Lapse of Reason. We sold one, now he wants the other. Kiss is at 42, now 47. There's 2 auctions. Let's do more. There's 2 auctions. Let's do more. The next ones I have, I don't even know what I've done with some of these. Let me bring up a random one I know y'all maybe never even seen yet. Here we go. We still hadn't sold off the ones that were photoed. Ozzy, July 1983. There he is. Billy Squier centerfold. There he is. Ozzy, $10 start. That's now up for bid. 45 coming up soon. Skid Row is $33.99. There actually might have been a waiting list for that. That's the newest remastered black vinyl. Typically, they're in print with Friday Music, and they cost more. This one is sold to Nico Capolanis. Thank you, Nico. That's sold to you. That was Skid Row self-titled. I've got 2 left if anybody else wants one. I've also got 2 copies here of Catonia's newest album, Nightmares as Extensions of the Wakened State. That's on yellow vinyl for $33.99. And the new Eric Church, Evangeline versus the Machine, $33.99. In This Moment, $120. In This Moment, $121. The Kiss magazine has hit $50. Ozzy's at $11 of Corey Ross. If anybody else wants anything in here, just let me know. Here's what's left. Eric Church, Catonia, Skid Row, ELO, Gwar, AC/DC, Clash, Now Halloween, Pink Floyd, Grateful Dead, Metallica, Reputation. And if anybody else wants on a singles waiting list, can you get the gold AC/DC? Some of them. Some of them are imports, and they're ridiculously too much. And some are standard releases for indie stores. And so, yes, I can. It just depends on which ones you want me to check on for you. Ozzy's a final call for $11. Hit Parader Magazine, 1983. Hit Parader Magazine, 1983. Anybody else? So we've done, I think, back-to-back crates of new vinyl. Let's go ahead and do some more vintage best offer. I think I'm going to go ahead and try to condense this crate with the last crate of new vinyl. The Clash is $39.99. There was a Pink Floyd, and I am going to try to put it up right now. Let me do a little bit of crate condensing here. And In This Moment, Jim B is out, okay? So that's a final call. Destructo Cat wants a Now. That's what I call Halloween. We sell these all throughout the year because they're just great compilations. Clash is $39.99. All right, and the Kiss magazine's at $52. Everybody else is out. Joe Elliott has it for $52. Welcome, Kiss Army. They have all showed up tonight. I have certain people, and whenever I have Kiss stuff advertised, I never see their name until I'm selling Kiss stuff. And then it's the same names. They're always here. It's amazing. Every time we buy a Kiss collection, vinyl or toys or memorabilia, it'll be about 10 or 12 people, and I usually sell almost all of it to that same 10 or 12 people. They're very hardcore. They show up every time. Very serious collectors. There's no telling what their collection rooms look like. I've seen pictures of some of them. I'm like, wow, do you want to sell all that? How much you want for everything? How much for your entire house and all the contents? I will be interested in purchasing everything in your house. I'll even take all the furniture and everything. All right, so Kiss was at $52. We sold a Halloween. And then Clash was $39.99. Now, there was one bid on Ozzy for $11, and then somebody's bid $10. Michael's bid $10. Michael, you went backwards. Now Kiss is at $55. What was the Conan? I'll have to go dig it out again. How much was Halloween? $29.99. And it was $29.99. So, and then in this moment, we can go ahead and sell it to Dan Triaga. Laura's also delivered a crate. What I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and sell this to Dan Triaga for $125. Let's put up the Pink Floyd. And let's go ahead and do Pink Floyd. Pink Floyd. Pink Floyd. And this is a 2014 silver vinyl, UK unofficial. So it's a bootleg unofficial. It's a bootleg unofficial. It's on silver vinyl. It's a $25 start. Okay, now that was a bizarre auction. We got one bid for 11, and then about 6 minutes later, we got a bid for 10. So Corey Ross, that sold you for 11. I figured Ozzy would sell for more than that, but there it is. And then Best of Kiss is at $57 of Joe Elliott. $57 of Joe Elliott, also known as Phil Elliott. Thank you, Phil Elliott. Phil or Joe, whichever. All right, there's that. And now I need to just take this off the table. Wow, I think we've been through a bunch of new vinyl, and there's only, I've condensed everything into 2 crates. That's why we've already sold 5 crates at $9.22. So I think I got one more crate of vintage I'm willing to do a buy it now best offer, and then we're going to go through this Laura crate after we probably show some more new vinyl. And don't forget there's Hatchet Ed. So as y'all have heard me say multiple times now, there's just way too much to get to tonight. But we'll go ahead and knock out one of these right here. And we're going to do them buy it now best offer, okay? We're going to do these buy it now or best offer. Holy moly. Let me see if I can get over here. So, Kiss is at 57. Pink Floyd's at 25. Let's go ahead and put up another magazine. Next magazine is going to go up right now. It is Cream Magazine from 1983 with Led Zeppelin featured on the cover. And that's going to go up for a $10 start. Cream from 1983. So that's pretty much definitely post-breakup. Just they were still featured in a lot of stuff and articles. $10 start on that. Kiss is at 57. Pink Floyd has one bid. It's a silver vinyl bootleg. Led Zeppelin magazine, $10 start. Next thing I have here is Harry Belafonte, the Midnight Special, $9.99. These are all buy it now best offer. Blondie the Hunter. Blondie is $24.99. Robert Palmer, Maybe It's Live, that's in shrink for $19.99. So Kiss is at $58 of Matthew Sherrick. Michael McVeigh, your connection may be slightly behind. Matthew Sherrick already had Kiss for $58. Before that was Elliott, and then it was $58, and then you bid $57. It's still at $58, and that is with Matthew Sherrick. Pink Floyd has a new bid for $26. We have Keith Hartley Band, Little Big Band. Sorry, I had to sneeze. A 71 German, $39.99. Okay, now Kiss is at $60. Now Pink Floyd's at $26. Michael Hamburger, you're out. Dale Hawkins, LA, Memphis, Tyler, Texas. That's a 69 press for $39.99. And then Elvis, Worldwide Gold Hits Records Parts 1 and 2. That's $29.99. That's $29.99. And Ark. Ark is $14.99. Ark is $14.99. That's a self-titled record. Also, Air Supply's Greatest Hits is $9.99. And Angel City Face to Face. Angel City is $14.99. And The American Dream, that's a 1970 Monarch, $29.99. Azteca, a quad press, $29.99 on that. Zeppelin Magazine is a $10 buy it now. The Best of Kiss is at $60 with Michael McVeigh. There's a new bit on Pink Floyd for $35. Our next LP auction is going to go up right now. And the next LP auction that is going to go up right now is the Flamin' Lips. And this is the Dark Side of the Moon, the Flamin' Lips, and Star Death and White Dwarfs. A Record Store Day exclusive. It is sealed on seafoam green-colored vinyl, a $55 start. The Flamin' Lips, sealed, $55 start. Next is Air Supply. Let's see. Travis Wade on Air Supply. That is sold to Travis Woods. And then Scott was next, then Robin. Joe's out on Pink Floyd. Jared Inc. on Azteca. Now Kiss is at $61. Looks like we're done on the Pink Floyd. Michael Hamburger, $35. Next is Asia. There it is. Astra, $17.99. And oh my goodness. Holy moly, this is it. There it is. Wow. That's it. That is an OG copy of Whenever You Need Somebody. Featuring the hit smash song, Never Gonna Give You Up, Never Gonna Let You Go. $34.99. Beautiful OG copy. Wow. Original on her sleeve. It even has the lyrics on here. It even has the lyrics. We're no strangers to love. You know the rules, and so do I. That's powerful. We're no strangers to love. You know the rules, and so do I. Wow. Kiss is at $61. Matthew Sherritt got Zeppelin for $10. We got Travis getting the Rick Astley. Kiss is at $63. Susie second on that. Ryan Eaton on RT, I'm assuming for Rick. And then we have next Pink Floyd. Sold to Michael Hamburger for $35. Thank you on that. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It's Generation X, Billy Idol, Valley of the Dolls. It's a 1979 U.S. Santa Maria original, gold stamp promo. It is a $25 start, Generation X. That's now up for bid. The Best of Kiss, Matthew's out. It's up to Michael McVeigh and Phil Elliott. Michael McVeigh has it for $63. Michael McVeigh has it for $63. Next thing I have is Elvis, The Sun Sessions. $24.99. Elvis, The Sun Sessions. Rockin' and Rollin', Maddox Brothers and Rose. An 81 German Bear Family comp, $19.99. BR549, Western World Home, 1996, $24.99. The Flamin' Lips is a buy now for $55. A 2010 OG Record Store Day exclusive, limited and sealed. Flamin' Lips, a buy now for $55. Generation X, $25.25, and now $30. Our next auction is going to be Cherry Pie Warrant Guitar Tab Edition book. Cherry Pie Warrant Guitar Tabs. 1990 Warrant Cherry Pie Guitar Tab book. $10 start. That is up for bid for a $10 start. Generation X, $25.30, $25.30. Jim B got the Flaming Lips. That's sold to Jim B for $55. Tim Graham on Elvis' Son. That's sold to Tim Graham. Generation X is at $36. Generation X is at $45. Stacy's in on Warren at $10. Michael McVeigh, Are You Done on Kiss? Phil Elliott has it for $65. Next is the Kindles. 20 favorites on 2 LPs. A gold stamp promo from 1989, $14.99. A milestone in rock and roll music, Rusty and Doug Kershaw, Bear Family comp, $19.99. The Best of BTO, $14.99. We got Bear Family Records, Rusty and Doug Kershaw, $19.99. Also, Tony Joe White, The Train I'm On, $39.99. Law, this is from Fred Goodwin's collection. Tape from California, Phil Oakes, $34.99. And Memories of Elvis, a lasting tribute to the king of rock and roll, a Golden Treasury box set, sealed. No, it's in shrink, $39.99. Guess what? We're not done on Kiss. Michael McVeigh has it for $66. Phil Elliott, You've Been Outbid. Generation X was at $35, $36, and then $45. Gregory had it for $45. And then Warren had bids for $10, $10, $10, $11, and then $10, $10, $10, $14, and then Kiss $66, and then Cherry Pie $14, $15, $16, Warrant $25. There are no unsold auctions, Cherry Pie $30. Wow, all of a sudden everybody's woke back up on me. Next thing I have is Marshall Tucker Band, Together Forever, $14.99. Three Dog Night, that's a bizarre one. Some sort of weird CBS compilation, CSP compilation. Traffic on the Road is $19.99. Three Dog Night was $14. Steve Winwood, Ark of a Diver was $17.99. Levi Helton wants the Elvis box. Now Kiss is at $68. Nair Cherry Pie is at $30. And now we have Generation X. Gregory still has it for $45. Going once, going twice, going twice, going 3 times for $45. Michael McVeigh says, I can't see Phil's bids because he's got me blocked. Phil Elliott has Kiss for $68. Next thing we have is Here We Go Around the Mulberry Bush. Spencer Davis Group and Traffic. That's an original soundtrack. Look at the colors on that for a 60s record. Beautiful. $19.99 on that. Generation X is out. Now Kiss is at $70. Hendry said he would do 12 on the Angel City. This is sold to Hendry for $12. Hendry Smink, I will want to thank you. Warrant Cherry Pie. This is a guitar tab book. The high bid right now is $45. Guitar tab book. Very nice. Very clean. $45 on that. And then over there is the Kiss magazine. It's now at $70 with Michael McVeigh. And then Generation X is sold to Gregory Roberts for $45. Thank you, Gregory. That's sold to you. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and it's Stevie Ray Vaughan. You may have heard of him. This is an 83 U.S. Pittman OG. It's still in shrink. It's in VG Plus condition. Let's go ahead and start it for $25. $25 on that. Stevie Ray Vaughan, Texas Flood. Over here is Phil Elliott's Out. This is officially sold. This is officially sold to Michael McVeigh for $70. That is sold to Michael McVeigh for $70. Next is Steve McGee, Astra, $12. Steve McGee, Astra, $12. Let's go ahead and put that up right now. Next Kiss auction's going up right now. So is Asia Astra, if I can find it. $12 to Steve McGee. Next Kiss. Boy, it doesn't even look like we've made a dent in this box. We haven't. We really haven't made a dent in this box. But here's the next one. This is a cream special edition. Kiss, fall of 1977. There it is, a $10 start. I think we're done on the warrant book. The last bid was Stacy at $50. We're not done. Stacy's at $50. Stevie Ray Vaughan, 27. Stevie Ray Vaughan at 30. Michael McVeigh says he wants to pay for that magazine and ship it to Pat Lucero. Michael McVeigh is gifting that magazine to Pat Lucero. He says, bill me, send it to Pat. We can do that. Next is the Righteous Brothers Anthology, 1962 to 1974, $24.99. Mark Lindsay, Arizona, $9.99. Sinatra and Company, $14.99. Three Dog Night, Cyan, $19.99. Also, God Bless Tiny Tim. Tiny Tim is a 68 Jacksonville press, $34.99. And Barefoot Keys to the Country, $19.99. All done on Cherry Pie. I got to make sure Matthew Copus is done. Matthew, the new high bid's at $50. He says he's out. Stacy, it's a final call to you. And now Tracy Songer wants Tiny Tim. Thank you, Tracy. Stevie Ray Vaughan all of a sudden is at $31. We have Tazvalan Presidente, Milky Way Moss. What in the world? On Janice Records from 1974, $39.99. Stevie Winwood. Stevie Wonder Talking Book, $24.99. So this is Cream Special Edition Kiss, 1977. Matthew Sherrick has it for $10. Final call. Wow, could this one be the one that only gets one bid? Final call for $10. Final call for $10. We have Doug Kershaw, Instant Hero, $19.99. The Adventures, A Go-Go. The Ventures is $19.99. Anderson Buford Wakeman Howe. This is in shrink wrap, $19.99. Could this be the Kiss magazine that only gets one bid? We got another Asia, Alpha. There it is, $19.99. John Durden is in at $11. Yes Dramas, $19.99. And we have the Yardbirds and Sonny Boy Williamson. This is $34.99. Stacy gets the Warrant Cherry Pie book for $50. Thank you, Stacy. That will go with her other Warrant collectibles she has picked up here at Collectco. Next auction is Hit Parader Magazine, Motley Crue with a Def Leppard centerfold. Wow, look at the back. Def Leppard takes the country by storm. It's an ad for their Hysteria tour. How cool is that? And then here on the front, Hit Parader, November 87 with Motley Crue. When the Pearl drums of Bon Jovi's Tico Torres. And in the centerfold is, where is the centerfold? Right here. There they are, Def Leppard. I love that back ad there. Look at that. Wow. That's up for bid. How about a $10 star? Very clean. For a black cover, not much color break on that one. Now this one's at $12. And now over here, we have Stevie Ray Vaughan at $37. This is the first magazine. Never mind, he has bid. I was about to say, this is the first magazine in the last 4 hours I've not seen Phil Elliott bid on. Phil Elliott has, in fact, bid on this one. We're still bidding on that one. Stevie Ray Vaughan still getting bids as well. Okay, we got Ray Parker Jr. in radio. That's $9.99. Renaissance Live, Carnegie Hall, $26.99. Gangbusters 1950s, that's one of those radio broadcasts for $12.99. Jean-Luc Ponty, Mystical Adventures, $9.99 on that. Welcome to My World, Dean Martin. Dean's in shrink for $9.99. And then Lefty Frizzell, $9.99. Amazing Rhythm Aces is $12.99. And Jerry Rafferty Night Owl, $19.99 on that. Leon Russell Carney was $19.99. And Dwella People's People is $39.99. The Righteous Brothers Standards is $9.99. And Dean Martin, this time I'm swinging. Looks like John decided to price a whole crate of a lot of Fred Goodwin stuff. I think everything in there came from those Fred crates that I discovered when I was digging out all these magazines. All right, so the last bid on Stevie Ray Vaughan was $37 and then $38. And then over here, Motley Crue Magazine 10, Motley Crue Magazine 15. Let's call it Hit Parader or Motley Crue. Def Leppard was on the back and centerfold, but I don't want to mess that up. Now, John Darden, there's two Dean Martins. There's Welcome to My World, and this time I'm swinging. And then right after you, George Sambarez claimed one. So they're your pick at $9.99. And then over here, George wanted Welcome. So we'll figure out which one there. Now Kiss is at $20. The Hit Parader magazine's at $20. And now Kiss magazine is at $17. And now it's at $20. Okay, so 78 Trans Am has it for $20. The Motley Crue magazine's at $20 as well. Stevie Ray Vaughan's at $39. All right, so he wants Welcome. So yeah, nobody on this one. So John, this is yours for $9.99. If not, Sambarez says he wants it. So sell that to George Sambarez. Now, anybody else? I'm not going to go through that crate again. Way too much left. I'd rather get into new stuff that I know is definitely some people waiting on that's going to move for sure, okay? So anybody else on anything in this crate? If not, I'm just going to take it right off the table. There is so much more. There is so much more. We have, how many more crates of new vinyl over here? I think I've got at least 3 more. I've got a half. Let's do this half of a crate that there should be a waiting list for. And then we'll do a whole nother crate. So there's 2.5 crates. And this one here definitely has a waiting list on it. So let's go ahead and knock this out. There's only 3 titles in here. There's only 3 titles in here. And let's show these, okay? So let's see what's going on first with the paranoid. Let me walk around the corner here, and I do see the other questions. Let me make sure everybody that got a Black Sabbath paranoid on my sheet here. Yeah. All right. So there's probably a new waiting list. Let me go try to find that right quick. I'm going to step up front and try to find that. While I'm up here, I'm going to grab something to drink. So hopefully my mic can still work while y'all can hear me talk. I'm going to have a lot of bidding to catch up. But I think the sticky notes are up front with the waiting list. Give me 1 second on this. 1 second, please, on this. Let me throw this out right quick. Hopefully everybody can still hear me. If not, here we are. Here I go again on my own, down this lonely road I've never known. Like a drifter. Very good stuff here. Nice. Awesome. There's all that. I got something from the Tennessee Tech Alumni Association. They're like, hey, can we have more money? All right. Oh, if there's any more Heath Bar cake here. Any more Heath Bar cake? All right. Welcome, everybody. Quick timeout. Chad's got to get some caffeine. We've got 72 straight hours to do. I'm going to have to mix a very dangerous, like, do not get this around your kids, okay? The FFA might show up. I don't know what that means. That's the Future Farmers of America. The DT, the something. However, you can purchase it at Walmart. Okay, that's enough brain power for me. Now, we got weighted. This is all new stuff I got to reorder. Devil Driver, Wild Side, Metallica, Jim Sullivan. There they are. Black Sabbath Paranoids. It didn't take me that far. Black Sabbath. I got to reorder more Metallicas, more Metal Massacres, more Pinup Girls, more Van Halens, more Metallicas, more, what is that one? More Smokey and the Bandits, more Iron Maidens, more Savatage. I've got to order more Jelly Rolls. I got to order more Megadeth. I got to order more Stranger Things, more Aretha Franklins, more Black Sabbaths, more Kids on the Block, more Tyler Childers, more Wasp, more Tom Petty, more Casino Funkos, more Sly and the Family Stone, more Niles, and more Thorns. Okay? So this is the Rhino Black Sabbath cut from the original Analog Masters, $39.99. Let's go back to the top and see what happened, okay? So when I walked away, I remember saying Motley Crue was at $22, Stevie Ray Vaughan $41, Kiss got a bid for $22, Motley Crue $25, and then Rick Berrien said how much was Anderson Buford? That was just $19.99, which I thought was a great price. That was on the Anderson Buford Wakeman Howe, which is every member of Yes except one of the founding members, Chris Squire. They're just missing Chris Squire. It's $19.99. Anderson Buford, Anderson Howe. Anderson Buford, Wakeman Howe. It's $19.99, Rick Berrien. And then John Darden said he would do $7 on the other Dean Martin. This is sold to John Darden for $7. And then Stevie Ray Vaughan, $45. Motley Crue, $27. Nick Bargeron said other Dean. Dang it, I've already told John $7. And then Kiss, $25. And then Robert Barnett offered $10 for the Ventures. Sorry, I'm still getting caught up from the last crate. This one right here, the Ventures a Go-Go. Sell that to Robert Barnett for 10. The Motley Crue magazine, 30. Patty's done. Kiss is at 30. Kiss is at 30. And then we have, can I get the 50s radio hits from the last crate? 50s radio hits. Let's see here. Sorry, I usually do a recap. I probably should have, but I'm like, man, I got to get to all this other stuff tonight. So I'm doing some of these just one read through. Let me see if I can find that. 50s radio hits. Let's see here. Where was that at? Are you sure that was in here? 50s radio hits. I got when radio was King Gangbusters. Okay, yeah, this here. This here is what you're talking about, right? Yes, and that was sold to over here to Ken Crooker. Okay. Is this the Black Sabbath that came out this week? Yes. And then Robert Matthews got a Black Sabbath. Okay, so here's everybody that gets one. Tom Sullivan, Brian C., Jim Berg, and Joe Kolosky. Okay? So those are all sold. That was the waiting list. And then Robert Matthews got one. And then over here we got Luke and the Grooves getting one. And then there's one more. Now Kiss has a bid for 25. And then John, I'll keep it with you. Kiss 27, Stevie Ray Vaughan 46, Kiss 32. And then we have Kiss 33, Kiss 35, Stevie Ray Vaughan 47. I will do 15 on Anderson, Buford, Wakeman, Howe. Rick Berrien, 15. Beautiful and Shrink. Beautiful and Shrink. So Stevie Ray Vaughan is up for bid. Let's get back now to normal pace here. An 83 US OG Pittman, still in Shrink, VG Plus, Travis Woods at $47. The Kiss magazine is at $35. We have a two-way tie, Matthew Sherrick and 78 Trans Am. This one here is officially sold to Stacy, Motley Crue fan, and this sold to Stacy Brown for $30. Thank you on that. Now Rick Berrien on the Anderson, Buford, Wakeman, Howe for $15. Let's add at least one more other magazine over here, and let's do. Let's see what I got here. Do I have more? Let's see. Definitely only one Kiss at a time. Otherwise, my head might explode. Here we go. Nice. Here is Van Halen's David Lee Roth, September of '82. Also with articles Black Sabbath, Kansas, Elton John. Very, very cool. Everything's nice and clean. There's Joe Elliott giving everybody the finger. The White Twilly. Articles about Asia. The Go-Go's. This is how you found out about what was going on. Well before my time, but there's the lyrics, Crimson and Clover. Nice. Hit Parader. That's going to go up for a $10 start. So that is David Lee Roth. Kiss is at 40. Stevie Ray Vaughan's at 53. Time for me to drink this, what I just mixed up here. This is a great value concoction from Walmart. Don't ask questions, and I won't tell you no lies. Caffeine. So there's only one Black Sabbath left. There's only one Black Sabbath. That means we've sold 105 copies this week. If we can sell this one, I think it's 185, 110. This will be, I've sold 109 as of this moment. This will make the 110th copy I've sold this week if we can get that one sold. 110. Faces, another Rhino High Fidelity, all analog, ooh la la, numbered. This is actually numbered. Dear Old Granddad, $39.99. Faces. Rod Bryan and Randy Klein was on a waiting list. Rod Bryan and Randy Klein was on a waiting list. Thank you and thank you. So there's two of those sold, and that leaves me with 3. Now, the last bid on Kiss was 36 and then 37. Now 40 with Matthew Sherrick. Stevie Ray Vaughan, 53. David Lee Roth, 10. David Lee Roth, 15. David Lee Roth, 20. The OG Skyscrapers did not come back in. No, they haven't. Unfortunately not. Justin gets the last Black Sabbath. If anybody else wants on a waiting list, let me know. Yes, Luke Mitchell, you did get one as Luke and the Grooves. Yes, you did. David Lee Roth, 22. David Lee Roth, 25. David Lee Roth out. And the only thing in here is Candlemass Black Star. Candlemass is $29.99. Black Star Candlemass, $29.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It's the replacements. Don't Tell a Soul. The replacements is an 89 USOG with the original under sleeve, Vinyls EX, a $25 start on the replacements. All right, so the only thing left in there is the new faces. That's all analog, cut by Kevin Gray. Has that amazing gatefold jacket, very high quality all the way around. We got Sean Fairweather on a candle mask, and I've got one candle mask left. We're going to go ahead and go through another box. David Lee Roth is at 25, and what about Kiss? I haven't had anything since Matthew Sherrick bid 40. Matthew Sherrick's at 40. Joe Elliott, it goes back to you. Phil Elliott, it goes back to you. And the other candle mask is sold to Ken Crooker. I'm going to put the two faces, ooh la la, right here next to me. The replacements already has a bid for 26. When I come back, I'm going to be dropping the hammer on some auctions, including Stevie Ray Vaughan, which has a high bid right now of $53 with Travis Woods. $53 with Travis Woods. Let me step over here and grab another crate, and then we're going to do this lower crate, and that's going to leave us another crate of new vinyl to go through. Wow. Yeah, a lot. I know. Pretty incredible. A lot. Oh, this is a good one. A lot of metal right here. Yep. I wish all this would have came in yesterday. It's really hard for me to time all this out. Ordering and reordering the stuff is, as y'all know, very time-consuming, as I tell y'all every night. And sometimes I try to schedule it where certain things show up at certain times. Unfortunately, all this was supposed to come in yesterday, and it didn't. All right, it looks like the board's about to get wiped out. So over here we have Hit Parader, and Hit Parader is sold to Tim Graham for $25. The Kiss is sold, and we're going to drop that down here to Matthew Sherrick for $40. And then over here is Stevie Ray Vaughan. And this is sold to Travis Woods for $53. Now, the replacements here. The replacements, Don't Tell a Soul, is at 26 with Pam Murray. That's a final call. She's been the only bidder. Our next auction is REM, Life's Rich Pageant. REM is an 86 US Allied OG with the original under sleeve, a $25 start. No deicides. I just don't know if I just didn't get any because I put them in too late or if they got pushed back. But right now, I do not have them. No deicide. REM's a $25 start. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And I guess y'all know what that's going to be. Now, this one, oh, well, we need to get back to these too. Hold on a minute. I forgot about these. We did one. We did the Asylum Tour. Let's go ahead and do this one. Kiss Worldwide 95.96. Another Kiss Tour program. This is going to go up for a $10 start. $10 start, just like the other ones. Oh, well, also I got two R's up. I got replacements and REM. And they both start with RE. Brent, was your bid on the replacements or REM? The REM's in VG. Laura has graded this VG plus condition. VG plus condition. I'm assuming Brent's R was for replacements, which means Pam's been outbid. Kiss is at $12. There is that tour book. I have Exciter, Violence and Force. Exciter is new and sealed, $29.99 for Exciter. I've got 3 copies of the Deftones Around the Fur. Deftones Around the Fur is $33.99. We have replacements. Okay, thank you. I figured it was. The replacements is at $28 with Brent. I've got 2 copies of Sacrifice, Torment and Fire. Fire Splatter, Sacrifice is $34.99. And 3 copies of Holy Moses, Queen of Siam. Holy Moses is $33.99. Scott Yoakumstaller on a Deftones. Pam, you're out on the replacements. Kiss has 1 bid for $12. Final call. REM does not have a bid. Looking for a $25 start. I'm about to sell it. Bass kicking. The bass kicking is a waiting list for the Warbringer I had earlier. The third page tells you if the Kiss tour book is Japanese Australian. It looked like it was Japanese. I saw some Japanese writing right here. Maybe it's this one. Maybe this one. It says printed in Japan. Printed in Japan on this one is what it says. She's out, so there's no further confusion. Let's go ahead and sell this to Brent for $28. Gregory is in on REM, and now Kiss is definitely a final call for $12. Our next magazine is going to go up right now since we got that Kiss item up. Let's see what happened to all of my. I'm trying to find what happened to all my other Metallica magazines. We've only sold one Metallica. Where the heck did those go to? I got to find them. But here is, what is this? Is this a magazine? On the back is an ad for Trouble. We auctioned that original record last night. What year is going on here? Or what the heck's going, what is this called? It's definitely a metal magazine. Gam? What's that say? Volume 1, April 1. I'm not familiar with this magazine. Cam? C-A-M-M? Slaughter's on the cover. Volume 1, number 1, there's an ad for Trouble on the back. And it looked like it was 1990. Very nice condition. White pages. Thrash Bash. Zoetropes. No white. $10 start. Art Simpson is here. Valentino. Slaughter. Very cool. That's now up for bid. What year is it from? 95 to 96. It says worldwide 95, 96. Okay? REM just got one bid, and that's sold to Gregory Roberts for $25. Sold. Okay. Next over here is Municipal Waste. This is $29.99. Waste Em All. Waste Em All. Orange Swirl, limited 2,200. $29.99. Lucero, Tennessee. I'm pretty sure Rebecca was on a waiting list. Lucero, let's look this up. It's a 2LP, $33.99. Lucero is sold to Rebecca Howitt. It's called Lucero, Tennessee. I've got 2 more left. It's a gatefold 2LP for $33.99. Cam has bids for $10 and $11. The Kiss is at $23 with Michael McVeigh. Chad, are you able to order from the entire HR? Probably. Not directly. These came from a one-stop, so they probably got them. But I'll see if I can get set up directly with them. Some of these places we can. I just don't do it because sometimes they require like a large order. But I'll look into it. But if you have other artist suggestions, let me know. Okay, and then Brent Robley on L for Lucero, and then Ken Crooker on a Holy Moses, and Municipal Waste. A lot of stuff in here I've never ordered before. I was just going through some metal playlist. Let's go ahead. So we got a magazine. We got a Kiss item. Let's go back over here to the LPs. And I'm trying to figure out what this is. Is it a soundtrack? Is it a Mondo soundtrack? Yeah, I think it's a Waxwork Mad Max Mondo. Mad Max Fury Road original motion picture soundtrack. It's a 2LP Mondo. Steel and shrink on white, silver and white vinyl. A $35 start on that. Okay. Next is Deftones White Pony. Deftones is a gatefold 2LP. $39.99. And let me make sure I don't have a waiting list for that. White Pony, though, Deftones. I've got 4 of them. I haven't had that one in a while. No, maybe I just got 4 because I haven't had it in a while. White Pony is $39.99. And over here was MOD. MOD, Method of Destruction. MOD is USA for Mod, a 30th anniversary edition. And I don't think I've ever had that for $29.99. Of course, I've ordered a lot of stuff. If we had original pressings, you know, we would be here bidding and they would be bringing at least 3 digits plus. Chad's going to take a drink of this. Okay. So what happened on Kiss and what happened on the magazine? The last bid on the magazine was $15. I haven't heard back from Amanda Davis, so I'm about to sell it to Stacy. The last bid on Kiss was $23 with Michael McVeigh. When I get to the bottom, I'm selling if there's no other claims. Mad Max is a $35 start. Rebecca got MOD. Thank you on that. And then over here in the singles that I hadn't finished yet, let me grab this right here, Jimi Hendrix, Manish Boy, a Record Store Day exclusive, and that is a $7 start. Jimi Hendrix, Manish Boy, and Trash Man. It's numbered, and that's going to go up for a $7 start. There's a new bid on the magazine for $16, but there's no other bid on Kiss. This is sold to Michael McVeigh for $23. Thank you, Michael. That's sold to you. And then Charlie's in on Mad Max. So that's our current 3 auctions. I'm going to take this stack of miscellaneous stuff we've sold over here with the other stack so I can start a new stack. Let me do that right now. Welcome everybody to Friday Night at Coletco. If you're new, we do this every night. I'm here at least 6 nights a week from 5:30ish to 1:30ish. That's 8 hours a night. Live streaming as much as I can physically show. New stuff, vintage pre-owned, rare stuff, auctions, magazines. Occasionally I get over here, we get into really random stuff, collectible music stuff like this. So Hendrix has a bid for $7, and I had Manish Boy and Trash Man. The name of the song from Hendrix is Trash Man. There's that. And then we're just about to sell Med Backs, but there's a question. But let's go ahead and sell this magazine. And that's sold to Amanda Davis for $17. Thank you, Amanda. That's sold to you. Now, that was the Slaughter magazine. Jimi Hendrix is sealed. Manish Boy, Record Store Day numbered. 1 bid, 7. Mad Max is a 2015 USOG limited edition silver and white vinyl in shrink, and it has 1 bid with Charlie Marks for $35. I'm going to put that right over here. And the next thing I have is I am going to put up the next Kiss item. I might want to check this. Actually, I don't need to check this, but this is a good item. Let's take a look at this. This is actually a comic book. I'm very familiar with the first one. I don't get the second one here as often. Let me take a look at the condition. It looks like the cover's maybe a little loose. I got to be careful with this tape here. Always be careful getting magazines out with tape. Oh my gosh, I've seen covers ruined. Let me get that off of there. I don't really like even taping them shut unless I know I'm never, ever going to be getting it out again. I just board and bag stuff here at the store. We don't tape it. Yeah, it looks like the cover's detached on this one. What do we have here? This is a certified Kiss. Yeah, this cover is detached. The cover is detached. I feel like it was. I was going to make sure it had this. It does. The poster's attached. Man, they do a great job. Look at the colors on the comic. So the cover's detached. So I'll put it up for a $10 start. It's billed as Marvel Super Special. If you're like by comic book standards, it's called Marvel Super Special, issue number 5. Issue number 5. 1978 Marvel. That's it. $10 start. Looks like the cover is detached. It has a reproduction certificate or document saying that they used their blood in the ink. So that's included, and it's boarded and bagged here. And that is the second Kiss comic book, and that's going to go up for a $10 start. Cover's detached though, and the poster is in the gatefold. So $10 start on that. Okay. Now Mad Max is a bid for $38. Charlie, you're out. Hendrix is at $10 and Robert's out. Hendrix is sold to Michael Nath for $10. Okay. Now over here we have Municipal Waste, The Art of Partying. And the Municipal Waste is $38.99. Municipal Waste, The Art of Partying, that's $38.99. And then Venom, Storm the Gates. Venom is $33.99 for Storm the Gates. 2 LP, $33.99 on that. And Raven. Raven is $24.99. We just sold an OG earlier tonight. Raven is on red and black split colored vinyl, $24.99. Raven all for one, $24.99. And we have DRI dealing with it. DRI is restored and remastered. It is $29.99. So Marvel launched a new series called Marvel Super Special. The first issue featured Kiss, and the 5th issue featured Kiss. There's other really cool ones, like we've had David Bowie Labyrinth. We had one of those not too long ago. It was like different stuff featured in different issues, and it's called Marvel Super Special. The first one was Kiss, and then issue there 5 was also Kiss. Issue number 5 was Kiss. So they're called Marvel Super Specials. And if you have a comic book price guide like an Overstreet, you look down all the different ones they've made, there's some pretty dang cool ones. They're all kind of like premium top printed too. They're very well made. So Mad Max got a new bid for 40, and then Kiss got a bid for 10, Kiss got a bid for 10, Kiss got a bid for 15. Empty Matt on Raven. That's on Empty Matt. Rebecca Howard on DRI. Base Kicking 1 wants a Venom Storm the Gates. And Charlie Buck wants a Municipal Waste, The Art of Partying. And now Kiss is at 18. And now, that's getting bids, that's getting bids. Now back to our other magazines. Over here, I've got Hit Parader, an anniversary issue. And it is with Ozzy and Randy Rhoads on the cover. How cool is that? That is June of 87. It does have the Metallica. It has the Metallica Motley Crue poster inside. It still has that in the gatefold. It's a Metallica Motley Crue poster. Very cool. Articles. There's Judas Priest. And is it right here? Yeah, here it is. It's right there. Still inside there. I'll have it right there, and that's going to go up for a $10 start. Base Kicking wants that last Municipal Waste. I'm assuming you wanted this one right here. The Art of Partying, is that right? That's so the Base Kicking. Chad, how much is DRI? DRI is $29.99. Here's what's left in here. A quick read through. And now we have this. I've got Exciter, Violence and Force for $29.99. Exciter, Violence and Force. Deftones is $33.99. Sacrifice is $34.99. Torment and Fire. Also, Holy Moses, Queen of Siam for $33. I've got 2 of those left. Another Municipal Waste, Waste 'em All. Orange Swirl, $29.99. I've got 3 of those. Lucero, Tennessee for $33. Deftones White Pony is $39.99. Also, MOD is $29. 1 Municipal Waste Art of Partying for $38. Venom's $33. Raven is $24. And DRI is so to Tom Sullivan. I'll make sure Jim Cooper doesn't want it. If not, then we'll give it to Tom Sullivan. Okay, I'll go ahead and put it in the crate. So, Mad Max, are we done on that? The Ivan R went out. This is Robert went out. Charlie Marks, that's sold to you for $40. Thank you on that. Lucis Graska has already sold. The high bid on the Hit Parader magazine is $10 with Stacy Brown. Susie, you came in second. The Kiss magazine, it does have a loose cover. The poster is still included. It just got a new bid for $25. And Jim passed on DRI, so that was sold to Tom Sullivan. There's Kiss, Marvel Super Special. Charlie Marks on White Pony. Let me go ahead and start a new crate. We have filled this one up. That makes everybody that keeps track with me 6 crates of sold vinyl tonight. Pretty amazing. Thank you on that. And then let's grab a new empty crate. And I've got 2 other claims all of a sudden to tag. So let me grab this and let me grab that. And the first thing is Charlie Marks wants a White Pony. That leaves us with 3 copies of that. And then Base Kicking wants the other Municipal Waste as well. We're going through a lower crate right now. And then I have a whole nother crate of new vinyl. So let's see what we got over here with a lower crate. And then we got more new vinyl. Stacy's out. The Hit Parader of Ozzy's at $12. And the Kiss magazine, Michael McVeigh's out. Or I should call it the Kiss comic. It's now at $25. It's now at $25 on that. Okay. And we have, let's do this. Was there a J Mascis? There was. Rebecca put DRI a while ago. I've already pulled one for Rebecca. And Robert Matthews got a Raven. All right. Oh. Nice. Great neck adjustments there. Now. Here we go. Those were ordered because I went through an 80s thrash metal essentials on Apple Music and ordered everything. So I would like play a song. I'd look up that artist. I'd look and see what I could order from a couple different places. And then I would look up their other popular albums, also known as like top streaming. And I would order anything that I saw that was the original versions and in print that was at a reasonable price. And then I go to the next song, which would be a different artist. And this and that. And that's how I've ordered all. That's how I came up. Otherwise, I wouldn't have really known what to have ordered. You know, I have the stuff I know to look for. Megadeth, Slayer, Metallica. But some of those other ones, like I didn't think to look up, you know, Municipal Waste. Some of those kind of leave my head there for a while. There's the Lore Crate sticker. First come, first serve. We're going to show 3 records, and we're going to get somebody sold on the Lore Crate. First thing we have here is this right here. And this is the Kiss comic, and that's sold to Steve McGee for $25. Is that just me, or does that seem like a great price on that? And then the Hit Parader is sold for sold for $12 to Susie Breedlove. All right. Boom. So first thing, did you get my Pestilence? Alonzo wants on the Pestilence waiting list. Alonzo on the Pestilence waiting list. You got it. Now, there was a question about J Mascis. We hadn't finished the stack of singles that I think was requested, was there? We got this whole of the tub. So here we go. Let's see what we have over here. I feel like that was a steal on the Kiss comic. I could be wrong, but I think that was like, I think the first one I had, the ones I've sold have always been like the first issue have always been like $350, $375. Here is J Mascis on Sub Pop on orange vinyl. That first comic, if you get it up in like the 9s, if you have it CGC graded up in the 9s, it's like 1,000 plus, like a 9.2, a 9.4. I'm pretty sure all those now are like $1,000 plus. If you want a near mint copy of that first comic, 1,000, 1,200. I think I've seen some maybe even more than that. If you get up in the 9.4s, 9.6 would be crazy. If there is a 9.6 out there, I'm sure that's very pricey. J Mascis is a $5 start. All right, next is more Kiss stuff. We got Guitar Player magazine from 1979, Ace Frehley on the cover. Now, this one does have an address strip. This one does have an address strip on the front, but there's Guitar Player with Ace, January 6, 79, and this is a $10 start. Guitar Player magazine, $10 start on that. J Mascis has bids for 5 and now 10. All right, so these are new arrival sticker price. We're going to show 3 Lore records, maybe 5. Depends on how fast I can spit them out. And of course, as y'all know, you get this work of art from Laura. And look, this isn't some parlor trick that we hand out willy-nilly. This is a work of art. Next LP is going to go up for auction right now. Let's do another one from the tab that says $50 and up start. I like that. First thing I have is Tobacco, Maniac Meat. Tobacco is a 2010 US OG. It's been out of print ever since. It's a solo album from the frontman of the Black Moth Super Rainbow. It's in shrink, and it's a $95 start. Tobacco. There's that. I'll leave it up to Laura. If Laura puts it on the front of the crate, we'll do it first. If she hides it on a record, we'll do it random. It's Cinnamorolo, Hello Kitty's friend, who is a flying dog. I'm glad Laura has identified that because that would have stumped me. All right, so let's see what we got in here. We got Wilco Live at the Troubadour, 1996, sealed, a record store day exclusive, $49.99. Wilco, $49.99. No Gallagher's High Flying Birds, Cancel Skies, Deluxe Edition, $64.99. $64.99. No Gallagher. And we have David Byrne and Fatboy Slim, Here Lies Love. This is David Byrne, Fatboy Slim, and 21 Friends. That is $34.99. Also, Herbie Hancock, The New Standard. That is sealed for $39.99. Herbie Hancock. And we have Scone Cash Players, Brooklyn to Brooklyn, sealed, a jazz funk album, $19.99. Now, looks like Laura got into some of the sealed stuff I found back here in our back room, warehouse, whatever you want to call it. When I was digging out all this stuff, I found a tub of mostly just brand new sealed stuff from a collection we probably bought 6, 8 months or a year ago. And a lot of it is sealed, brand new stuff. And for anybody that's into the Gallagher, I guess specifically no Gallagher, but I guess all of it, well, there was a lot of Gallagher stuff. Just saying. And by the way, Sean, I still have that signed guitar. I've had a couple offers on it, but it would require fees, and I would be getting a lot less than I want. So, just saying, I still got that signed guitar, Sean. Sorry, I had to stretch. Okay, back up to the top. We left off by saying Jay Mascis was at 10. Pat Lucero bid 10 on Ace. Jay Mascis 15. Sean Fairweather was first on No Gallagher. That's why I was mentioning him about Oasis. And he does get the rare, highly desirable, now iconic, and extremely valuable Laura Crate Hop sticker. Thank you, Sean Fairweather. Donna Turner on Herbie Hancock. That's so to Donna. Jay Mascis 16. Jay Mascis 17. And then Ryan wants Scone Cash. And that is Scone Cash Players. $19.99. I have a signed guitar. It's a signed Oasis guitar. I have it. I have it. I do have the Friday the 13th poster. We have a whole section over here in our store that I've just been piling up. I've just been piling up the best posters and the best autographs that I have so I can eventually do something with them. But yes, I have a signed Oasis guitar. It should have been sold by now. I can't believe it. When we sold all those signed guitars, this is the only one that did not sell. Well, I think there's one more, but it wasn't as big as this. Oasis. Here it is. And here's the LOA. It's signed by Liam Gallagher, Noel Gallagher, Andy Bell, and Jim Archer. $3,750. $3,750. It's signed on the guitar. Big difference. Signed on the guitar. I've already gotten a hard shell case. It's ready to be shipped. JSA full letter. $3,750. Just waiting for somebody to say sold. Paul Brothers bought most of the other ones. That's true. 3750. Okay, so let's get back to the top. Sub Pop is Jay Mascis. It's on orange vinyl, $17. And then over here we have we're at the bottom, and we have this. And this is Fania Records, Willie Colin, El Juicio, a 2002 reissue, $24.99. Pat Lucero got Ace Frehley for $10. And we have Tobacco, a $95 buy it now. Tobacco's a $95 buy it now. There's that. Yeah, I think that lineup of Oasis is from that album. That was the Oasis that was touring when this guy got it signed. It was the one with like the skyline on the cover, whichever album that is. That was I've looked it up. It's the touring. Let's see here. See if I can find that. We might can get that thing sold tonight. Guy Shard might be all over it. You never know about Guy Shard, right, Guy? Well, somewhere I've got a description. All right, let me move on. We got a lot more stuff to get to. Funk Inc., but I will pause to sell that. Standing on the Shoulders of Giants. Yeah, there we go. We have Funk Inc. reissue of an unknown year. It's sealed for $24.99. M.O.C. from USA. That is not available right now. Justin Towns Earl live at Grimey's. That is on baby blue vinyl, sealed for $19.99. And here is Heavy California Funk and Soul. That is sealed $24.99. The Sub Pop is J Mascis on orange vinyl. It is a final call. And the last bit on this is a final call. And this is a final call. And it's with Mark Stanley at $17. He's only had it for 6 minutes. He would probably like me to sell it. It's at $17 on that. It is, the tracks are Outside Eye and Fade Into You. Outside Eye and Fade Into You. It's at $17. And then over here, we have Jim B put JM at $5. The high bid is $17 right now. And Brett fees on Grimey's. That is sold to him. Okay, moving on. Next thing I have is another Kiss item. Let's see what I have over here. I have some over here I really hadn't got a chance to look at. Maybe we should go back to the Kiss tour books. So there's a bunch of 16 magazines with Kiss on the cover. And then we get into No Makeup Kiss here. Some of these are pretty dang cool, though. Let's do 2 together here, okay? So let's do the Kiss collection, and then let's do the Complete History Kiss. So we're going to sell these 2 together, $15 start, okay? These 2 together, $15 start. I'm going to put those right back there. And then our next LP auction is going to be the Stray Cats Blast Off, which is a 1989 USOG sealed, and that's going to go up for a $20 start. A $20 start. Okay? Back to this crate. J Mascis is still getting bids. And now we have, and it's mostly because it took forever. People kept asking what it was, and I was talking about Oasis and didn't answer them. So I apologize. Here is Television. It's Television studio demos with Brian Eno. Television is sealed for $34.99. Television is sealed for $34.99. Oh, I definitely plan on bundling some of these, yeah. I've done most of the 70s, what I think is some of the best ones. Some of these other ones, we will definitely start bundling. We're not going to auction every single one of them individually. Oh, here's the Metallica stuff. It got mixed in with Kiss. And I got Metallica magazines, too. I hadn't put up one of those, I think, since 6 o'clock. So, but yeah, I don't plan on doing every one of these. We're going to, some of them still, I think, should be individual, for sure. Some of these definitely still should be individual. But the others, yeah, we definitely are going to bundle them. Okay. We have right over here is this. Let me do this right here. Okay. Whoops. Okay. Okay. This is Soft Machine Arlo Parks. Soft Machine is sealed on translucent green vinyl, $14.99. Also, the Fatback Band, Keep On Steppin'. The Fatback Band is sealed 2021, $19.99. The Budos Band, Frontier's Edge, lime green vinyl. The Budos Band is an Afrobeat psych album, $24.99. And Cut Worms. Cut Worms is on sea glass wave colored vinyl. It's a dream pop folk album. That's $19.99. And Las Robadas. Love is the answer. Yellow with a signed postcard, $24.99. So Jay Maskus, the two bids that came in was 19 and 19. Robert Barnett's came in first. JK, you're out. Actually, Robert Barnett's bid came in first on that for 19. The two Kiss magazines are at 22, and Stray Cats is at 30 with Gregory Roberts. That's at 30 with Gregory Roberts. Hiram Aponte. Hiram on the Budos band. Thank you, Hiram. Next is Tash Soliana Sugar EP. It's on pink marble vinyl. It's a funk reggae album for $14.99. And Bella White, among other things. Bella White is sealed, a progressive bluegrass album, $14.99. Wow, progressive bluegrass. I like to hear that. Afghan Wigs, Up In It. Afghan Wigs is a 2017 reissue sealed, $19.99. Kiss 22, Kiss 23. The Stray Cats is a final call now to Gregory for 30. Now Jay Maskus still getting bids. It's at 21 with JK over on YouTube. Now our next auction, our fourth item, is going to be this Metallica magazine. How cool is this? Metallica Mayhem. It is up for bid. It is going to go up for a $10 start. How cool is that? Very cool. $10 start on Metallica Mayhem. $10 start. And now Garrett Cypert on Bella White. That is sold to Garrett Cypert. And then the Fatback Band from a few back. The Fatback Band is Keep On Steppin'. It's a 2021 sealed, $19.99. Jay Maskus is still getting bids. Now it's at 23. Metallica's a $10 start. And then over here is Howling Book. And this is 11. And this is Alternate Rock, $24.99. Also here is Franzoli. Psychedelic Porn Crumpets. Franzoli is on Sea Blue Splatter for $29.99. And Steve McGee went out on Kiss. Looks like Matthew Sherrick has it for $23. We're about to sell that. Gregory Roberts gets the Stray Cats for $30. This is sold to Gregory Roberts, sealed with hop sticker. Very cool. That is sold. Final call to get a bid on Metallica for 10. Final call to get a bid on Metallica for 10. I wonder if any Kiss aficionados, I found these, they say, look for authentic autograph and memorabilia cards. I wonder, does these actually contain this series here, The Legend of Kiss? Do some of these packs actually have autograph cards? If so, we might have to like sell these and open them live. That would be amazing. It's from Press Pass Inc. Odds are reflective, proof edition. Signatures. Some of these could be actually be signed. Josh had Stray Cats at 32. Josh had Stray Cats at $32. Stray Cats is a new bid with Josh at $32. $32 with Josh. And then we have Jay Maskus at 25. And then over here, we have What the Hell Happened to Blood, Sweat, and Tears. That is on a Record Store Day exclusive, sealed for $19.99. What did happen to them? I guess if you listen to this, it will tell you. Okay, now these two Kiss magazines are sold to Matthew Sherrick for $23. Jay Maskus is at 17. Stray Cats is out. Now we have a correction. This is sold to Josh Brown for $32. Josh, that's sold you for $32. The Metallica magazine is a bot now for $10. No bid on that. No bid on that. And we have the London Suede Auto Fiction. The London Suede is sealed on gray vinyl, $24.99. And then over here is the Black Angels Levitation Sessions. The Black Angels on Coke bottle clear with red and black splatter, $29.99. Jay Maskus is still getting bids. It's at $27. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that is going to be this one, and it's going to be this one. And let's do 3 for a $20 start. Let's do 3 for a $20 start. The Kiss Tours, 1977, 1988. How about Kiss guitarist Ace, Bruce, Vincent, Mark St. John? And how about Kiss the videos? 3 Kiss magazines, a $20 start. First on the Metallica magazine is Matthew Sherrick for $10. Tim Graham was next. I went on Jay Mascis. It's up to JK on YouTube. The high bid right now is 27 of Robert Barnett. Our next LP we're going to put up for auction is right now. And the next LP auction I have going up right now is this. It is Neon Indian. It is a 2010 US repress. The OG is from 2009. This is 2010. It's got the standard album and a remix with the original under sleeve. $50 start on that. That's up for bid. Kiss 3-pack already has a bid for $20. Jay Mascis is out. This is sold to Robert Barnett for $27. Let's try another Metallica magazine. And this one is Metal Superstars Presents Metallica. Metal Superstars Presents Metallica. That is now up for bid for a $10 start. So there's another one. That one's a $10 start. Those three Kiss back there have a bid for $20. Next is Matt Cameron, Gory Scorch Cretins. Matt Cameron. I know him as the drummer from Pearl Jam and a lot of stuff. 24 white vinyl. It features the Melvins on here. $24.99 on that. And the Fusion Syndicate, Beautiful Horizon. It's on that colored vinyl. It's sealed for $19.99. All kinds of different people on here. People that have played in bands such as Soft Machine, John Etheridge. Also, there's Marty Friedman from Megadeth, Robbie Krieger from The Doors. Wow. And that is sealed for $19.99. And we got Stan Getz, Marrakesh Express, produced by George Martin, who produced all the Beatles albums, $19.99. Is Facebook hung up or is just no more bids on Kiss? If nobody else wants to bid on Kiss, I'm going to sell all three of those to Matthew Sherrick for $20. No more? Nobody on Metallica and nobody on this LP auction. The LP auction was Neon Indian, 2010. I'm about to sell it. And now we have Susie Breelove in on Metallica at 10. We got Chris Riddings on Fusion. That's sold to him. And then Sean Fairweather on Stan Getz. That's sold to him. Now Metallica all of a sudden is getting new bids. What's the condition of tobacco? Near mint. Yeah, a VG Plus copy sold for $86. Sealed $175 recently. It's out of print. No condition of it's $95 is what we're asking on that. And now Kiss is getting new bids. And then what's the Matt Cameron? Matt Cameron is drummer for Soundgarden, Pearl Jam, special guest the Melvins. It is sealed on white vinyl for $24.99. Now the Kiss magazines have a new bid, and now Metallica has a new bid. And now Chad's going to stretch right quick. That was a great stretch. Kristen Barnett on Matt Cameron. Thank you. Metallica 14. Now Kiss has two people at 22. Stephen Riley gets the tobacco for $95. Thank you on that. And then over here, we've got Neon Indian. It's a bot now for $50 if anybody wants that. Next in this crate is Inspicara Life. Is that what that says? Inspiral Carpets, excuse me. Inspiral Carpets, and the name of the album is Life. That is sealed on gold vinyl for $19.99. This is Skyway Soul, Gary, Indiana. Skyway Soul, Gary, Indiana is sealed $24.99. Ron Duffield says, I'll take it. Oh, wait a minute. Ron Duffield asked first. Ron Duffield asked first on Matt Cameron. He asked first. This goes to Ron Duffield. And then Kristen Barnett asked the price. Then Darren claimed it. Then Kristen Barnett claimed it. And then Ron Duffield claimed it. But he asked first the details. So that is, in fact, sold to Ron Duffield. We sold the tobacco. The Carpets album is sold to Sean Fairweather. The Metallica magazine's at 14 with Susie, final call. And the Kiss Threefer is at 25. The Kiss Threefer is at 25. Final call on that. Looks like we need more albums up for bid. And singles. Let's do a single first. We have Cage the Elephant, Take It or Leave It, and Jesse James is the B-side. That is sealed, and that is going to go up for a $7 start. Cage the Elephant. That's now for bid. It is sealed. There's Metallica. Next thing I have over here is Norah Jones, The Fall. Norah Jones is sealed for $19.99. Norah Jones and This is the reds, pinks, and purples, Summer at Land's End. It's on yellow vinyl. It's a lo-fi dream pop album. $19.99 on that. And Chad is going to take a drink of purple juice. Nice. All right. Susie gets Metallica for $14. Over here is these 3 Kiss magazines. Those sold to Matthew Sherrick for $25. Thank you. Those sold to you for $25. Cage the Elephants at $7. We got Alan Smith on Nora Jones. Thank you, Alan Smith, on that. Here's the agenda right now for 1034. We're going through a new lore crate. I have got another new vinyl crate. We're selling magazines. We're selling singles. And we still got quite a bit of auctions to put up. I am first going to introduce this Hit Parader with Dawkins on the cover as our next one. So there's our next magazine. Make Your Day, Enter LA Guns Double Barrel Contest. There's that for a $10 start. Dawkins on the cover, 10 on that. Cage the Elephants at 10. And then let's pick out 3 Kiss. Let's do a tour book here. Still got some of these to do. Actually, here's a couple more. This one's been standing out. It's definitely a vintage one worthy of an auction by itself, but I don't know really what it is. It feels awfully thin for a magazine. So let's take a look at it. It is Teen Star. Special issue Kiss, 2 giant pinups. So it feels awfully thin, though. It may just be one of those. I've had some before, and they're just like, yeah, so this may be it. Yeah. Very cool. That's a $10 start. I think that's all that's supposed to be with it. It's just like a little flip. It's got complete Kiss history, it says. And it folds out like that. And it looks like a magazine, but it's, you know, just a few pages because it's just a poster. So that's going to go up by itself. That's one of the older ones I still have left. I say older. I guess I should say, to me, they look pre-80. We'll say pre-1980. I'm trying to do all those individually. And, of course, I'm sure there's some post-80 that could be pretty good. But to me, I feel like those are worthy of auctions by themselves, like this one. It's pretty much another poster magazine. So there's that. Teen Star, $10 start on that. Okay, and Cage the Elephants at 10. Everybody else is out. Let's try to finish up this crate. It's Too Late, Wilson Pickett. That's on cream-colored vinyl. It's sealed for $19.99. Lizzie, Watch Me Over, Early Works 2002-2009. That is sealed for $14.99. The Autumn Defense is sealed for $14.99. Sunvolt, Electro Melodier. That is sealed on tan vinyl for $24.99. Bruce Hornsby Spirit Trail, 25th Anniversary Edition. That is sealed for $29.99. And my comments may be hung up. Let's see. Garrett, hold on a second. Nora Jones. There's a comment from Garrett that I'm just now seeing. Summer at Land's End. Is that still available in here? Or did I miss something? I think my comments may be hung up. I'll give it 1 second. Because there hadn't been anything in 3 minutes appear on my phone. Let me get over here on YouTube and see what it looks like. Bonnaroo's been canceled? Yeah, I'm more definitely hung up. Yeah. All right, we'll have to just let it reset. There it goes. All right. Yeah, I was like, I knew there wasn't. Okay, so there it is. It's freed back up. Okay, so if you've commented recently, I basically haven't been able to see it. So I'll make sure there haven't been claims. And then Garrett, he's helping me out. Thanks everybody that's watching tonight. Still 109 over on Facebook. And how many do we have on YouTube? We've got 112 on YouTube. So well over 200 people still watching tonight. Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook? Has everybody hit the like button on YouTube? We should easily have 100 likes. And make sure you're subscribed as well. That way you get notifications. And I rarely post videos on YouTube, like never. I don't think I've posted but maybe a couple all year. But we post 7 a week essentially when we're live. So we post one every day, but it's a live stream. So, but make sure you subscribe so you get notifications. Now, Garrett is the pink cover with the flower, and we're going to find that for him. This one here. This is Summers that lands in. That's sold to Garrett Cypriot. So let me make sure I didn't miss anything here. Cage the Elephant's now at 12. I'm just going to go by what's most recent. So I've only seen one claim, and then here's this, which is 12 of Jeremy. The Kiss is at 22 of Michael Ruttman. And the Hit Parader with Dawkin, I don't think got a bid. I'm going to go ahead and make it a buy now for $10. If you did bid, let me know. We'll put it back up right quick in case somebody beats you on the buy now. But I don't think anybody bid. So Hit Parader with Dawkin on the cover. $10 start on that. George Lynch and Don Dawkin to be exact. Right? Yeah, that's them. George Lynch and Don Dawkin. So $10 buy now on that one. And the last couple records in here was Kurt Vile, Back to Moon Beach. Kurt Vile was sealed, $19.99 on that. And we have Deer Tick, War Elephant. Deer Tick is on silver vinyl, $24.99. It is Take It or Leave It and Jesse James. The high bid's at $12 of Jeremy. And now the Kiss magazine is at $25. Okay. Let's do this, and let's do this. Let's do let's do this one for a $10 start. Metallica Color Spectacular, $10 start on that. And this one is a $10 start. Also has Guns N' Roses and Anthrax on the cover. $10 start on Metallica. That is now up for bid. Justice. Okay, and anybody else, I'm going to try my best to read these titles, and then we're going to go ahead and go through that other crate of new stuff, okay? First thing I have is this, Wilco, Live at the Troubadour. We've got David Byrne and Fatboy Slim. We should have another lore crate up here before the end of the night, before y'all get too sleepy on me. We got Fianna Records, Willie Cole and El Juicio. I do hear her pricing gun. That's always a beautiful sound. We have Funk Inc. We have Oregon, Behind the Sun. This was Television. Soft Machine, Arlo Parks, not the band. It is Arlo Parks, My Soft Machine, I think. Cut Worms, Los Robertas. This was Tash Sullivana, I think. Is that right? Am I close? Sugar EP. And then Afghan Wigs, Fatback Band, Keep On Steppin'. We have Howlin' Book, 11. And then Frazzoli, Blood, Sweat, and Tears, London Suede. This was the Black Angels. Skyway Soul, Gary, Indiana. Wilson Pickett, Lizzie, Autumn Defense, Sunvolt, Bruce Hornsby, Kurt Vile, and Deer Tick. Okay? So Kiss is at 26. Cage the Elephant is sold for $12. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Uncle Tupelo, I Want to Be Your Dog, and Commotion, numbered Record Store Day edition. That's going to go up for a $10 start, a $7 start. And here, so here is what I have. Here's what I have still left pictured, okay? This is what I photographed and like put in a little teaser picture from this morning that was posted on all social media. Now, let me give y'all an idea of how much is still in this tub that I did take a picture of that we're going to be auctioning for the next several days. Here's one stack, okay? So there's one stack. Here's another couple stacks. And I could probably grab 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to say 7 more handfuls like that. That might be enough for like 2 or 3 nights of auctioning. And it's all sealed. Some of it's OG, but it's all great artists, it looks like. All right, all great artists. The television was demos. It's a pretty cool looking release. Television is sealed. It's studio demos with Brian Eno, $34.99, 10 gram. And then Afghan, Vile, and Black Angels prices. All right, so Chris Knapp. First, here's Vile. It's sealed for $19.99. And then Black Angels was right here. That was Black Angels. That was $29.99. And then Afghan, I'll have to find that. But first, Tim Graham got Bruce Hornsby. We'll go ahead and tag that while I'm looking for Afghan. Let me find that. Here it is. And Chris Knapp, that was $19.99. And then was Los Libertas black or color vinyl? That was back here, wasn't it? Maybe not. Let me just start from the front so I don't look for it 3 times. It's right here. It is on yellow vinyl with a signed postcard, $24.99. And then Uncle Tupelo's at $7. And then Chris said he will take it. Okay. So here's the buy it nows. Metallica is a buy it now for $10. And then Uncle Tupelo, Gregory has it for $7. We are about to sell it. And then the Kiss magazine, this is sold to Matthew Sherrick for $26. Matthew Sherrick gets that for $26. These are sticker price as of right now. New arrivals from Laura. Regina wants the Deer Tick, and she wants Nora Jones. Nora Jones might have already sold. I think that already sold, Regina. Unless, no. All right, so this is sold to Regina. Chris Knapp got all 3 of these. And then Uncle Tupelo was sold to Gregory for $7. All right, clear board. So what I'm going to do is let's bundle. Let me put back over that Metallica, and let's do this one, this one. So this one I just had. I'm going to add one, and then I'm going to add a newer one, a Guitar Aficionado magazine with Kurt on the cover. So from 2011. Let's do all 3 of those for $15. Now, Stephen, you just claimed this one for $10. I'm going to go ahead and run all 3 of them for $15. Sorry, if I would have seen that, I would have had and sold it to you, and I would have put up 2. But I'm going to re-put those up for $15. And now there's 3 of them. Now, let's put up another Kiss item. Let's do a... Let's see. What are these right here? Okay, so this is 4/16 magazine. Okay, the name of the magazine, of course, is 16. 4/16 magazine. Ace. You got Paul and Leif Garrett, and then a whole shot there of Kiss. So there's 4 here. We'll say a $30 start, all from 79. April of 79, October of 79, June of 79, and December of 78. We'll say 4 there for a $30 start. And then Lucas gets television. And now these 3 Metallica magazines are at $15. So now we're putting those back up for a $15 start. Let's put up another LP for auction. The next LP I have for auction is going to be what? I have Tom Petty. Let Me Up, I've Had Enough. It's an 87. This is a US OG. $15 start. Yes, 87 USOG, $15 start. Now, the Metallicas are at 18. If he could have got his comment in just a second sooner, Stephen A. Young was going to buy that one just for $10. All three of them's at 18 right now. Anybody else? If not, I think I have a whole nother crate of new stuff to go through. And I've been just overwhelmed with how much new vinyl. We didn't get as much as we were supposed to yesterday. It shouldn't be like this. We should have gotten like half of what we got today yesterday, and it would have balanced it out. But we have one more crate to go through. And some of this stuff in here, we're still on waiting list and maybe even pre-orders. So, and then I honestly, since I've started tonight, I don't know what I've shown. So a recap at some point later tonight may be up for consideration. But I still have lots of other vintage and other discount stuff we can do. We have got to get to 8 crates tonight. We've already filled up almost 7, so we won't have any problem with that. Here we go. I know, there's been a lot of new stuff. Monday, we sold 12. Basically, Monday, we had a connection problem, and I didn't start the show till like 8 o'clock. And for about 4 hours, all I did was tag pre-orders. We sold 12 crates, and it was pretty much just nothing but new releases. And I think after that, everybody was like, well, holy crap. There went all my vinyl budget, and it was all only Monday. And we got the rest of tonight, and we got stuff tomorrow, too. So I told y'all, I'll keep bringing it. No stopping us now. Nick wants to know what all the auctions are. We're about to tell you. So much great new stuff coming out. Y'all should see my pre-order. Like, my note on my phone, I can scroll 2 times now with all the stuff that's coming out between now and August. And there's been 3 more I could add today. Prong and Godsmack. There's more and more. And there's stuff that I've missed this week. We could have sold. If I would have found out about some of these pre-orders without me spending and just having somebody say, Chad, get this on Facebook, we could have sold another 20 crates this week. I've missed so much. The Ray LaMontagne and this and that. I could just keep listing. So pretty amazing how much is coming out. And that's just the stuff I'm catching. Let's start first with the 16 magazines. We've got 4 16 magazines, and they're all featuring Kiss from 78 and 79. These 4 have a bid for $45. Then I rebundled 3 Metallica magazines, all from around the early 90s. This one's from 91, and then this one's from 2011. That's definitely a later Kurt Hammett guitar magazine. All right, so all 3 of those are at $20 with Stephen A. Young. Okay, Tom Petty is OG, but it's VG. It is a VG copy. It's an 87 OG, $15 start. Before I go through this crate, I'm going to add another single. And the other single we're going to do is this Beck, Old Man, and Thinking About You. And Beck, I think that's technically the front. Beck, Thinking About You is a $7 start. New vinyl. Let's see what we got. Jackson C. Frank, and this is great singer-songwriter folk stuff here. Blues Run the Game. Jackson C. Frank is $36.99. I've got Godsmack, the 2 LP, $39.99. This is the first time it was on vinyl. It was pressed as a picture disc back in the day, and it was very limited edition, and they're very expensive. Also got House of Pain, Jump Around. House of Pain is $33.99. Jump Around, remastered. And the Traveling Wilburys 3. The Traveling Wilburys 3, that is $36.99 for the Traveling Wilburys 3. $36.99. Kiss is at $50 with Cynthia Herdren. The Beck singles at $7. The Metallica magazines are at $25. And Tom Petty's at $15. Gorillaz, and this one is Song Machine. And I think this is a waiting list for Michael Rudolph. Let me check over here. Michael Rudolph. Gorillas, perhaps. Maybe this was just a restock. Let me check over here for him. Gorillas. It was, no, it's Torona Shocker. Torona Shocker. Michael already got one. So Torona Shocker, thank you on that for Song Machine. Or maybe Michael didn't want one either way. That is sold. There's one left. We have Poison. Open up and say ah. Poison is $34.99. Metallica's at $50. Matthew Sherrick, you're out. The Beck single still at $7. We're about to sell it. Metallica's at $27. Tom Petty's still at $15. We're about to sell it. I have TV on the radio. Return to Cookie Mountain. TV on the radio. I think there's a waiting list for this. It is. Tom Harris and Darren Johnson. This must have been like a special order in or something because I don't recall this. But there they are. And that is $29.99. And 2 people already got one. If anybody else wants one, there's one left. All right, there was no other bids on Tom Petty, so that's sold to David Polkey for $15. Beck is sold to Nick Bargeron for $7. The Metallica magazines are now at $35, and the Kiss magazines are at $42. Everything's still getting bids. Let's grab another LP. The next LP I have is right here, Salem. Salem is a 2010 USOG experimental electronic, still in shrink. Some have sold for as much as $200, and Salem is going to go up for a $65 start. That's up for bid. And now the next single I have here is Nick Lowe, Cruel to Be Kind. It's on green vinyl. It's a new single, and there's Nick Lowe with Wilco, Nick Lowe with Wilco, Nick Lowe with Wilco. That's going to go up for a $7 start. Now the Kiss magazines are at $60. Now Metallica's at $35. I got Skid Row, Slave to the Grind. I'm pretty sure there's a waiting list for this. Skid Row, Slave to the Grind, a 2LP, $38.99. Oh my gosh. Lord just snuck in a pizza on me. When do they stop delivering? Oh my gosh. Is that puff pizza? Oh my gosh. Lord just brought in a puff pizza. I forgot how I ordered that the last time. Oh, I don't need that though. I don't need that. Laura, she has derailed my entire brain process. She just walked in with a delicious, hot, steamy, smelly, in a good way pizza. Oh no, the show's over. Oh, my head. Oh, my back. Oh, I'm being very dramatic right now is what April would say. You're so dramatic. That's what she tells me every day. They're on DoorDash. Okay, great. Oh, man. My diet has went to crap this week. I ate like 4 pieces of cake last night. Focus, Chad. Focus. Focus. Focus, Chad. Focus. Focus. You can do this. Man. Food is my weakness. Oh, man. Ugh. I can't even think straight anymore. Okay, here we go. Laura tries to sneak it by me because she knows I'm going to dramatically overreact. Okay, so here's what's going on. We have, let me refocus here. Sorry, I got completely just destroyed there. The Metallica magazines was at 30 and then 35. Okay, Chad Salisbury at $35. Stephen Young went out. Kiss was at 60 and then 65 and then 70 and then 75 on Kiss, okay? And then 80. What are the Kiss items? What's in the Kiss lot? Kiss 85, Kiss 90. Okay? So let me pause there, and first I'm going to say here's the Kiss lot. 16 magazine. We have all from 78 and 79. Kiss, 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 and Kiss. Ace, Paul, Leif Garrett, and then a shot there of Kiss. Cynthia has all 4 of those for $90. The Metallica lot Steven went out. These are sold to Chad Sauls for $35. Okay. And then Nick Lowe's on green vinyl. This is a $7 start. And then Salem. And the last bit on Salem that came in was nothing. And it's a buy it now for $65. Okay, buy it now for $65. Kiss is still getting bids. Nick Lowe, I'm going to give it one more chance. Next is Back to the Future. New and sealed. It's The Power of Love. Huey Lewis, $34.99. Jim B gets Salem for $65. Thank you, Jim B. And now over here, we have Frankenstein. Mary Shelley, Frankenstein, abridged, read by James Mason. Only time ever to vinyl. It's a spoken word abridged version of Frankenstein. There's no way you could read the actual original Frankenstein on one LP. It would be like a 30 LP box set. But this is in VG minus condition, a $5 start. It's a spoken word Frankenstein reading, $5 on that. Nick Lowe does have a bid. One side is Nick Lowe with Wilco as well. And now the Kiss bundle's at 100 with Cynthia Herdren. Now that's at 100 with Cynthia Herdren. 100. Now we have Demu Bigor, $59.99. Now, the reason I ordered this is because Steve that works here, he convinced me to sell him 2 Demu Bigor albums that got in with that new collection. And we didn't sell much out of that to anybody else except Steve wanted a couple. And I told Steve, I said, Steve, I will do that if I can find a reissue. And I ended up pricing those when I found out this was in stock. Now, the one I sold Steve was, I think, an OG. And I think he paid $175 for it. And I consider that a discount. He texted me. He said, thank you for selling me the Demu Bigor albums. Now, the other one, the only reason I sold him the other one, customers come first. I tell everybody that on the rare stuff we get in. The other one, I just posted a pre-order of it today. And it wasn't even OG, and it was expensive. I think I sold him the other one for $155. So this is $59.99, Demu Bigor. This is $59.99. Okay? Now, the Kiss magazines got a bid with Matthew Sherrick for $105. Let's see here. Robin Glenn gets the Nick Lowe for $7. Frankenstein 5, Frankenstein 5, Frankenstein 10, Kiss 105. Ken Crooker gets it. If anybody else wants on the waiting list, let me know. Frankenstein 5, Frankenstein 5, Frankenstein 15. Tracks on Skid Row, Frankenstein 26, Frankenstein 35. It plays at a 33 1/3. 33 1/3. It is 33 1/3. Right? These 4 Kiss magazines are sold to Matthew Sherrick for $105. And we're good to go. Tracks on Skid Row. Scott, Monkey Business, Slave to the Grind, The Threat, Quicksand Jesus, Psycho Love, Get the F Out, Living on a Chain Gang, Creep Show, In a Darkened Room, Ride Act, Mud Kicker, and Wasted Time. Skid Row's a 2 LP, $38.99. Albert King's Born Under a Bad Sign, all analog, 180 gram, $34.99. And Randy Savage, Macho Man Randy Savage, orange vinyl, $29.99. Macho Man Randy Savage. There he is, folks. Our next item is going to go up for bid right now. And let's do another Kiss tour program. And the next Kiss item I have is the Psycho Circus World Tour program. And this is going to go up for a $15 start. Psycho Circus World Tour program. There it is. Nice and glossy, very clean and very nice. $15 start on that. Kid Tail. I've never found, I know what you're talking about, Greg, but I've never found one. And then Darren Chrisman on Macho Man. And we have, there's the other Godsmack. I thought I had 2 come in. Godsmack's 39. And then Richie Sambora. Most people know him as Bon Jovi's guitarist. This is his first solo album. It's called Stranger in This Town. Richie Sambora is $38.99. The Psycho Circus program's at $18. The next thing I have for you is 2 Led Zeppelin magazines. Led Zeppelin. Will the song remain the same? John Bonham, rock's greatest drummer. Jimmy Page, Robert Plant. Led Zeppelin 2, fall of 78, Evil Omen. Groupie Tales, why she gets off on Robert Plant. Aleister Crowley's Curse, what makes Led Zeppelin the greatest heavy metal band ever. Why Jimmy Page fears love. The bizarre occult rumors. This is when Jimmy Page, everybody thought he was, well, I guess he did experiment with some Aleister Crowley stuff. Those 2 are going to go up for a $15 start. $15 start. Cycle Circus, 18. What was that an Albert King, and how much was it? Nick Bargeron wants Richie Sambora. So did Nick Bargeron. Cycle Circus, 20, now 22. This is Albert King, Born Under a Bad Sign. It's brand new, a 55th anniversary edition, all analog, 180 gram, $34.99. Frankenstein is sold for $35 to Cynthia Herdren. Cynthia, that's sold to you for $35. Now we have the following. Gorillaz Cracker Island. That was the one Michael Rudolph wanted. There it is. Gorillaz, G-R-I-L-L-A-Z. Michael Rudolph, I got you a Cracker Island. I've got one left if anybody else wants it. Richie Sambora is $38.99. Led Zeppelin 15, Led Zeppelin 15, Led Zeppelin 16. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It's called Mo Thugs Family Scriptures, featuring Bone, double pack. 1996 USOG. The discs are super clean. It's in shrink, but there is some damage to the cover. It got messed up right here. $30 start on that. Kiss is at 27. Kiss is at 28. Kiss is at 30. Cynthia Herdren wants that Gorillaz. Richie Sambora, last copy, Justin, $38.99. Dazed and Confused. Dazed and Confused is on purple vinyl. It's a 2 LP soundtrack, and Matt Scheiker was on a waiting list. Matt, I got you down. Dazed and Confused. If anybody else wants one, I've got 2 more. I am new to this. How do I do this? David Cabrera, just say, sold. I know what you want. I need you to go do me a favor. I need you to message our Facebook page. Please go do that right now after you hear these instructions. I need your email address and your mailing address. Okay? Email address and mailing address. Send that in a Facebook message. We will invoice you on Monday. $8 shipping. That's if you buy just this one record or if you buy 5 more. I'll be here for another 2.5 hours tonight, selling and auctioning. And then I'll be back here again tomorrow, and that's when invoicing cycle's done, and we'll invoice you on Monday. So this is sold to him. Just make sure you message our page. I got to get your information. I'll be checking to make sure you do that. Now, we have 2 copies of Stevie Ray Vaughan's In Step. Stevie Ray Vaughan is $38.99 for In Step, music on vinyl pressing. I've got 2 copies of the Godfather soundtrack, $38.99. The Godfather, nice. And then here's Lil Wayne, The Carter 3, nice, $39.99. A Millie, $39.99 for Lil Wayne. I even know that song. And now Led Zeppelin magazines are at $23. We got Mo Thugs is at Donna for $30. Final call on the Kiss Psycho Circus book. Cynthia Herdren has that for $30. We are about to sell that for $30. The Led Zeppelin magazines are at $23. And then Donna wants Lil Wayne, Carter 3. David Cabrera also wants Stevie Ray Vaughan, In Step. Thank you. And the last record in here was Queens of the Stone Age. Self-titled, $39.99. There it is, Lil Wayne, The Carter 3. I think they pressed up some of his stuff because he had a new album coming out. Typically, I can't get those. Most of the time, that stuff is sold out. It's gone. The damage is just on the cover. Right here, the cover is right here. It's got a lot of creasing and wrinkling. But the rest of it's in shrink, and the vinyl's near mint. Okay? Okay. I might have to look over here at this pizza menu. I'll just have to hit the gym hard, right? I'll do something extravagant at the gym. I've already DoorDashed once today. There it is, Puff Pizza. They're 0.1 mile away. Puff Pizza. Hey, a calzone. Steinbrenner. Steinbrenner. There it is. Eggplant, George. No. When I find something I like, I stick with it. From 1973 to 1983, I ate the same lunch every day. Turkey chili with a bowl made out of bread. Bread bowl, George. You eat the chili, then eat the bowl. Nothing more satisfying than looking down, seeing nothing but the table. Led Zeppelin, Mark Buddha, $26. Who was the other bidder? Susie, you're out. Mo Thugs, I'm about to sell it, and let's go ahead and sell Kiss. Kiss is sold to Cynthia Herdron for $30. Anybody else on anything in here? We need more Kiss. We need more Kiss. Guess what? I've got another Psycho Circus if anybody wants it for $30. I've got another one. That's what that one's sold for. Anybody else want one? $30. There's another one if anybody wants it. GMB's made an offer. I'll look at something in just a second. Oh my gosh, there's a new bid on Thugs for $31. New bid for $33. $33. $26. Susie's out. Those are sold to Mark Buddha. Kiss is Matthew Sherrick says he'll take the other one. All right. I have only seen clips of Curb Your Enthusiasm. I have never watched a full episode. They show up all the time, like in my reels and stuff, because I interact in so many Seinfeld pages. I'm in probably no telling how many Seinfeld groups on Facebook. So, all right, let's put up some more Kiss lots. Circus, Hit Parader, Kiss Collection. Man, these look cool here. We got Circus Magazine, early 90s, maybe. Yeah, 1992. 1992, Circus. Hit Parader from 1992. Hit Parader and Kiss Collection. I don't know if I can date that one off the top. It is barcoded, but there it is. So there's 3 more Kiss magazines. We got Circus, we got Hit Parader, and we got Kiss Collection. And those 3 are going to go up for a $20 start. 3 more Kiss magazine, $20 start. Next thing is Thugs 33. The Queens of the Stone Age. I'm assuming it's black. It should be black vinyl, Ivan. And then Kiss is at 30. Or no, excuse me. That was the Buy It Now on the Cycle Circus. I have not seen Carter 2, Donna. And now Thugs is at 35. And now that other Lil Wayne is sold to Charlie Buck. Thank you. Okay, let's get into some other singles. The next is the Rolling Stones, Brown Sugar, B-I-T-C-H. I'll let y'all sound that one out yourself and let it rock. It's numbered. It's a numbered Rolling Stones release, sealed, a $7 start on that. $7 start on that. Most ordered, calzones, pizza. Supreme. I don't need any onions. So these 3 Kiss magazines are a $20 start. No bid on these. No bid on these. All right, so what we're about to do is some buy it now best offer, okay? Queens of the Stone Age, Lil Wayne, Godfather, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Dazed Confused, Richie Sambora, Macho Man, Randy Savage, Albert King, Back to the Future, Slave to the Grind, TV on the Radio, Poison, Gorillaz, Traveling Wilburys, House of Pain, Godsmack, and Jackson C. Frank. Anti's out on Thugs. We are almost done there. There's the Rolling Stones. I can do without the onions, please. I don't need any of that. And give me some regular crust. Wow, this is dangerous knowing they deliver till 1 a.m. That is dangerous. Laura just really put a hurting on me. I will leave a generous tip. Send that baby to me. Send it to me. I'm taking it. All right, next auction, next crate is going to go up right now for a buy it now best offer. Rolling Stones is at 9. When I come back, I'm selling the Mo Thugs. And then Jim B, remind me of that offer again. I have already forgot. I didn't forget about you, I promise. See? Let me move this dolly out of the way. Let me park that right here. Boom. And now, let's find a great crate to go through. What about these right here? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. This one right here. We're going to go through this buy it now or best offer. This leaves us with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 13, legitimately 16 John crates that have never been gone through before. Legitimately. That's like 16. Imagine if I said there was 16 Laura crates that had never been gone through before. Exercising and golf. I know. I usually lift weights and walk, but you know, if I don't go 3 or 4 days, and it kind of cancels everything out. So I usually walk a mile, 2, 3, and then I lift weights. So, all right, are y'all ready for this? It is a sealed Tesla cassette, 5-man acoustical jam, an original sealed cassette with the hype sticker and what I believe is the original price tag. Tesla is sealed, and it's a $10 start. It's never been opened. It is now up for bid. Let's go back to the top and figure out what happened. The last thing I had over here was Rolling Stones at $9. Robert Matthews wants Poison. Now, he's either wanting the Poison album or he was calling my pizza Poison. The Rolling Stones is sold for $9. Tesla already has a bid for $25. Mo Thugs is sold, and that is sold to Nat Reynolds for $37. These 3 Kiss magazines are sold, and those 3 Kiss magazines are sold to Matthew Sherrick for $20. Thank you, Matthew Sherrick. Those are sold to you for $20. And now we have Jim B. I will sell this to you for $45. $45. Tesla's at $25. Next thing I have over here is the Rolling Stones, Some Girls. It is a 1978 OG Japanese pressing. This is OG Japanese. It just doesn't have the Obi. It's VG++ EX. The Rolling Stones is a $20 start. Okay? Over here is Tesla, 1 bid for $25. We're about to sell it. Let's go ahead and put up some more Kiss stuff. Let's put up these 3 right here. These are at RIP Photo Special, Kiss, Guitar School, Tribute to Kiss, and Hit Parader with a really cool Gene Simmons refractor. Those 3 are going to go up for a $20 start. So that one is probably the oldest of the batch. They're on top. Everything's nice and clean. This one also mentions Alice in Chains, Metallica, Bush, Marilyn Manson. Guitar School, 3-lot Kiss, $20 start. Okay? Jim B wants me to sell him this record for $40. I unfortunately will. That sold to Jim B for $40. The only thing that has not sold tonight is Hit Parader with Dockin on the cover. It's a $10 buy now. Where's the Dockin guy when we need him, right? Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. Off to a great start. Bad Company straight shooter. Bad Company is $24.99 straight shooter. Simon and Garfunkel, The Sounds of Silence. Simon and Garfunkel, $14.99. And guess what? Laura just delivered another crate too. So we're going to go through this crate, buy it now, best offer, and then we've got a Laura crate coming up. Then hopefully my pizza's here. Steely Dan, The Rural Scam, $34.99. Steely Dan, The Rural Scam, $34.99. Mark Buddha said he'll take the Dockin magazine for $10. The Tesla cassette is sold to Michael Ruttman for $25. And now I'm going to go take this stack of sold stuff right around the corner, okay? And when I come back, I'm going to continue to read these off, buy it now, best offer. Let me take these right around the corner here. Don't forget, we're going to be doing a CD blitz tonight as well. Big CD blitz happening tonight as well. Major CD blitz happening tonight. Probably whenever I finish this pizza, I'm probably going to be like, all right, let's do this. Because I've dug out a hole back there where we can just do CD, 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 CD. Steppenwolf, this is $19.99. So we still got Steppenwolf, Steely Dan, Simon & Garfunkel, Bad Company. Here is Tonight's the Night, which is a 3 LP compilation. Does have some cover damage. It's got Three Dog Night. It's got Percy Sledge and the Shirelles and Jerry Butler and Benny King and the Temptations. That is a triple LP, $26.99. Jeff Beck Truth is $19.99. And this is Jack Carney's comedy show, Animals and Pets, from June 6, 1983, $39.99. Robert has the Rolling Stones for $21, $22, and now $25. And then these 3 Kiss magazines just got one bid with Mark Buddha. No, wait a minute. Who bid on these? Did anybody bid on these? Mark Buddha bid $20 on the Stones. Nobody bid on the Kiss magazines. That's the first time they didn't get a bid. I can tell it's getting late. That's a $20 buy now. That's the first lot that did not get a bid. I can tell it is getting late. All right, let me put up some other magazines I got back over here. I got, I think these are Metallica fan club magazines. They're called So What. We may have some Metallica fans that know what these are. They're called So What, Metallica fan club magazine. We've got, I might sell all these together. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3, there's 4, there's 5, there's 6, there's 7, there's 8, there's 9, and 10, and 11. There's 11 Metallica fan club magazines there. They're called So What, the Metallica Club magazine. And that is one. Does this even still exist? I think a lot of magazines have discontinued. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 Metallica fan club magazines, $30 start. There's Robert there on the cover. That's a cool one there. There's their Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, 2009. $30 start on those. $30 start on those, okay? That is now up for bid. And then the Rolling Stones is at $25. We're about to sell it to Robert Barnett. Sherry Darnell wants Tonight's Tonight. The 3 Kiss magazines are sold to Cynthia Herdron for $20. And then Matthew Sherrick and then Phil Elliott offered $15. I've actually just sold them to Cynthia for $20. Next is Paul Carrick, One Good Reason. That's $14.99. We got Priscilla Coolidge Jones. That's a Gold Stamp promo, $12.99. The Carpenters, A Song for You for $9.99. The Best of Loggins and Messina, Danny's Song, $9.99. The Kinks, Sleepwalker. The Kinks is $14.99. And John Mellencamp, The Lonesome Jubilee, $19.99. Also, we got Chicago's Greatest Hits for $19.99. Flag by James Taylor is $14.99. And Neil Diamond Moods is $9.99. So we're going to sell this right here for $25 to Robert Barnett. The Metallica 11 magazines back there for a $30 start. Let's throw up some more Kiss. Let's do another tour program. How about we do Kiss? Let me see what I got left in tour programs, actually. If you see one you want me to run, let me know. In tour programs, I've got World Domination. Ooh, here's a vintage one. Here is World Tour 84-85. World Tour 84-85. And it has a newspaper article, Time Out, the Austin American Statesman. Kiss, slick rockers without grease. There it is. Let's put that one up for a $15 start. So $15 start for the Kiss World Tour book. And I still got World Domination. I got the Alive Worldwide, Alive 35. I've got 2 of those, 3 of those. They may be different. Rock the Nation. And then there's that one. And what's this one here? In Concert, Cobo Arena, 2009. All right, so there's that one. World Tour 84, 85, $15 start. I think there's a few more over here too. All right, that's up for bid. And now we have Kinks, and that's sold to B Smoker for $10. That's sold to him for $10. And then Robin Glenn on Loggins and Messina for $7. And then Animalize. Thank you for identifying the tour there. Animalize. Appreciate that. Let's throw up another single here. Don't forget about all of our 45s. Found a new batch. We'll be able to sell 45s now for a while. This is David Bowie, and this is on blue vinyl too. David Bowie Blue Jean. Very cool. It's on blue vinyl, and that's going to go up for a $7 start on that. $7 start on David Bowie Blue Jean. $7 start. Blue vinyl. Generator check. I am plugged and rolling, Mr. Vladerchek. Thank you for the reminder. I am plugged and rolling. I appreciate that. All right, so what's next? We have this. Gary Puckett, the Union Gap, Greatest Hits, $9.99. Also, The Sons of the Pioneers with Ken Festus Curtis, Bob Nolan. That's a Bear Family comp, definitely from Fred's collection. $19.99 on that. So Kiss has 2 $15 bids. Pat Lucero bid $15. Tony Mercado bid $15. David Bowie on blue vinyl, looking for a $7 start. Robert's in, Kelly's in, and now my mic's working too, right? Mic check, that's working too. We have Doug Kershaw for $19.99. I also have The Greatest of Rick Nelson for $12.99. And we have The Beatles. And this is with poster. It's on the Black Capitol label. So the White Album on this Black Capitol label, this is $59.99. The Metallica Fan Club magazines, all 11 of them for a $30 buy it now. All 11 of them for a $30 buy it now. So all those can be bought if anybody wants them, okay? Now, Bowie's at 10. We have several people out. And then the Kiss just got a new bid for 20 with 78 Trans Am. And then is the Animals Bruce or Mark St. John? Mark St. John? Right? I'm not for sure. Actually, I have trouble identifying them if they're not wearing makeup. When they got makeup on, I can identify them better, it seems like. I know very well the current lineup if I saw a picture of them. And then I know, of course, the original lineup, with or without makeup. I know Paul there and Gene. Now, when you get into this era here, I easily can get confused. I hadn't mastered it yet. I'm like, wait a minute. Especially if they're not wearing makeup. I'm like, wait a second. Okay, so first of all, we stopped with David Bowie 10. David Bowie 15. Shakedown's going to get the Metallica stuff. So all 11 of those to him for $30. Thank you, Shakedown. And then Kiss is at 21. Bowie's at 2025. Kiss 25. And then over here, yeah, that's him right there. That's what I thought. We have Netherlands, Dan Fogelberg. That is $9.99. And in the year 2525, Zager and Evans, will man still be alive? Good question. That's a lot. That's 500 years from now. That's a long time. Holy moly. What's going to be going on in 500 years? Zager and Evans is $14.99. Crosby, Stills, and Nash. I'm already impressed with the jacket. It is a vintage club copy. There's hardly any ring wear, though. It's an 1841 address. That's a clean copy for $34.99. Kiss is at 26. Bowie is at 25 with Cynthia Herdren. And there are now Kiss is at 26. Now Melinda Daring wants Dan Fogelberg. That is sold to Melinda Daring. And over here, we have a lower crate on deck. Lower crates on deck. I've been waiting for the right time to put this up. Circus Magazine from 1982. There they are. Rush. Also features articles about the Go-Go's, Black Sabbath. There it is. And that's going to go up for a $10 start. $10 start on that. We have Dave Mason, Alone Together. Dave Mason is $9.99. And now Kiss is at $30. Now Kiss is at $30. And then over here, we have Dan Fogelberg, The Innocent Age. Dan Fogelberg is a 2LP, $14.99. Live, Johnny Winter, that's $19.99. $10 start on the Circus Magazine with Rush. David Bowie is $25. $25 sold to Cynthia Herdron. That is sold. Now, the next single, next LP I have over here is Booker T and the MGs, Soul Limbo. Booker T is a 68 USOG, still in shrink wrap. VG Plus vinyl, a $15 start. $15 start. There is Booker T. There is the Kiss Tour program. And there's Circus. So for those that don't know, for those that have no clue what we're talking about, Mark St. John, the shortest member in Kiss, guitarist, basically you could say what, 1 year, 1984, and that's it. And so a lot of stuff with him on it tends to be pretty dang collectible, especially stuff I've seen signed. Now, over here, we have Kiss at 30, Kiss is at 30, and then Rush Magazine at 10, and then Booker T's at 15. And then you did not see a test pressing, Dale. You saw a radio broadcast. You saw Jack Carney's comedy show, Animals and Pets. And that's got Bob Newhart, Jerry Clower, Monty Python. It is a comedy original radio broadcast, $39.99. Booker T's at 17. And we have Mott the Hoople. Mott is $14.99. Mott the Hoople. Also, we have UFO Phenomenon. UFO is $29.99. Nice, a clean copy of UFO there. Phenomenon, very nice, $29.99. Here is Hall & Oates, Big Bam Boom. Hall & Oates is $19.99. He only played 2.5 shows. Wow. See? Yeah, I think, and they released, Kiss just, one of those soundboard recordings, they just officially released one of those Mark St. John concerts. I remember everybody talking about that. Okay, Booker's at 19. And then over here, we got Orleans. Wow, Hatchet Ed. I forgot about that. Yeah, we can do that too. We got Laura. We got Hatchet. We got a lot of stuff. Chad's got a pizza that's about to be delivered. There it is, folks. I just want to let y'all know, here it is. Orleans, Waking and Dreaming. $9.99 on that. Wednesday morning, 3 a.m., Simon and Garfunkel. That's on the original label, $14.99. We also have the best of Ted Nugent, Great Gonzo. Cat Scratch Fever. There it is. I'm in a Stranglehold Baby. Stranglehold, $14.99. And Dueling Banjos, soundtrack from Deliverance, $19.99. Now, the Rush Magazine, one bid for $10. Thank you, Josh Brown. That's sold to you. That is sold to you, $10 on the Circus Magazine. The Kiss book is at Where and With Who. The Kiss book is a final call to Phil We're Tied. 78 Trans Am bid 30, and then Phil Elliott bid 30. And that's the last bid. So Phil Elliott, you're out. 78 Trans Am has had this for $30. It's up to him, okay? Now, Booker T's at 21. Now, Booker T's at 22. Tom Sullivan got Simon and Garfunkel, okay? That is sold to Tom Sullivan. And then Tom Sullivan also got Deliverance. Now, we got two $10 offers on Ted Nugent, Jeremy and Robin. We'll give it to Jeremy. He was first, $10 on that. And then we have the Mason Williams phonograph record, Classical Glass. How about Classical Gas? That's $9.99. And then over here is Johnny and Edgar Winter together live. Wow, it's got a promo sticker and a sticker I've never seen before that says this is a removable sticker. It's a gold stamp promo. Beautiful copy, $19.99 on that. Also, The Who, It's Hard, $19.99 on The Who. Mike Oldfield, Hergest Ridge is $14.99. And John Cougar is $19.99. John Cougar, $19.99. Folks, we'll be right back. Folks, we'll be right back. Just joking. I'm not going to leave y'all with that. Ooh, look at this camera angle. Wow. Look at that. Look at that. Here's this camera angle. Okay, so first thing, we have Booker T. Paul went out. That's sold to Donna for $22. Kiss, World Tour 84-85. Kiss, World Tour 84-85. I said that was the final call. They were tied at 30, and that is with 78 Trans Am. I'm waiting for one person, Mr. Phil Elliott, to bid again or say out. Okay? And we have Chris Riddings on Johnny for 15, and that's sold to Chris for 15. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put up a new auction before I walk away. This is Waylon Jennings, the Taker Tulsa. Waylon Jennings is a 71 USOG Rockaway on this orange label. It is nice. There he is lighting up a cigarette. Look at that hair. Look at those sideburns. Waylon Jennings is a $25 start. I've got to go grab a pizza off of the up front off the porch before somebody steals it and starts running down the street with it. With that being said, Kiss is I lost Phil Elliott. That's very unfortunate. But 78 Trans Am has had it for 6 minutes. I'm back at the bottom. They were tied. I never did hear back from them. And it is sold to 78 Trans Am. And let's confirm that price one more time. He got that for the winning bid of $30, okay? There's this and there's this. And now we have another auction going up. And the next auction I have going up is going to be NOS. And this is Illmatic. And it's a 2016. It's in VG condition. That's a $15 start. NOS, Waylon Jennings. Couldn't get much different than those two right there. And then we have more Kiss stuff before I step up front for about 3 minutes, okay? I've got one, I've got two, I've got three pretty dang cool looking Kiss magazines here. Kiss, the Anubis magazine. We got Kiss Exposed. And we got Kiss Cream Collectible Series. 3 Kiss magazines here. Pretty cool, pretty dang colorful. 3 Kiss magazines for a $20 start. Waylon Jennings is a $25 start. So what I need everybody to do, let me know where you're watching from. Anybody around the world. Let me give you the agenda. I'm going to be back in about 2 minutes, maybe 3. We got a Laura crate on deck. We got a Laura crate on deck. I see the sticker. It's killer looking. Wait till y'all see this. We got a Laura crate on deck. I'll go ahead and set it up here. We got a John crate, or excuse me, we got a Hatchet Ed crate to do. And then that's probably going to take us up to CD time. Because I told everybody last night that we would probably get a little bit earlier start on CDs. And we got a bunch of great ones I now have access to. So stick with me late here Friday night. I do have to go on a quick food break or I'm going to be uncomfortable for the rest of the night. I'm more willing to make deals and sell faster if I'm not hungry. I didn't eat much before the sale. And I'll get you a look at the Laura sticker. That way y'all don't go away, okay? Look how nice that is. Holy moly. That's pretty dang cool right there, Laura. Great job. This isn't some willy-nilly parlor trick. This right here is the real deal. I'll be right back. Please let me know where you're watching from. Also, you can let me know your next concert and your most favorite, most recent discovered music record that you love. Something of that format. Be right back. Folks, we'll be right back. I'm not going to leave that up there. Okay. I'm back. Test? Okay. Laura, we're going to have to keep the pizza secret. So for those that don't know what just happened, I've been trying to be healthy. I've been eating nothing pretty much but turkey sandwiches and apples for about 3 weeks now. I've only had one cheat day a week for the last 3 weeks, and that's been on Sundays. Just Sundays. I still haven't really ate any sweets. Last night I got into some cake, and then tonight I'm eating pizza. And I just ate half of a pizza. I feel so much better. It was time for my 11 o'clock snack anyway. I usually go up there and like eat an apple and some peanut butter or like a bag of trail mix. Tonight I just ate about 3,000 calories probably. So I probably went overboard, but man, do I feel better. It was that time of the night. I was actually about 45 minutes late on that. So we're good to go. Now, what I'm going to have to ask everybody that was bidding is pretty much to bid again. I'm going to see if I can see any bids since I walked away. When I walked away, we had Tom Sullivan ask the Wayland opening bid. And then we have viewers in Nebraska, Washington, Florida, Texas, California, North Carolina, Washington, Michigan, Tennessee, New Hampshire, Canada, Texas. We got viewers in North Carolina, Alabama, Dallas, Fort Worth. We have wow, that's everybody. That's the only people that shared their location. And then there's my comment. We're back down. So that was delicious. I feel better. Thank you, and I apologize for taking a break. So there's no bids on any of these auctions. So let me just try to get a bid one more time. And Puff Pizza, I've only had it twice, and that's because Laura's came in with one. And I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. It's delicious. Now, I've warmed it back up. I can eat some pizza warm back up. Their pizza is delicious, hot out of the oven. Oh, my gosh. So here's 3 Kiss magazines from Cream Collector Series, Kiss, the Anubis magazine, and Kiss Exposed, the official magazine. Those 3, I'm looking for a $20 start. There's no bid. NOS Illmatic was a 2006 Euro reissue, original sleeve in VG. It is at $15. No, I've used my old work shirt here as my napkin. I did wipe my hands off, but my shirt has become a napkin. So I wear very just old black t-shirts and gray shirts to work every day. So NOS is a $15 start, and Tom is in on Wayland for $25. He does have Wayland for $25. So here is the Laura Crate sticker. She has left it up here. So we're going to do the first 3 records, and whoever's first is going to get that. That's a great one there. Wow. And Laura, I take it you like The Simpsons. I don't know if I've actually asked you that, but I take it that Laura is a big Simpsons fan. With that being said, Wayland and Kiss and NOS all have bids now. That's good. I was worried they was going to get lost and people would leave the chat. That was a great pizza. Oh, man. I mean, I feel like I've been revived. Last night, I feel like my blood sugar dropped after the sale. My hands got all cold, and I actually fell asleep up front on the counter. I just completely, like, passed out, and I think it's where I sometimes don't eat enough. But that doesn't mean I got to eat a pizza, right? All I got to do is eat, like, something better. We have Sealed, $34.99. We have the Smiths, Sealed, Strange Ways Here We Come, $34.99. We got Summer Teeth Wilco. Wilco is unopened, a 2009 pressing, $44.99. And the Rolling Stone Some Girls, that is sealed, a half-speed master for just $24.99. But I remember last night after the sale, I went up front, Hands were feeling cold. About an hour later, I woke up on the counter, and I was like, dang, I just passed out. I was exhausted, and I don't think I'd ate enough. I feel great right now. I could literally go run to Walmart and buy some donuts, flat, just take off running down the road to Walmart. We have the Smith, Soda Jeremy Rourke. Nice, Jeremy. Thank you, and you get this Lower Crate Hop sticker. Look at that right there. Wow. Amazing. And that's Soda Jeremy Rourke. Cynthia was next on the Smiths. Amanda Darby next on the Smiths. Greg Layton on the Wilco. Waylon Jennings is at 33, and MT Matt got the Rolling Stones. That is so to MT Matt. That's all done. Now over here is Kiss, and these 3 Kiss magazines are a final call, just 1 bid, now 2 bids. David Tate has them for 22. This is the Cream magazine, Complete Guide to America's Hottest Band, Volume 2, Number 1. And then here's this, and here's this, and here's this. Those are those right there. Now, the last bid on NOS over here, the last bid on NOS was Nat Reynolds at $15, and that was the only bid, and now that is sold for $15, okay? Let's go over here over that. That is sold for $15. Thank you, that. Now, next thing I have is Nirvana live at the Paramount. Nirvana is sealed on orange vinyl for $37.99. Nice. Sealed on orange vinyl, and we have Let 'Em Roll, Big John Patton. Let 'Em Roll is unopened for $29.99. We have Big John Patton for $29.99. Also over here is Dear Tick, Emotional Contracts, and it's signed. Signed cover, $22.99. Matthew Sherrick, do you want back in on the Kiss? Matthew Sherrick, let me know. Final call. And then Sean Fairweather on Big John Patton, and we have filled up our 7th crate tonight of sold records. So let me go ahead and swap those out right now. Amazing. 7th crate of sold records gone. Don't forget, we got a Hatchet Ed crate to do. No mini guitars came in, but y'all know what did come in, and I meant to show them a lot earlier. No mini guitars came in, but 2 mini drum sets came in. 2 mini drum sets came in. We have the Beatles and Charlie Watts. I got Ringo Starr. This is made from the same company that does the guitars. They're $59.99. It is Charlie Watts of the Rolling Stones and the Beatles, Ringo Starr's drum set. These are mini drum sets. They're $59.99 from the same company. From the same company over there. Now, Grog, I think I see a pass or a putback on no, never mind. That was Waylon out. Okay. Waylon out. Yes, mini drum sets. I've got the Ringo and I've got Charlie Watts. And those are $59.99 from the same company who makes the mini guitars. So if anybody wants one of those, let me know. How cool is that, right? I was looking. We ordered, there should be probably the largest delivery ever of mini guitars on Monday or Tuesday. Those went ahead and came in quick there. I was like, wow, that was fast. They got those in with our vinyl. So those are available. I got Charlie Watts and the Beatles. These 3 magazines are sold. These 3 magazines are sold for $22. And that was with David Tate. And then Waylon Jennings over here. Grog says out on Waylon. I thought that said out on Wilco. I was about to be like, oh no. No putbacks from the Lower Crate sticker run. I thought he was trying to put back the Wilco, but that was Waylon out. So Waylon is sold, and thank you, Tom Sullivan, for 33. And then Deer Tick is sold, and then Deer Tick is sold to Chris Redding. So the only thing left so far is Nirvana at the Paramount, and that's on orange vinyl for $37.99. And that means Guy Shard wants the Charlie Watts. And I bet if Carol Puckett would have been watching, he would have bought one. I bet he's already asleep. So let's make a note for me to order another one of those. And yeah, I had one of these. We put it together a long time ago. It's almost like a model kit because you got a lot of snapping and putting together to do. You know what else they make? I think I ordered. They actually make a mini guitar model kit. So it's just like a blank Stratocaster, and it comes with these little tiny tools. And it was like, warning. This takes tedious, extreme skill. Not these, but the little mini guitars. They're like a model kit. with glue and little screwdrivers. And I was like, oh my God. I think I ordered a couple of those because that's going to take some, like I said, tedious time to do. Before I put up more auctions, let's show these. We got Peter Gabriel sealed for $34.99. We got Peter Gabriel sealed for $34.99. Now, this here is, what are these, different mixes? I can't remember. They got different Obies on them. But Peter Gabriel is $34.99. These are $59, Sherry. Yeah, Charlie Watts or Ringo. I can't believe no one's bought Ringo. I had no idea Charlie Watts would sell and possibly have a waiting list before Ringo. I also meant to show these about 3 hours ago when there was a lot more people watching, but $59.99. If you want on a waiting list, Sherry, let me know. And Sunvolt is sealed for $19.99. Tom Sullivan said both, and I'm assuming that was for Peter Gabriel, right? And then after him is Guy Shard. So those are sold. Let me take this stuff around the corner here and drop that off because I don't want to put anything on top of the Charlie Watts. And let's put up some new auctions. Here I am in the corner putting down this stuff. That was my best attempt at an Oreos. Oreos, milk, Little Debbie's. Okay. Sherry will go on a waiting list for Charlie Watts. You got it. We have Red Hot Chili Peppers, Love Unlimited, sealed for $24.99. Next auction is Screaming Trees, Beat Happening. Wow. This is Mark Lanigan cover photo variant. A collaboration EP from Beat Happening and Screaming Trees. All tracks have members from both bands performing. Wow. $35 star, Mark Lanigan. Waiting list on Charlie Watts for Sherry Darnell. Next LP, next Kiss item. How about Kiss World Domination Tour Book? That's going to go up for a $20 start. Kiss World Domination Tour Book, $20 start on that. Next thing I have is Justin Townes Earl, Yuma. Justin Townes Earl is sealed on Go Vinyl for $19.99. Love Unlimited Orchestra. That would be Barry White, the 20th Century Singles, 73 to 79. A triple LP sealed for just $24.99. $24.99. And Crown Jewels Volume 3. Crown Jewels is sealed for $19.99. An R&B Funk Soul Compilation, $19.99. Kiss has a bid for $20. The Screaming Trees collaboration, a $35 start. And the next thing we have here is Blind Melon, a promo single from 1992 of Blind Melon. That sounds interesting, right? Blind Melon, a white label promo, original single from 1992. It is Tons of Home, and that is a promo single. That's going to go up for a $7 start. Kiss has a bid for $20. Mark Lanigan, we'll put that as ML35. Donna on Barry White, and Donna Turner on Barry White, and then Donna Handshoemaker on the Red Hot Chili Peppers. We might fill up our 8th crate tonight pretty fast, because at this pace we will. We're going to do the Hatchet Ed crate next and possibly last. For vinyl, we got Jerry Garcia and David Grissom. That is sealed for $34.99. Blind Melons at $7. Final call on Kiss and final call on Screaming Trees. Next thing I have in here is Little Bangers, 28 Little Bangers from Richard Hawley's Jukebox. And that's on lilac colored vinyl. So it's a compilation. Wow, the first one's Curtis Knight with Jimi Hendrix. I see Bobby Darin and Link Ray. Looks like really cool 60s deep cut singles. $29.99. That sounds cool. It's a number 2. Numbered 8 of 250. Blur, The Ballad of Darin. Blur is sealed for $24.99. And Nick Lowe, Dig My Mood. Nick Lowe is sealed. It says 25th anniversary. Includes bonus rarities EP, blue and yellow vinyl, $29.99. And then over here we have next. We have Kiss. And this is officially sold to David Tate for $20. All right, that's sold to David Tate for $20. Grog on Jerry Garcia. That is sold to Greg Layton, thank you. And then Sean Fairweather on Blur. That's sold to Sean Fairweather. Blind Melons at $10. And Mark Lanigan is sold to Ivan R. for $35. New LPs going up for auction right now. We got Mr. Bob Dylan bringing it all back home. Dylan is a 65 U.S. Pittman OG, a 2-eye mono. Nice, an OG 2-eye mono. It's in VG. It's still in shrink, kinda. The shrink is torn right here. So 2/3 maybe in shrink, just a $20 start on that. $20 start on that. Also, we have what? Star Wars, Rise of Skywalker. Sealed. Star Wars, that's $24.99. And over here, we've got the Fatback Band, Raising Hell. That is sealed for $24.99. Are we done on Blind Melon? Jeremy has it for $10. We're about to sell it. Next Kiss item. Let's get back to the magazines. And just so y'all know, for those that's been bidding on Kiss since about 5:30, we are halfway through. So we definitely can take this into another day tomorrow. We are halfway through. And the first other magazines I'm going to do are Metallica. We got High Times with Metallica on the cover. And the other one is Guitar World with a lot of different people on the cover. There's Curtin James, the Slayer guy, and Dave Mustaine, and who is this feller here? But those there for a $10 start. So two, we'll say Metallica-related magazines, $10 start on that. Craig Ruth on Star Wars. Craig Ruth on Star Wars. That is over here. That's sold to Craig Ruth. We got Bob Dylan at $20, and we got Blind Melon, and that is sold to Jeremy Rourke for $10. Over here, we have Barbara Howard on the Rise. Barbara Howard is sealed for $19.99, and Kerry King. Who's Ian? Who am I thinking about? Ian. That's who the other one I'm thinking about. Ian? Kerry? This guy here. Ian? I'm thinking about somebody named Ian. Who's the other band I'm thinking about? Is it Slayer? Anyway, next in here is Scott Ian. There it is. Scott Ian from Anthrax. Ken Crooker. Scott Ian. Ray Davies, Our Country. I got one of those two guys mixed up. $14.99. Scott Ian. Yes. And then Barbara is sold to Chris Knapp. Thank you on that. Now, Kiss. So there's those two. $10 start. I have, actually, we got some more 16 magazines, and let's combine them. Let's do 3 here together. Still got some more vintage stuff here. And we have 16 magazine. This one has a little bit of wear up here, but there's another one we didn't have in that last lot. Here's another one we didn't have in that last lot. This one looks like it has some damage. These are definitely check condition. And then Rockline. And this has Gene Simmons, but there's also David Lee Roth. And so those 3 there, we'll call that 16 to help out with that. $10 start. $10 start. Those are up for bid. And now we have over here, we've got Terry Callier, Speak Your Peace. That is sealed on green vinyl for $24.99. And Smoke Fairies. Smoke Fairies is sealed. $24.99. Smoke Fairies with signed insert, $24.99. And Mamona, Brian Ferry, that is sealed, $24.99, a half-speed master. Okay, so we can say that these 3 have a bid for $11. Bob Dylan has a new bid with Darren Johnson at $21. So Chris, you were at $20. Darren Johnson's at $21. And John, we'll call those mags at $10. And we'll call this back here Metallica. If anybody wants to bid for $10, final call on those. So I can put up another single as well. This looks familiar. Maybe not. It's sealed $24.99. It's Mike Patton, Jean-Claude Vanier, Corpse Flower, $24.99. Now Dylan 21, now Dylan 23. Next single that's going to go up for bid right now is the following. What else do we have over here? What is this? This is this, and then, oh man, we got that. Here we go. Steady as She Goes, the Rancantors. Steady as She Goes, the Rancantors. That's a single. Is it sealed? No, but it's pretty much new, and that's going to go up for a $7 start. $7 start on that. Now, we're going to go ahead and make these 2 a buy it now. These 2, we'll say Metallica-related ones, $10 buy it now on those. That way I can put this here, and we can say these are a final call to John Darrington for $10. Yep, final call on those for $10. Next is the Pixies, and that is a sealed copy from 2020. The Pixies is $19.99. Dylan's at $25. Chris is out, so really it's just up to Darren Johnson. There's the Pixies. Over here is the Rolling Stones, a half-speed master of It's Only Rock and Roll. It's Only Rock and Roll. That's $24.99. Tim Voldens wants the Mike Patton record. That's sold to Tim Voldens. David Tate on the 2 Metallicas. Those are sold to David Tate for $10. Sean Fairweather on the P for Pixies. Then Cynthia, then Gregory Roberts. The Rancantors with Jack White. Steady as she goes. $7 start. The Mike Patton's already sold. Creamed Israeli Gears on green vinyl. Nice. On green vinyl, sealed for $29.99. And we have Warm Jeff Tweedy. That is sealed for just $14.99. So these 3 magazines, even with David Lee Roth on the cover, I have a feeling some of our Van Halen buyers checked out. The couple other ones we had with David Lee Roth on it, they went into extended bidding wars. They fell asleep and they missed that lot. John Durden got those for just $11. Bob Dylan is officially sold to Donna Handshoemaker for $25. I'm going to give the Rancantors one more chance. Next auction is going to go up right now. And the next auction, I think, it's a Who bootleg. Wow. It's a 1976 U.S. unofficial. It is recorded live during the Who by Numbers tour in Anaheim, California, 1976. And that is the original Who lineup. Roger Daltrey, Keith Moon, Pete Townsend, and John Entwistle. There they are. It's Who's on First. That's a funny skit. VG Plus, a vintage Who bootleg, $35 start. The Rancantors is a $7 buy it now. Somebody's bound to grab that. Greg Lee on Jeff Tweedy. That's sold to Greg Lee. Next thing we have is Noel Gallagher, The Dreams We Have as Children, live at Royal Albert Hall on mystery colored vinyl, $34.99. $34.99. Noel Gallagher. Also, we got Richard Thompson Steel. Richard Thompson is sealed on $14.99. $14.99. Over here is Javi Soto on R for 7. R for 7. The Rancantor single. That's sold to him for 7. And then Jim B on Cream on the green vinyl. Thank you, Jim B. Was Ray Davies sealed $14.99. Ray Davies. It is sealed for $14.99. Yes, it is. The Who's at $35. Sean on Noel Gallagher. That is sold. And we have Adam Bernardi on Richard, and that's sold to Richard. That's sold to Adam Bernardi. Okay. Now, Anaheim has one bid for $35. What else can I slip in for auction over here? This one is. What do I have here? What is this? Brain Drops by who? F-U-C-K Storm? Raindrops. Mush. I don't know what this is called. Well, they made it very difficult. M-R-O-T. I think it's backwards. Storm F. Law. I can't read the rest of that, but what a wild cover. Holy moly. But Laura says it's a 2019 U.S. original, limited 500 on numbered copies, multicolor splatter, numbered and out of print, numbered with art print, $35 start on that. Okay, and then rest of the crate is Jerry Garcia and John Conn, and it is sealed on Go Vinyl for $34.99. Rich Group said he will take the Ray Davies. That's sold to Rich Group. Kenny Wayne Shepherd, Dirt on My Diamonds, Volume 1. That is sealed for $19.99. The Red Hot Chili Peppers, Mother's Milk, sealed for $34.99. And Sunvolt, Balamina. Sunvolt is sealed for $9.99. It's called Tropical F-Storm Braindrops. There you go. And the Who just got one bid, and that's sold for $35 to Phil Freeman. He's a Who fan. Look at his profile picture. Thank you, Phil Freeman. That's sold to you. And this is at $35, 2009 OG multicolor splatter. Next Kiss stuff is going to go up right now. And I wonder how many people still awake. I still got a couple vintage ones here. Let's do this one and this one together for a $15 start. $15 start. Super Rock Magazine, April of 1978. Now up for bid along with this one. Rock Scene Magazine mentions Bowie. There's Keith Richards on the cover. How cool is that? Articles with Cat Stevens, Leonard Skinner, Ringo Starr's in there. Both of those together. 2 vintage 70s magazines there. $15 start. And Josh Brown on Mother's Milk. That crate's definitely worthy of me reading through it one more time. Here's what I plan on doing for the rest of the night. Man, time has flown by. But I think y'all remember earlier tonight when I started, I was like, listen, we have more stuff tonight to sell than we've ever had. It's about 3 nights worth of stuff just I could auction. We still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tagged auctions, and it's 12:10. I don't think that's ever happened before. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to read through these. We're going to go through that Hatchet Ed crate. I'm going to try to keep auctioning stuff. It's going to be quick on those last 4 or 5. That way, at least all the tag stuff's gone. I'm still going to try to slip in magazines. Like I said, we're about at the halfway point on Kiss stuff. And then I've got all the other magazines, all the other hair metal stuff. I've still got some with Motley Crue. And there's another David Lee Roth. There's Judas Priest. More Motley Crue. Scorpions. Which other ones do I have? There's Alice Cooper. More Led Zeppelin ones. There's one with just Jimmy Page. I think I've got some more Kiss memorabilia stuck down in here. I've got a Testament photo. I've got some of those Kerrang magazines. A lot of stuff here. So here we go on this. And let's read through these one more time. Let's go ahead and do another auction, though. And this is Don Henley's The End of Innocence. Don Henley from the Eagles is an 89 USOG Club, a BMG Direct, VG++ EX, and that's a $20 start. Next thing is Nirvana Live at the Paramount. That's on orange vinyl. It's sealed, $37.99. And after we get done with both of these crates, that should put us enough time to do a solid hour frenzy of CDs. And I think y'all are going to like what is coming up. Sunvolt Union, great titles coming up. Sunvolt is sealed for $19.99. We got Justin Townes Earl Yuma. That's on gold vinyl for $19.99. And then Crown Jewels Volume 3. Crown Jewels is sealed, $19.99. Over here, we have Little Bangers from Richard Hawley's Jukebox. That is sealed on lilac colored vinyl for $29.99. Kelly gets the Nirvana. Cindy bid $25 on Don Henley, maybe. Cindy put $25. Is that for Don Henley? And then Don Henley has another bid for $20 and $20. These 2 magazines. Phil, you got your comment in at the last second. Super Rock Magazine, 1978 with Gene Simmons, and Rock Scene Magazine from 1976. Keith Richards, there's Steven Tyler, but it has Gene Simmons there, the Kiss years. And those are now up for bid. They have one bid for $15. Now, the next thing is Don Henley 2020-25. I'm going to make this record a buy it now, a 2019. That's a buy it now for $35. Here is Nick Lowe, Dig My Mood. That is sealed for $29.99. We got George Burleson on the Pure Jerry. Pure Jerry, that's right here. That's sold to George Burleson. Thank you. Also, we got the Fatback Band, Raising Hell, sealed for $24.99. Terry Callier, Speak Your Peace. That was sealed for $24.99. Smoke Fairies is sealed with sign insert for $24.99. Also, we have Mamona by Brian Ferry, and that is sealed for $24.99. Now the Kiss magazine's at $17. Just when I thought Phil Elliott had went to sleep, he's still on here. Now, a couple other people, I don't know if they're still on here or not, that has been on almost every Kiss magazine for the last 6 hours. Most of them have hung around. Phil says he's still here. Wow, just $24.99. I can't believe a half-speed master, $24.99 on that. And then over here was Kenny Wayne Shepherd, sealed for $19.99, and Sunvolt is $9.99. What was this called? This was a bizarre title. This was called Tropical F-Storm Braindrops. It's a $35 buy it now. $35 buy it now. Okay? Don Henley's at $25. That's the final call. And David Tate, you've been outbid on the Kiss magazines. If anybody else decides you want anything in there, let me know. Let me go ahead and get the Hatchet Ed crate. And then I'm probably going to tell you what a Hatchet Ed crate means. What does that mean? What is in a Hatchet Ed crate? What is in possibly a Hatchet Ed crate, Chad? Tell me more as soon as I take a drink of this Diet Coke. Delicious Diet Coke. Laura has sent me pictures already of Saturday's auctions. Saturday's Child. Nice. Let me go get this Hatchet Ed crate. This could get very interesting. As soon as Chad sits down right here and tries to fix his knee. Oh, man. Okay, that was a relief. I'm back on my feet. How many auctions? Oh, just one auction. That's good. Just one auction. That's great. I'm always worried about the auctions because sometimes we're like, all right, this is sold to so-and-so, a new buyer. And sometimes I don't know because we have so many customers now. I don't know who's buying what or how much sometimes. And Ed manages all that for us. And he'll say, well, we only had one auction, or so-and-so didn't do this, do that. All right, and then Sherry Darnell on Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band. That is sold to Sherry Darnell. Sherry Darnell, thank you on that. Then David Tate's out. These two are sold. These two are sold to Phil Elliott for 17. Don Henley is sold for 25, and that's sold to Cindy Yarborough. Thank you, Cindy. Those are sold to you. And then over here is this. We have these following auctions. Oh, this is what Thomas Hujar was requesting all night. I don't know. Hopefully he's still awake. And this is a 1985 USOG. We ordered some of their new stuff today. This is an 85 US Industrial. This is Drinking Gasoline by Cabaret Voltaire. Cabaret Voltaire, Drinking Gasoline. See, what happens is sometimes I don't even know what we're auctioning. Like, I'm trying to sometimes figure these out live during the show, and I'll have people requesting stuff over and over, and I'm like, what does that mean? What are they trying to tell me? And then they'll be like, Chad, it's an auction. You posted it on Facebook. I'm like, oh, somebody requested this like 5 hours ago. Cabaret Voltaire, Drinking Gasoline, an 85 OG, a $25 start. Can I buy the Silver Kiss Cobalt book for 50? You cannot. Now, I don't want to sound like a Kiss Nazi, but what we do is I've got to put everything up for auction. Everything has to be sold at auction. Now, if you want me to run it, I'll put it up for a $35 start, but it's got to go up for auction. So if it's something you're interested in, we can put it up for auction. And I'll start it at just $35. But I can never do any early grabs on stuff like that, even if it's a fair offer. We got to make sure. So here it is, and I'll put it up for auction. Kiss in concert, September 25th, 26th, 2009, Cobo Arena, $35 start. We'll say that's up for bid. I'm sure that was probably a fair offer. I honestly have no idea. I've never looked that up, but there it is, and it's now up for bid. But I've always said everything's got to go through the auction block like that. Because if I would have sold that to you, then everybody's like, well, Chad, what would you do on this, and what would you sell for the rest of the box for? What would you take for the one I seen in the hot picture? And then it would be chaos. Okay, there's that. So here's what a Hatchet Ed crate is. A Hatchet Ed crate is a crate of putbacks and non-payments. It's usually putbacks or stuff that is mistagged. I put a record in a crate and it didn't even sell. I do that all the time. I'm like, well, this didn't sell for $35, and then I'll put it over here in the sold bin. And then they go like, Chad, this didn't even sell. And I'm like, oh. Now, some of this truly didn't get paid for. Okay, so that's what's going on. There's only one unpaid auction from the last couple weeks. That's amazing, being that we sell hundreds and hundreds of auctions every week. Ed's purged the last couple weeks, and I guess there's only one unpaid auction. How amazing is that? Everybody's doing a great job. We got mostly 99.5% great paying customers. Every once in a while, we'll get a bad one, and then their stuff ends up in here. First thing I have, it looks like we got a non-payment on a John Hughes box set, just when I thought they were all gone. Life moves pretty fast. The John Hughes mixtapes, 6 LP red vinyl, $139.99. $139.99 on John Hughes. Also, Vanessa Williams, The Right Stuff. Vanessa Williams is $14.99. Everything in here is available. It's all sticker price. We got to try to sell it again, because we've already sold it once. It's already costly to sell them a second time. Steely Dan AA matrices, just FYI, nice clean vinyl, $34.99. So right now, the Kiss book is at $47 with Chad Davis, and Cabaret Voltaire is at $30. Let's grab another single to put up for auction. And the next single I have for auction, oh my gosh. 1 second. I'm having a malfunction on my left knee. I'm good to go. Next thing I have is what? I'm trying to dig out some singles here. Here we go. We got David Gilmour with Romany Gilmour. I'm pretty sure that's his daughter. Yes, I have Ghost. David Gilmour is a $7 start, okay? Next over here is The Hit Sound of Dean Martin. That is $9.99. We got Blood, Sweat, and Tears. Child is Father to the Man. That is their first album, actually. $29.99 on BST. It's on the original label, nice condition. Also over here, we have Ballads, John Coltrane. Uh-oh, that actually might have been an auction. That was another auction, it looks like. Japanese, I'm going to say a $35 buy it now. It's a Japanese pressing, no obi. I'm pretty sure that was a $35 buy it now. Houdini, Back in Time, Shrinking Hot. Houdini is $19.99. And Young Americans. Oh, we might have had more than one auction. There's another one. Let me go over here. Let me set this one right over here and see what's going on that, okay? That was another auction. Make that 3 auctions, okay? There was 3 auctions. Let's go ahead and sell this to Jim B for $25. The Kiss is at 50, 51, 52. Gilmore has a bid for 10. Ivan R on Houdini. That is sold to Ivan R. And then Cynthia, I'll have to probably just run that Bowie at auction. And then Cabaret Voltaire. Nobody else bid on that, did they? Nobody else bid. It looks like Cynthia got it for $30. Thank you, Cynthia. That's sold to you for $30. Now, Kiss is at 53. Now, David Gilmour is at 10. Now, let's go over here and see what's going on and do this right here. Let's do another magazine right quick. And this one, is this Rat? Who is this on here? Rat? Yeah, I think that's Rat. Yeah, I can recognize him right there. Is that Stephen Piercy? Rat, Faces Rock. How cool is that? Let's put that one up for a $10 start. So here's what happened. Ivan got Houdini. That was OG. Cynthia wanted David Bowie, and Adam asked the details. I don't have details. That's why it evidently sold at auction. I don't have any details. I'll try to figure it out, and we'll try to sell it tonight. Next is Sealed, Kenny Burrell with Art Blakey. This is $79.99. That's a 3 LP Blue Note Tone Poet. $79.99 RTI. That's weird. I thought I special ordered these for everybody. Who put this back? You're going to face the wrath of Chad. I thought I special ordered this for everybody. Art Blakey, Kenny Burrell of Art Blakey. That's a triple LP, $79.99. The Rat Magazine has a bid for 10, and this is $79.99. We have War, Deliver the Word. This is Sealed. I don't have a price on it. Oh, man. Let's say it's a $10 buy it now. Sealed, $10 buy it now on that. Kiss is at 54. And then Josh Brown says interest. Is that something that's in here? Let me take a time out right quick and figure out what's going on. So, because also I'll see Dan Moran claimed Dean Martin. So Dan Moran got Dino. That's sold to Dan Moran. Kiss had bids for 51, 50, 51, 52. Gilmore 10. Kiss 53. Ivan got Houdini. Kiss 54. Now, Josh commented interest. Donna wants to pass on Kenny Burrell. What year is the Cobo Hall? Donna got War for $10. Tom Sullivan got the Tone Poet. And now we have Kiss at 55. This is Cobo Arena, September 25th, 26th, 2009. 25th, 26th, 2009. Okay? High bid's 55, now 56. Final call on the Rat Magazine, one bid for $10. Final call on David Gilmour, Juanita Gagney, $10. Ted Nugent, Intensities in 10 Cities. Nugent's $14.99. Also, Winger, Green Vinyl, self-titled Winger, $39.99. Kiss, Dynasty, there it is, $33.99. I Was Made for Loving You, remastered, has the original poster. 9 Inch Nails, Woodstock 1994, that is $38.99. And we have what? Crossed Wires, Abstract Perspectives from Atlanta's Underground, an electronic compilation from Atlanta. It is $19.99, a 2LP, $19.99. Chad, you bought Burrell, but not for orders because I bought one. Okay, maybe I ordered a couple extras. Maybe that's what I did. I probably mistagged it, or I don't know. Maybe somebody wanted me to order one and they didn't realize it was so expensive. That happens too. They're like, holy moly. But when you're talking about Blue Note Tone Poets at 3 LPs, they're going to get expensive. You know, 1 LPs are already like $40. You add another disc and then another disc. Sometimes, usually you can add almost like $20 a disc to some of those things. All right, Kiss is at $57. I knew that was going to be popular. And we have the Statler Brothers. That is sealed for $9.99. And then we have Rockin' with Ricky Nelson. That's $14.99. And the Greatest Hits of Carl Perkins, $19.99. Grog, I think you're right. I think you're the one who first told me to order every Blue Note Tone Poet. All the new stuff you would order. Are you the one that told me you would buy at least one? Sometimes I'm scrolling through there, though, and I don't know what's the Tone Poets, and I have to click on them and find out. All right, so Juanita, you get David Gilmour for $10. And now we have the Cowcells in concert for $9.99. We also have Brewer and Shipley, Royal Space, Fiji Plus, $9.99. We have Peace of Mind, The Happenings, EX, $17.99, a 1969 U.S. unpicked cover. What does that mean? These little sphere-looking things here can be picked off, and it's been unpicked. EX edition, $17.99. The Rap magazine is sold for $10, and that was with David Tate, right? David Tate, thank you. That's sold to you. Now Kiss is still getting bids. It's at 60. It's at 60. What else do I have over here? Let's grab another. Let's try to knock out some more LPs before the night's over. We got Bob Seger's debut album, Ramblin' Gamblin' Man. Ramblin' Gamblin' Man. A 77 U.S. reissue, RCA Club, orange label, $15 start. $15 start. Next thing over here is the Smithereens, Green Thoughts. The Smithereens is an 88 U.S. specialty. And this is going to go up for a $15 start. Seeger, Smithereens. The Smithereens is also nice. It does have a clip corner right there. Does have a clip corner. Kiss 58, Kiss 59, Kiss 60. Sean Fairweather on Coltrane. He's going to pick up the Japanese no bid. Thank you, Sean, $35. Chris Knapp on The Happenings. Thank you. Kiss is at 65 with Phil Elliott. We also have Ray Stevens, Greatest Hits. Oh, man, this is autographed. Autographed and JSA certified. That is 30. I'll do it for $35. It's signed by Ray Stevens and JSA authenticated. $35 on that. Also over here is Neil Diamond Taproot Manuscript. Neil Diamond is $16.99. We have Jan and Dean, the little old lady from Pasadena, $14.99. And Elton John, Don't Shoot Me, I'm Only the Piano Player, folks. Don't Shoot Me, $19.99. Bob Seger, $15. Final call to get a bid on the Smithereens. And Kiss is at 65 with Phil Elliott. Matthew Sherrick, it goes back to you. Let's try to throw up another single right quick for auction, too. Let's grab the most random one I can see. Whoop, this is a pretty good one. Charged GBI. What was I thinking of? GBH? What is this? Scott Ian, Dave Grohl, and Charlie Benante. Wow, I've never heard of this collaboration. Grohl, there's that guy I was just thinking of. Scott Ian from Anthrax. And Charlie Benante on bass, and he played with somebody. How about a $10 start? That is sealed. And now Kiss is at 70. And now Cosmos Factory. The first, no, there's been other new and sealed, but this is new and sealed. Cosmos Factory, red vinyl, $33.99. Hootie and the Blowfish is $29.99. Billy Idol's newest album, Dream Into It, $33.99. And Bullet Boys, 10-cent billionaire. And we actually have more of these. More of them came back in stock. Bullet Boys is $34.99. John Hughes is sold to Steve McGee. That's the first time I've heard about that collaboration with Grohl and Ian and Benate. And now, where are we on Kiss? It's now at $70. $70 with Matthew Sherrick. And now the single already has bids for 10, 10, 10, 15, 10, 11, 12. That was just a random pull over here out of that box. I'm telling you, there's some cool stuff over here. that we'll be auctioning singles, and I got a stack of 10-inch EPs and stuff as well. Ooh, Kiss Alive 2, a 2014 remaster, $39.99, sealed, $39. That's like $15 below retail. Takedo is $39.99. We have Halloween at $29.99, and Twin Peaks. And if no one claims this, there actually may be a waiting list. I always give it first to somebody here live, and then we might try it. We might try the waiting list. And the only unpaid auction that was tagged is this: the Rolling Stone Some Girls, which was a 78 US OG, and it's $37. An OG Some Girls US press. Okay? Now, here's where we're at. The Smithereens, in fact, did get a new bid. Chris Riddings bid $16. Now, was this or Bob Seger get a bid? Just Bob Seger. Okay, so this is sold. No, WVU Mounties bid first. WVU Mounties, you're out. That did get a bid for $16. Bob Seger's the one that only got 15, one bid for 15, and that was with Donna Handshoemaker, okay? So that sold for $15. And now the Smithereens is right there. There's that one, okay? There's that one. Now we have, okay, so yeah, WV Mounties is out. The GBI is at 18 with Eddie Gutt, and the Kiss Cobo Hall book has got to wear. Man, what a battle on this thing. This is at 70 with Matthew Sherrick. Elliott, Mr. Elliott, it's up to you. It's at $70. Now, the first person who claimed, let me think about this. The first person on the Stones was MT Matt at $37. Now, MT also put back the Stones I got prior. Now, earlier, are you talking about a sealed? You got a sealed half-speed master. Is that what you're talking about? You got it out of a Laura crate, right? A sealed half-speed master? Let me see if I can find that. I think that's what you're talking about, right? It was $24.99. If anybody wants that, I'll go hunt it. Let me make sure that's right. Smithereen 1718. Okay, and let me go try to dig that out so maybe we can try to sell it right now. He's talking about a sealed half-speed master that came out of a Laura crate, and it's right here. Okay, it's right here. It's a sealed half-speed master. If anybody wants it, it's up for grabs right now. $24.99. It's which is if I ordered these new and we had them in Tuesday, Wednesday, it would be $36.99, just to give you an idea. Okay, so great price on that. He got an OG. This GBI is at 18, hammers up. And unfortunately, I lost Phil Elliott on the Kiss. Matthew Sherrick had it for 70. He's had it for 4 minutes. I don't like losing somebody on an auction, especially late, but we've got to sell it. And Smithereens is at 19. I just unfortunately never did hear an out. And then Richard Group says he wants the Some Girls for $24.99. That is sold to Richard Group. The Smithereens is at 19. And let me see if we did have a waiting list on that, okay? So what we're going to do is sell this to Eddie Gutt for $18. Yep. And then, unfortunately, I lost Mr. Elliott on this, but Matthew Sherrick, it's sold to you. And that's sold to him for $70. That's done. And then here's what's left in here. Let me sort the new stuff. This is actually like new from distribution. This is pre-owned, but it's sealed. And actually, this Billy Idol's damaged. This Billy Idol's damaged. Let me mark this down to $24.99, okay? Let me mark this down to $24.99. Billy Idol, Dream Into It. It's his newest album, but it's damaged right here. It's got a blip. So I'm going to mark that down. It is damaged. And then the other new and sealed stuff was right here. And then I think the rest of it's OG. And there's even an autograph in here. There's some other stuff in here sealed as well. So first thing we have is Smithereens out. Adam Bernardi, 19. And I think that's it on that. Ivan R. is also out. So, yeah, let's sell that to Adam Bernardi for 19. We're about to transition for the last hour into a CD blitz. And we're about to sell a bunch of them. But here is our next two auctions. Nielsen Aerial Pandemonium Ballet. It is a sealed 71 OG. Wow. Which I think is kind of, is it like two Nielsen albums in one maybe? But that's a $20 start. And then the Yardbirds is a 66 Terre Haute OG Mono in shrink VG for a $15 start. And that's the last two tagged lure auctions. And then I've got a Hendrix over here I need to evaluate, and then that David Bowie that I shown. And we might try to do a couple of those when I'm doing CDs, okay? But first, let me read through these, and then Robert wants BB10. Bullet Bull. Oh, you were making a claim. I thought you were trying to bid or offer something, Robert. You're trying to buy a Bullet Boys. Robert Matthews, I'm sorry. I was like, man, what's he trying to relay to me? He wants a Bullet Boys. I got it. Okay, thank you. That's so do you. Here's what's left in the Hatcheted crate. Y'all have almost bought all of it back. We got Vanessa Williams, Steely Dan Aja. Vanessa Williams was $14.99. Steely Dan was $34. We have Blood, Sweat, and Tears debut for $29. Ted Nugent was $14. This here is sold to Ivan R. Thank you on that. Sealed Nielsen, $25 start. And Yardbirds has one bid for $15. The Statler Brothers was sealed for just $9.99. Rockin' with Ricky Nelson, that's $14.99. Greatest Hits of Carl Perkins, $19.99. The Cal Seals in Concert, Brewer and Shipley. Ray Stevens' Greatest Hits Volume 2, and it's autographed and JSA authenticated, $35. Neil Diamond Taproot Manuscript with the manuscript, $16.99. Jan and Dean was $14.99. Elton John, $19.99. Now, this was also sealed. Kiss Alive 2 remaster for $39.99. And then here are new and sealed records. These are sealed, brand new. Winger, $33.99. Dynasty was also $33. 9 Inch Nails Woodstock, that's a bootleg, of course, colored vinyl, $38. Cosmos Factory, $33. Hootie was $29. Taiketo, $39. Halloween, $29. Twin Peaks, $33. And then the Billy Idol, I marked down to $24. It's got a bit of a ding there. It was $33. Okay, and then Chad Davis on SB. Somebody asked Hootie and Blowfish. Rear view mirror. Cracked rear view. 21 times platinum. SB is sold to Chad Davis. And SB for Chad Davis. SB was the Statler Brothers. Robert Matthews wants Halloween. All right, Adam Ross wants Hootie and the Blowfish. Cracked rear view. Sold to Adam Ross. Nielsen, one bid sold to DJ for $25. Details on the Yardbirds. A 66 U.S. Terre Haute OG Mono and Shrink Vinyls VG. There's one bid with Susie for $15, and it's a final call. And now, this Jimi Hendrix, I actually think this could be the same one. This has actually got a rare misprint, and I think we might have put one up the other night and had it as the misprint, but found out we overlooked something. And I think this is that record. It's very complicated. Laura had tagged it, and I think we had missed some kind of detail on it. So let's try this one more time. It's just a standard edition, Jimi Hendrix Band of Gypsies 2. It's an 86 OG with hole punch. It does have a hole punch on the cover. EX, Hendrix is a $20 start. But Band of Gypsies 2 has a rare misprint, just so y'all know. It does have a rare misprint on that. Anybody else? If not, I'm going to clear the board. Yardbirds is at 16. Susie, you've been outbid. And I'm going to go ahead and say right now, for those that maybe don't want to miss a KISS item, I am officially going to right now put a pause on all the KISS magazines and books. Everything's at a pause. Okay? So if you've been hanging around bidding on KISS stuff, I'm going to officially, because when I start doing CDs, we won't be able to keep up with it. We should have an hour left on the stream, right? Where's Susie at? I don't have it on TikTok up here anymore, so I can't see my timer. cue the Triple H theme song. Cue it. I went all the way to the back and got CDs. I was talking to y'all the whole time. I've already got the CDs. We're about to show the first batch. I was talking about Triple H and Motorhead and all kinds of stuff, and then I guess y'all didn't hear a word. We're going to do CDs for $6.99. If I find one that I want to veto, you'll see it disappear, and that means it's not for sale. Okay, so Yardbird, 16.18. This is 19. Susie, you've been outbid. Over here, this is $19 with useless eaters. Susie, you're out. And then the Yardbirds, or excuse me, Jimi Hendrix is in EX condition. Jimi Hendrix is in EX condition. Mark Buddha has it for 20. Mark Buddha has it for 20. And we've got CDs. I hope y'all are ready to go. Now, Yardbirds is at 20. That's our last two auctions of the night. Useless eaters, you're out. Useless eaters, you're out. All right, I got to mix up these letters. Oh my gosh, look at all these. All right, let me do this, this. I'm going to try my best to mix these up. Okay, here we go. These are all $6.99. Matthew Sweet, 100% fun. Jimmy Jameson, Survivor. Survivor, Vital Signs. Also, we got Jimmy Harren, Can't Fight the Midnight. This is Gary Hoey, Compliments of Image. And we have Hole, Celebrity Skin. Nice, Trickster. Boy, if I had that on vinyl right now, we could literally start a riot in the parking lot. Now Hendrix is at 21. Now Hendrix at 22. Useless Eaters, you're out on the Yardbirds. Let me know. Susie has it for $20. All those CDs you just seen there are how much? $6.99. $6.99. How much? $6.99. First thing I have is who got what? Who's on first? We got Shakedown first on Trickster, then Kenny Stanley was second, John Durden was next, then Angela Lewis. So that left Matthew Sweet, that left Jimmy Jameson, Survivor, Jimmy Harden, Gary Hoey, and Hole, Celebrity Skin. Adam Bernardi, you are back in on Hendrix at 23. And now Useless Eaters, the time is ticking on the Yardbird. Susie has it for 20. Next thing I have here is Hanson. This is 3 Car Garage, the indie recordings, 95-96, Hanson. Sammy Hagar. I didn't mean for that to happen. But here is 4 Sammy Hagar, Standing Campton, 3-lock box, self-titled and unboxed. And we have Bass Mechanics Sonic Overload. This is what you play in your car to absolutely blow your speakers out. These are all $6.99. Whoever's first on Sammy just got lucky. And now we have Hendrix at $25. And Adam Bernardi's out. Mark Buddha got Hendrix for $25. That is sold. And I lost to Useless Eaters. The Yardbirds is sold to Susie for $20. That is sold to Susie. Now over here we got first Sammy Hagar. He wants 3-lock box. That's sold to him for $6.99. And then after that was, that's what the same one Darren Chrisman wanted it. So we still got Hanson, Hagar, and Bass Mechanics. That's still available there. Next handful is going to go up right now. Let's grab a handful right out of here. Help me out after you make a claim to be as specific as possible. Next thing we have is Tiny Timmy T, Time After Time, some sort of cassette single here. It is the Tokens, The Lion Sleeps Tonight. That's the original version. Weird seeing that on CD. Tonic, Lemon Parade, If You Could Only See. Another Tonic, Sugar. Also, we got Tora Tora, Surprise Attack. Wow, Tora Tora. There's Toto Fahrenheit. There's another Toto, Past to Present. There is Tesla, 5-man acoustical jam. And Tesla, the best of Tesla. Those are all $6.99. Bass is sold to Shakedown. That is sold to Shakedown, Bass Mechanics. Thank you on that. Next thing I have over here is Kenny Stanley on Tora Tora. That's sold to Kenny Stanley. Next is Mike Ospaw, then Chris Frazier. Cynthia, your dibs on Tonic. Okay, there is Tonic Sugar and Tonic Lemon Parade. Over here we have next Sherry Darnell on the tokens. The Lion Sleeps Tonight. Stuck next on Tora Tora. Angela next on Tora Tora. We have Kenny Stanley first on Tesla. You can have 5-man acoustical jam or 20th century. And then we got Toto. Toto, or actually TT could be for Tor or Tesla or Toto too. So if anybody, let's see here. If one of your TTs was for Toto, which could be, I gave Tora to Kenny. He actually put Tora. But Mike, Chris, Stuck, Angela, or anybody else, if you want a Toto, you need to let me know right now. And that leaves Fahrenheit and Past the Present, 77 to 90, which is the greatest hits of there. That's essentially a Toto. She wants both Tonic CDs, Cynthia Herdron. And he wants Tesla. He wants 5-man acoustical jam. So the next person on Tesla was Crystal Newman. And you can have Best of Tesla if you want that. Just let me know. I don't think anybody's TT was. I guarantee that was for the. That was for the. The thing. Y'all know what I'm talking about. The thing. Okay, over here we got this. We got this. We got this. Oh wow! Look at that. Nice. Let me set that one right over here. Haha. Next thing we have is Michael Sweet. Michael Sweet, that is $6.99. Also, we have Fantic, and then Striper, Against the Law, has some sticker residue on the jewel case. Striper, though, wow, a double pack from Prince. The artist formerly known as Prince, Crystal Ball. I've never seen that before. It's got a little booklet with it. Also, we got Hootie and the Blowfish. And we got Tesla. Holy moly, the way it is. I think that might be a single. $6.99. So we have Kenny on that. She passes on the other Tesla. Jimmy B on the Timmy T. Jimmy B wants the Timmy T. That is right here. Timmy T is sold to Jim B. Kenny Stanley on STRY. Folks, that means Striper. Jim B got the Prince. Jim B is racking up tonight, folks. Shakedown was second. Then Chris Frazier. Nick's next on Striper. Chris next on Prince. Ivan next on Prince. That leaves Tesla, Hootie, Michael Sweet, etc., etc. What is going on? Next thing we have is this handful of CDs right here. What do we have here? Oh, my. I better mix these up. Oh, my goodness. Well, I'm glad I didn't do that. That would have started an absolute chaos. Some of these I don't mind doing a bunch of in the row, because if I can mix up some other artist letters, because I know when they're shown, that's going to be just like an absolute wipeout, a complete boom. All right. So what's left? Angela on T for Tesla, and then Stuck on Michael Sweet, and then Buddy Cordova next on Tesla. Already sold. Now, we got Twisted Sister for $6.99. Love is for Suckers. We got Twisted Sister Stay Hungry. Oh, wow. Japanese Tiger Tails. A Japanese release. Tiger Tails. Here is Talus on Metal Blade Records. Wow. We have Tall Stories. We got Tangier, 4 Wins. And then look at this. Striper. Wow. Wow. Whoa. Kenny Stanley, you're first on Twisted. You can have Stay Hungry or Love is for Suckers. That is your dibs. Kenny Stanley. Then Darren Chrisman. Now, MT Matt was first to Talus. That was this second one here. That's sold to MT Matt. Mike Ospaw on TT. And I'm going to give him Tiger Tails. And then Chris Riddings is next on Tiger Tails. And then Stuck was next on Talus, unless that was for Tall Stories. Stuck, that's up to you. And then Kenny Stanley was first on Striper. And then Nick Bargeron was second. So we also have Tangier as well. All right, so Striper is pending to Kenny, then Nick. Angela put T for Tangier. We can go ahead and give her that one. And now the first person on Twisted Sister was Kenny Stanley. He wants Love Is for Stuckers. That means Darren Chrisman can have Stay Hungry. And it is up to Kenny on Stripers. And whatever you don't take is automatically sold to Nick Bargeron. That just left Tall Stories, unless that's what stuck 73. It was for Talus. So the only thing left unclaimed there was Tall Stories. That is available. Okay? Now, the next thing I have for you is whatever's right here. Another Hootie and the Blowfish, cracked review. Honeymoon Suite, the singles. Gary Hoey, Endless Summer 2, Gold Stamp promo. Jordan Hill, Gold Stamp promo. Don Henley, The End of Innocence. And nice, Don Henley. Make sure this thing's not signed. It has a product development representative. Gold Stamp promo. Some kind of promo. Usually when I see these Warner Brothers business cards, they're signed or promo copies. This is, in fact, a promo copy. So back-to-back, Don Henley there. Kenny Stanley got all Stripers, okay? So those are all sold. Thank you there. And then next thing we have is Chris Reddings on Honeymoon Suite. That's sold to Chris Reddings. John Darden on GH. And GH was for the Gary Hoey Endless Summer. Then Nick Bargeron. Angela next on Honeymoon Suite. And then Mary Miles on DH for Don Henley. Mary, you've got dibs on both of those, and that leaves these two here. Hootie and Blowfish is sold to Susie. That leaves just, actually, from that stack, Jordan Hill, which is another promo. Okay, and now let's grab another handful here, and let's keep going. Next thing I have is Helix, Half Alive. Helix is $6.99. Heaven's Edge is $6.99. Heart is $6.99. Heart $6.99. Heart $6.99. Heart $6.99. And Heart $6.99. Wow. Okay, so that left Helix, Heaven's Edge, Heart, and that's Bad Animals, Desire Walks On, Brigade, The Road Home, and A Lovemonger's Christmas. Okay? So, Mary wants both Don Henley CDs. Next is Kenny Stanley on Helix. Thank you for the spell outs. That is being very helpful right now. That's sold to Kenny Stanley. He also got Heaven's Edge. Dan Cadena was next on Heaven's Edge. Chris Reddings next on Heaven's Edge. Ivan R. next on Helix. Buddy Cordova next on Helix. Rich Group is first on Hard. Now, Rich, you just got dibs on all. Lovemonger's Christmas, The Road Home, Brigade, Desire Walks On, or Bad Animals. They're all $6.99 each. Let's go ahead and do another stack because that means all those are possibly sold. Here is my next handful. Let's do this. And for the Jazz buyers, I'm about to go to the back and get a Jazz box so we can alternate. I forgot to do that. Wow, another Trickster. You never know what's going to pop up. Wow, another Trickster. Undercovers. Wow, a Triumph. Wow, Triumph Surveillance. Mike Tramp, Capricorn. Mike Tramp, no disc in that one. I felt that one. Train, Drops of Jupiter. We have Tina. We have Tina Turner. We got Eric Turner, Demos for Diehards. Twisted Sister Live. Twisted Sister comes out and play. Wow. Whoa. What a CD batch tonight, right? Holy moly. Schnikes, Batman. Goodness gracious. Oh, wow. Whoa. Okay. So, Rich Group on Heart. He wants Brigade and Bad Animals. Heart is sold and sold to Rich Group. Okay? Those are sold. Now, Angela, if you're next on Heart, you got dibs on Desire, Road Home, and Christmas. Next on that, possibly, I think it looks like it could be Angela. Okay? And then Nick Bargeron on RTIC. RTIC. RTIC was for RTIC. Did he correct that later? Nick Bargeron put RTIC. That could be a really weird autocorrect for Trickster. We got to wait and see what RTIC was for. And then Chris Frazier was next. Angela Lewis wants Tall Stories. This is sold to Angela Lewis. Crystal, third, possibly on Trickster. Susie Breedlove got Triumph. Cynthia Herdra next on Triumph. Angela Lewis next on Triumph. MT Matt wants Twisted Sister come out and play. Chris Riddings on Eric. Eric Turner sold to Chris Riddings. Ivan R. wants Twisted Sister live. That leaves Tina Turner and Train. Drops of Jupiter and Tina, what's love got to do with it? We're going to give Nick Bargeron both Trickster CDs. If he says otherwise, we'll change it, okay? We're almost done with this box. I'm going to go ahead and do another handful. Holy moly. Wow. Can I mix these up? Let me do these two. I'm going to do these. This, and this. I hope that's good enough. All right. Train. Train is sold to Scott Oman. All right. That just leaves Tina Turner. Nice. Typo negative. Nice. Typo negative. Back-to-back typos. Survivor, when seconds count. Survivor, Too Hot to Sleep. 21 Guns, Salute. Steve Smith's Birthday Buddies. Hardline, Eclipse. I'm going to go ahead and take this first gigantic stack of sold CDs around the corner. Amazing. That happened quickly. Thankful for our Collectco customers, for sure. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Amazing. Amazing. Those are sold. Let's go ahead and tag these. Let's get another stack built. I think we can do 2 or 3 stacks here in the next half hour we have. We got about a half hour. And the first claim was Kenny Stanley on typo negative. Kenny's got dibs on both typo negatives. Okay? And then John Durden, then Susie, then Pew Pew Parton, then Top with Ivan. Angela on 21 Guns. Angela on 21 Guns. Kenny Stanley on Hardline. Mike Ospaw next on Hardline. Then Nick. And then Kenny wants both typo negatives. Sold. That leaves Survivor, and Steve Smith's Buddies. Okay? So the next handful I have going up right now, I'm going to grab this entire handful and see what happens, okay? I have first the middle. The middle. This is El Luzon in Western Arabic. El Luzon in Western Arabic. More Survivor, Caught in the Game. Michael Sweet. Takara, Blind in Paradise. Takara, Eternal Faith. Tesla, Into the Now. Joey Tempest, A Place to Call Home. Also, we have Tesla, The Great Radio Controversy. And we have Third Eye Blind, a gold stamp promo, blue, Third Eye Blind. And we have 2 Voyeurs. Those are all $6.99. All right, so the first thing we have is Nick Bargeron on MS. Nick Bargeron's MS was for Michael Sweet. That's sold to Nick Bargeron. Next is Stuck on Michael Sweet. And then we have Mike Ospaw got dibs on Tesla. So, Mike, you can have Great Radio or you can have Into the Now. That is Mike Ospaw. Angela on TR. TR was possibly for Tesla. And then we have Chris Frazier. Nick Bargeron said yes. And that was for Matthew Sweet. Chris Riddings has dibs on Takara. You can have Eternal Faith or Blind in Paradise. Those are also pending. And then we have Angela Lewis on JT for Joey Tempest. Joey Tempest is sold to Angela Lewis. Juanita next on Tesla, then Nick Bargeron, then Scott Oman. Nick Bargeron on Third Eye Blind. And then Rob Halford is this one right here. That is Rob Halford, by the way. Mike Ospaw wants Into the Now. That's for this Tesla. That's sold to Mike Allspaw. And then that means this Tesla can go to the next person. And the next person, I believe, was Angela Lewis. Angela, if you want that, just say sold or pass. Chris Redding's got both Takaras. So we have the middle, the DNA demos. We have Eli Luzon. We got Survivor. And the Rob Halford is sold to Kenny Stanley. I didn't catch that. I was about to say the guy on the front looks familiar. But I didn't say it. And then come to find out, it's Rob Halford. Okay. Now, here comes some more. Here comes the judge. Angela passes. The next Tesla CD claim goes to Juanita Gagney. Juanita, sold or pass on Tesla. Next handful, Takedo, strength in numbers. Takedo, don't come easy. Tina Turner, simply the best. Striper, can't stop the rock. Strike 9, not like the rest. Henry Lee, Summer. Sugar Ray, 1459. Styx Classics. And Twisted Sister, You Can't Stop Rock and Roll. Please Help, is the 21 Gun Salute a band? Yes. That has nothing to do with military music, Angela. You got some rockin' music. Next is Juanita got Tesla. Sold to you. First on Takedo is Kenny Stanley. Kenny, you can have Takedo, either one. And then Mike Ospaw, then Angela Lewis. And then Chris Reddings. And then Angela Lewis on Strength and Numbers. And that was a Takedo album. Nick Bargeron on HLS. HLS for Nick Bargeron. HLS for Henry Lee Summer. Then Chris Frazier. Kenny Stanley got Twisted Sister. Chris Redding's got Strike 9. Stuck on YS. Then we have another Strike, Testing. So the only thing that didn't sell there was Tina Turner, Striper, Sugar Ray, and Styx. Now the two Takedos are pending to Kenny Stanley. And that was Don't Come Easy and Strength in Numbers. Now I got Chris Reddings on Strike 9. He put Striper 9. This is Strike 9, and then Ivan R was next, and that leaves Styx Classics, Blue Collar Man, Come Sail Away, Renegade, Sugar Ray, and then this Striper is sold to Nick Bargeron, which is a greatest hits collection. And now he does want both Takedos. No, he put both and then Strength. All right, so he just wants Strength and Numbers. So this Takedo, the next person is Angela Lewis. Angela, do you want Takedo, Don't Come Easy, sold or pass? Next, and then we're going to get into new boxes, and yes, I'll grab Jazz. Looks like a single, Hootie and the Blowfish, Hold My Hand. Orpha Haza, Desert Wind. Another Orpha Haza. And Sammy Hagar, Turn Up the Music. Sammy Hagar. Angela passes on Takedo. And now it goes to the next person. Chris Reddings, do you want Takedo? That goes to him. That was a great stretch. Wow. Okay. We have Mike Ospaw next on Takedo. Oh, you were. I thought you were the first person. That's right. Mike. Sorry. Mike Ospaw next on Takedo. Not Chris Redding. Sorry. You're right. Sorry. And then Sammy Hagar is sold to Nick Bargeron, then Susie. Robert Warner wants both Afra Hazas. And then we're good to go. So, Mike, if you want that, just say sold. Now, I'm going to stack the unsold stuff. We have emptied a box. You can hear me throw it across the room right now. That box has been empty, and here's all that's left. We've sold almost all of them. A quick read-through. Toto Fahrenheit, Toto Past the Present, which is a greatest hits. The Best of Tesla, Tantic, Hooting the Blowfish, and Jordan Hill. Those are still available, including a Best of Toto and a Best of Tesla. Here is Heart, 3 different ones. The Christmas, Road Home, Desire Walks On, 2 Survivors, When Seconds Count, Too Hot to Sleep. Steve Smith, now I think I know him as the drummer for Journey, right? Steve Smith, Buddies Buddies, The Middle, The DNA Demos, Eli Luzin, Survivor Caught in the Game, and Hooting the Blowfish. Okay? Takedo is so to Mike Ospaw. That is so to Mike Ospaw. Nick Bargeron wants the Best of Tesla. That is so to Nick Bargeron. Okay? That last stack left Tina Turner, Sugar Ray, and Styx. And then over here, some of the very first ones was Tina Turner, What's Love Got to Do With It, Sammy Hagar Unboxed, Sammy Hagar Self-Titled, and Sammy Hagar Standing Hampton. Also, all those for $15. We'll go ahead and do a bundle one time. Hanson 3-Car Garage, the indie recordings, that's $6.99. And the last stack had Whole Celebrity Skin, Gary Hoey. Gary Hoey has a promo giveaway sticker with it. We got Jimmy Harnan, Can't Fight This Midnight, Survivor Model Signs, Another Survivor, and Matthew Sweet, 100% Fun. Next is Nick Bargeron, got all 3 Sammy Hagars for $15. Then Susie. All right. Surprised no one got them on the first go around. Not bad. A whole box, and that's all that's left. These are really good titles tonight, though. Sherry Darnell wants Tina Turner, What's Love Got to Do With It? Matthew Sweet is so to Nick Bargeron. Okay? I did say A Heart Christmas, and that's down here on the very bottom. So to Tom Harris. Thank you, Tom. Glad to see you're watching. All right, so let's go grab 2 boxes of CDs. I'm going to try to mix in. We have more jazz than the Library of Congress. No joke, probably do. So we're going to try to mix in some of those when I can. I'm going to go grab some right now. I'm going to keep talking. Hopefully y'all can hear me. And let's knock this mother out. That's something like James Brown would say. Let's knock this mother out. I don't know what that means. It sounds pretty violent, but it sounds pretty cool too. Oh my gosh. All right, so Grog, Donna, William APM, William Hoy, David Hoy, I mean. Let's see what else I got over here. There's an inflatable Kiss hammer. There's 3 guitar stands over here. And here is a box of jazz. Right? Yep. All right. And then here's another box of great CDs. So these boxes, see, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. All right, we got like 28 more boxes like these. So these boxes I'm talking about, the boxes I'm talking about, with the good titles in them, I just roughly estimated there's 28 more, and there's thousands of jazz boxes. Hundreds. Now Grog's ready to do some buying. I think you're going to like these. So these came straight from a radio station. I have white boxes stacked like this. Mr. Ed, they're in what? They're in real Alka-Seltzer water boxes. Jazz for Greg Hunt. And this all came from a radio station, WMOT, right here, MTSU. That's the university here in Tennessee, Middle Tennessee State. It was their college jazz radio station. And I think they went 100% digital. And, or no, maybe they don't even, maybe they changed formats. But yeah, here is a whole box of, about maybe anything spilling. Here's kind of what it looks like. So yeah, there we go. It's full of jazz. And we got, I don't know, 100 boxes like this. 100 boxes maybe. Ed could verify. He took multiple trips in his Bronco. We're going to go up until when time expires tonight on Facebook. So let's get through this other rock box and let's get started on some of the jazz. I'll do the stuff on top first. And here we go. Who was the next claims? And we got Chris Readings on Jimmy Harden. This right here to Chris Readings. And Michael Church wants that Sticks comp. And Michael Church, you got it. Just let me find it. All right, we're ready. So we're halfway through. And we've sold a lot. Those are done and done. We've almost filled up another stack. Let's get started first with some rock stuff. Oh my gosh, I didn't even look and see what I grabbed until right now. Oh yeah. All right, let me try to grab, these look pretty mixed up right here. Let me grab these. And great titles again, from what I'm seeing, mostly, almost all of them. We have first, the Strange Case of Hailstorm. Hailstorm, these are all $6.99 still. Narada, this is a in-store sampler. This is CD single Thin Lizzy. The Boys Are Back in Town and Jailbreak. That's unusual. A CD single from Thin Lizzy. Their two biggest songs. REO Speedwagon's Greatest Hits. I Can't Fight This Feeling Anymore. This is Big Bad Voodoo Daddy, This Beautiful Life. Pearl Jam 10. I know that from the back of it. Pearl Jam 10. This looks like Peter Cetera, Solitude Solitaire. White Line, Big Game. That looks like White Snake, self-titled. This looks like White Snake, Saints and Sinners. And this is Whiskey Town, Stranger's Almanac. Those are all $6.99. More Striper. That, at this point, if Striper shows up, it will be random. I've got all these CDs. I have, as usual, it's completely random. I wish I knew what I had, but they're all random. Okay, Chris Frazier first on Hailstorm. That is sold to Chris Frazier. And then Nick Bargeron on Rep. And I bet that was for REO Speedwagon. That's sold to Nick Bargeron. Stephen Parton on Pearl Jam. Stephen, is that technically your first purchase with us? If so, I need to get you registered, okay? Just say yes, first time buyer. And then Nick Bargeron on PPVD. PPBVD. That was Big Bag Voodoo Daddy. That's sold to Nick Bargeron. White Line, White Snake self-titled. In the Still of the Night, that's sold to Stephen Parton. Angela was second. And then Nick Bargeron wants Big G. Big G, that was Big Daddy. I've already sold that. And then Kenny Stanley, I can sell you White Line Big Game. So if you're a first-time buyer, thank you. $8 in limited shipping. Christopher Dean got Whiskey Town. $8 in limited shipping. As much as you want to buy, I need to get your email address and mailing address. And we'll invoice you on Monday. We're going to be doing this the rest of the night for about a half hour. And then we're going to be doing it again tomorrow. Okay, so we got Narada, a sampler, a Thin Lizzy single, Peter Cetera, and White Snake. That's what's left in the first stack there. All right, let's grab a handful of jazz here. Now, some of this I recognize, and some of it I have no clue. Oh, yeah, Angela was next on White Snake. So Angela was next, so Angela gets White Snake. We have MTSU, the McLean School of Music Encore Student Ensemble Series. Freddie Cole, This and That. I love saying that, This and That. We got Tempo Libre, Panchamalenquero. We have Michael Ziebler, Originals for the Originals. David Koski, James Jennis, and Clarence Penn. 3 is 1. Stephen Carlson, Lou Fisher, and Steve Houghton. And make sure some of these have disc in them. Okay, good. And then Yolanda Duke is Sealed, Many Moons. We got Janet Planet sings the Bob Dylan songbook. David Becker Tribune, Distance Traveled. Richard Susan Evolution Suite. John Stoll, Michael Ziebler Quartet. PJ Perry Quartet Alto Gusto. This is Negronis Trio New Era. Ralph Bowen, Jerry Bergonzi, Mindy Abbar and the Bone Shakers, and Houston Pearson, Rain or Shine. Now, I don't know if all that's jazz. Is all that in there jazz? Some of it didn't really look jazz, but I could be mistaken. Donna Turner first on Freddie, and that was Freddie Cole. That's sold to Donna Turner. Adam Bernardi on Becker, and that was David Becker right here. That's sold to Adam Bernardi. And then Donna Turner on Mindy, and that's sold to Donna Turner. I guess it all is, but sometimes I just don't know. So several still left in there. I'm going to put those right there. And some people do research and check what they are and then come back, let me know. And guess what? That filled up our tower. So let me take these around the corner, and then I'll get back into the next handful of rock CDs. But quick break while I take these around the corner because they are tall and they are full. And we have sold a lot of stuff tonight. All this KISS stuff is sold. Tanner's going to come in the morning and go, my God, he's done it again. My God, he's done it again. Chad has went on a full 8-hour marathon of just selling. All right, and then Greg says he's going to try the Houston Pearson, and that's so to him. All right, next handful. Hope you're all ready for these. Don't fall asleep during the off stack if you're just here for rock, because you never know what's about to happen. You might wake up and be like, oh my gosh, what just happened? I just missed a CD I've been looking for my entire life. And that's because I decided to take one little quick break off the screen. And then all of a sudden, everybody's buying CDs that you wanted. And then here you are, CD-us. Okay? And then we got Marcy Playground, Shapeshifter, Marcy Playground, Pieces of a Dream, Ahead to the Past, Michael Stanley, Live in Tangier, Michael Stanley, Shadowland, U.S. Crush, Uncle Cracker, Drift Away, yeah. And then what's his other one? You Make Me Smile. Uncle Cracker, there it is. With Kid Rock, Gold Stamp promo. Yeah. There it is. Wow, U2 is sealed with Hop Sticker. All That You Can't Leave Behind. We have Union. That is Bruce Kulick, Union, and John Corabi. That looks pretty cool. It's a promo. It's an advanced promo available in stores. Wow, Van Halen, Spring Break 95. That looks like a bootleg. Wow, Warrant, Rockin' Tall. Wow, Warrant, Live 86-97. Wow, Warrant, Are You Ready for the Show? Jeff Watson, Lone Ranger, and Wham, Music from the Edge of Heaven. Check that out. Can you recap the first tall stack? The one on the right is rock. We actually just recapped that. I can read the jazz in just a second. If not, I got to keep going right now. We have Susie Breedlove on Uncle Cracker. Uncle Cracker is Susie. I'm going to give you dibs on either one, Susie. You got dibs on those. And then next is Shakedown on the sealed U2. And then Susie, and then Angela on Uncle Cracker. Chris Redding's got the Union. Nick next on U2. Mike next on Union. Then Stuck, and then Angela. John Durden on Van Halen. There was only one, right? Yep, that's so to John Durden. Then Chris Reddings. Then Shakedown. Then Susie. Then Nick. And then Angela on Warrant. Now, Angela, you got dibs on 3 warrants. It's a Rockin' Tall, an 86-97 Live, and Are You Ready for the Show? A couple of those look like bootlegs, which should be great buys. And then over here, we have Chris Reddings next on Warrant, and Susie wants both Uncle Crackers. That was a great stack. So that just left Marcy Playground. Does that have Sex and Candy? The only song I know for them is I Smell Sex and Candy. That's the only song I know by Marcy Playground. And then Pieces of a Dream, Ahead to the Past. You got Michael Stanley, U.S. Crush, Jeff Watson, and Wham. That's what's left in that stack there. Angela gets all 3 warrants. Those so to Angela Lewis. All right, let me grab this handful right here. Let's finish out the top of this jazz box. Man, a lot of this stuff is brand new and sealed. And just like vinyl, they told me when I bought all these CDs, they said, we get sent stuff all the time in the mail that we never even got to open, like promos and just local music. And they just got, radio stations are sent music all the time to try to get it played. So here we go. We got Jelly's Last Jam, the original Broadway cast. Jelly's Last Jam, New Orleans Meets Harlem, Volume 1, Marcus Roberts Trio. We have Cynthia K. Bennett, Dreams of You. This is Dave Samuels, 10 Degrees North. Charnay Moffat, Treasure. Daphnis Prito, About the Monks. Black Note, Nothing But the Swing. Yellow Jackets, Politics, I know them. Martin Taylor, Double Standards. Plunge, 10 Fish Tango. Doug Webb, Renovations. Jane Ira Bloom, Ringwalker, Yeah One, Randy Weston and his African Rhythm Sextet, I know him, Rick Cutler, First Melancholy, And then this is Luther Hughes and the CCP, and that is sealed. Things are getting better. Susie wants Uncle Cracker 14-2. I think I've already tagged you for both of them, didn't I? Yeah, I got you for both Uncle Cracker, Susie. If that's not right, let me know. And then over here, we got Donna first on Jelly. And that was Jelly's Last Jam. And then Donna on Randy Weston. And Adam Bernardi was second. Okay. There's those and there's those. Now, let's go right over here. Let's grab all these. Oh my gosh. How am I going to do this? All right, we might have to do this stack by album name. Oh, man. These are too good of alphabetical order. Let me mix some of these up. All right, I'm going to do this. Okay, and then this. Sorry. All right, here we go. Y'all ready? We got Warrant Cherry Pie. We have The Who, Greatest Hits. Wicked Lester. John Waite, Rover's Return. Footloose. Mr. Hankey's Christmas Classics. Michael Stanley, The Fargo Sessions. Van Halen. Primus. And Kid Rock, The History of Rock. These are all $6. Whoop. These are all $6.99. These are all $6.99. First is Warrant. That is sold to Chris Reddings. Next is Wicked Lester. That is sold to Chris Frazier, then Chris Reddings. Shakedown first on Van Halen. And then John Darity next on Van Halen. Shakedown first on Primus. Susie next on Van Halen. Steven next on Primus. Juanita next on Van Halen. Kenny next on Primus. Crystal Newman first on Kid Rock. Then Chris Frazier. Use of Cedars next on Primus. And that leaves The Who's Greatest Hits. That leaves John Waite, Rover's Return. Footloose, Original Soundtrack. Mr. Hankey's Christmas Classics. And Michael Stanley. Chris wants to pass on Cherry Pie. That means Warrant Cherry Pie is sold to nobody. It's available if anybody wants it. Okay? Warrant Cherry Pie is still available. If anybody wants it, it's available. And then, I was trying not to keep anything the same. I was trying my best not to keep anything the same. And then I had this. War and Peace. That's why I set it off to the side. I was like, dang it. I just tried to unalphabetize everything. And I had two wars back to back. So there's War and Peace. Next thing is Mary Miles, first on The Who. That is sold to Mary Miles. The Who is sold to Mary Miles. And then Susie, you're next on Kid Rock. And then there's War and Peace. And this is The Walls Have Eyes. And I think that's what Chris wanted. And then he saw me retract it. And then he put back Cherry Pie because he wanted War and Peace. Now he got it anyways. Okay, so here we have this. Here is another stack of this. We got Ron Affif, A-F-F-I-F. We got Nat Adderley Quintet, Blue Autumn. Nat Adderley Quintet. This is the Brad Meladu Trio. Twin Peaks, Fire Walks With Me from the motion picture. Twin Peaks soundtrack. Karen Johns and Company, star and season. We got Louisiana Swamp Stomp, Sealed. Fernandez and Wright, Unsung. Lalo Schifrin, Manic soundtrack. That's pretty cool, Manic soundtrack. Some of these could be pretty pricey, I bet, on Discogs. Do the Right Thing and Montreux, Detroit Jazz Festival, 1998. Okay, so next is Scott Oman on Warrant Cherry Pie. So War and Peace did so to Chris, and now Cherry Pie so to Scott. Jim B on Michael Stanley. I'm assuming this one here, the Fargo Sessions. That's so to Jim B. And then first on Nat Adderley is Adam Bernardi. Then Donna Turner. And then Donna Turner wants Louisiana. And that's so to Donna. And then John Darity on D.O. And D.O. was for Do the Right Thing. Is that right, John Durden? Do the Right Thing? If so, that's so to you. and then Chris Frazier next on Do the Right Thing, and then Donna, and then Mary. And I also want to let y'all know, a lot of these jazz CDs could very well have writing and notes, because they was at a radio station like this one. Just FYI, not all of them, but you see what they did here? They basically blacked out the rest of the track listing so they knew what to play on the radio. Some of them have writing, some of them have notes. Some of the albums we had on the back, there was notes like how to say the person's name, because a lot of DJs had these, and they're like, coming up next is from the Do the Right Thing soundtrack. We're going to be showing the track number 8, Mookie, blah, 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 blah. So that's why a lot of things have notes. Denise Offdahl on the Mannix. That's so to Denise. That's mentioning, that's a Seinfeld reference. When George says he's going to jump out of the back of that limo, Jerry says, "Who are you, Mannix? Who are you, Mannix?" I can't believe no one got Mr. Hankey's Christmas Classics from South Park. I can't believe no one got that. And then Footloose from the last stack as well. So, all right, so that stack left those. I'm going to put them right back here. And now we have more CDs to do. Hope y'all are ready. Let's knock out this handful. I don't have time to organize them, so let's just see what happens, okay? First thing we have here is what? This is from the Rock Box. Selena, Dreaming of You, Selena. We got John Cicada. Nice. Paul McCartney, Working Classical. That is on my wish list for vinyl. It's hundreds and hundreds of dollars. We have McCartney, Working Classical. At least the last time I checked it was. Billy Squier, The Tale of the Tape. We have Boney James, Sweet Thing. This is Ben Harper and the Innocent Criminals. Ben Harper is sealed. We got Fuzzable. Bad Boy Entertainment presents Fuzzable, The Sampler. This is Wild Side, self-titled. This is Wild Horses, Bareback. This is Widowmaker, Blood and Bullets. I think Widowmaker's Dee Snider. Yeah, that's Dee Snider from Twisted Sister. And we got Winger in the Heart of the Young. Winger in the Heart of the Young, okay? So first, we got Michael Ruttman on Mr. Hankey. I had a feeling that would happen. And when people find out, oh, that's South Park. That's so to Michael Ruttman, thank you. Susie Breelove got Selena. Greg Herman on MCA. That's for Macca, right? Greg, Paul McCartney. Thank you. That's so to you. And then Donna next on Selena. Shakedown on BH. And that's for Ben Harper. Shakedown got the sealed Ben Harper. And then Donna Turner on Boney James. And then Chris Riddings on Wild. And I bet that was for Wild Side or Wild Horses. We'll give him the good dibs on that. And then Angela next. And then Chris Frazier. Okay, well, actually, what we got to do is we got to figure out what Chris wanted. And then Angela, if you can do me a favor, I'll give you whatever you wanted for W. There's going to be several. And then we got Widow, WM, Winger. It'll have to basically go up to Chris and then Angela next. So Chris is going to let us know, and then Angela. All right, and then, yeah, we've got to be running short on time. We'll be able to finish half of this next box, and he wanted Wild Side. Okay, so I don't think there was any claims on Wild Horses, and now it's up to Angela. Time's ticking. Angela. We got to figure out what her W was for. Angela. It's up for Angela for the W comment. Angela. It's up for her for the W comment. Angela. It's up to Angela for her W comment. Angela. It's all up to Angela for her W comment. Angela. Where are you, Angela? I've lost Angela. We'll have to move on. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Buzzer. All right, so we'll move on. We have Chris Frazier. He got Widowmaker. Then Kenny Stanley was next. And then Stuck 73 on WM. And Stuck 73, your WM, I think, was also for Wild Side. Okay, and then next thing is Michael Ruttman got Winger. That's sold to Michael Ruttman, then Scott O'Man, and then Jim B got Fuzzable, and then Chris got Wild Side, and that left Billy Squire, and that left John Cicada, okay? So next thing is Chris Redding's got Wild Horses. So next is John Cicada and Billy Squire. There we have it. Now let's go through a handful of jazz right quick. Next thing I have is the following. Let's do this little handful right here. We'll be able to do this hand and maybe a couple more handfuls of rock. Brad Maludu sessions. Brad Maludol songs. We have Stephen Scott, Something to Consider. We have Lenny Stern, The Next Day. Also, we have Roy Hargrove's Crispal, Habana. Roy Hargrove and Antonio Hart, The Tokyo Sessions. We got Don Pullen, Random Thoughts. And we have Don Pullen, Kyle Mobana. And we got Tony Reedus, Incognito. So those are all... Oh! Boy, those you got to watch these jazz CDs. They'll jump on you. These are all $6.99 each if you're just hopping on. Boy, those jazz almost took a leap of faith. Donna on Roy Hargrove. That one, was there more than Roy? I don't think there was. So that is so to Donna. Thank you on that. And then over here we got Tony, and that was for Tony Reedus. Thank you, Donna. That's so to you. And then anybody else, let's take a look at those one more time. Don Pullen, Stephen Scott. We got Lenny Stern, Roy Hargrove's Crystal. Now, there's another Roy. Do you want both Roy Hargroves, Angela? There was this one and the Tokyo Session. This is Habana. So, actually, she does want both. Okay, so I'll give her that one as well. Thank you. And then we got Brad Malado, Don Pullen, Lenny Stern, Stephen Scott. All right, let's put all those right over here. Now, let's do another 2 Roy Hargroves. Yeah, you got both. Next is going to go up right now. We're going to grab this right here. Oh, boy. Let me see if I can mix up some of these letters. Let me do this one, this one, this one, this one. Let's grab all these at the end. All right, hopefully this gets me close, okay? We got the complete work, the Silver War. That is, what is this? Is this the PBS deal? The Civil War, as seen on TV. And then over here, we got Van Halen Balance, music from the motion picture Detroit Rock City, Wasp, Crimson Idol, Van Morrison's Philosopher's Stone. Wow, Sherry Darnell. I've never seen that before. Valentine, we got Wilson Phillips, and that one's called Shadows and Light. Tim Wilson, Hillbilly Homeboy, and Winger. These are all $6.99, folks. Detroit Rock City is sold, and that is sold to Shakedown. Next person is Kenny Stanley on Wasp. He got Wasp. Kenny Stanley got Wasp. And then Mike Oswald next on Wasp. And then Adam Bernardi on Van Morrison. Adam Bernardi got Van Morrison. And then after that was Chris Reddings. But let me pause. Next comment's Chris, but I have got to take this stack to the back. It is getting very dangerously tall, especially with that Van Morrison double, triple CD I just sold. Let me put these right over here. You can't say that's not an awesome riff. All right, and then Chris put Val, V-A-A-L, and I'm assuming that was for Valentine. I'm assuming that's for Valentine, okay? And then Michael Ruttman on Win for Winger. And then Angela put VA. Now I'm assuming that's for Van Halen. If not, let me know. And then what Brad Madalu title? That was Songs, The Art of Trio, Volume 3. Songs, The Art of Trio, Volume 3. Also, we have Mary Miles next on Van Morrison, Scott next on Winger, and we have the Civil War, Wilson Phillips, and Tim Wilson left. I'm going to do like 5 jazz, and let's try to slip in some more rock right quick, okay? Time is a ticking away the moments to make up a dull day. Here is our next jazz CDs very quickly. We have Nobody on Van Halen, so it's still available, Balance. We have Dan Block plays the music of Duke Ellington. Dan Block plays the music of Duke Ellington. That's our next jazz CD. We have Miles Davis Gil Evans, Sketches of Spain, newly recorded. Lou Skoloff, Steve Richmond, and the Harmony Ensemble New York. Leslie Pitnich. We got Robert Hurst, Bob Yahed. The Trio of Oz, Quartet, Larry Goldings, and D. Bell, Sagrius Grace. All right, Susie got Van Halen. Grog got this, and let's do one more hand of rock, and that will probably be the end. There's the jazz stuff, and let's go ahead and read these off right here, and hope whoever's first on this artist is going to get really lucky. So hope everybody's ready, and we're going to do one more big stack, and hopefully our time doesn't expire here. First thing I have is Warrant, Dirty, Rotten, Filthy, Stinking Rich. Next is Van Halen, Diver Down. Next is Van Halen, Another Balance, Gold Stamp Promo. Van Halen, The Best of Van Halen. Van Halen, F-U-C-K. Van Halen, Live, Right Here, Right Now. Van Halen, Fair Warning. Van Halen with a ticket stub. An original ticket stub, 1986. Van Halen, Self-Titled. Van Halen, Live, Jump. Van Halen, OU812. Somebody's just got lucky. And we got Michael Stanley, Just Another Night. We got Michael Stanley, The Ground. We've got Los Gusanos. We have Korn, Falling Away From Me, some kind of promo single from Korn. Whoa. And then we got Paul Stanley as the Phantom of the Opera. Wow. And then we got Puddle of Mud, Famous. All right. So the first person on Van Halen was Susie Breedlove. And she said she wants them all. It was Susie. No! It was Shakedown. Susie's last VH was for Van Halen Ballads. And then Donna wanted the this deal right here, Sketches of Spain. And then we have Michael Ruttman on War for Warrant. Shakedown was first on Van Halen. Then John Darden. And Shakedown says he'll take all of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 Van Halen CDs, all sold to Shakedown. That's why I did those last. I knew somebody was going to probably buy them all. Then John Durden, then Susie, then Chris Frazier, then Susie again, then Woody, then Susie again, and then Chris Frazier on Korn, Chris Riddings on Paul, Jim B next on Korn, then Shakedown, and then John, and then Scott O'Man on Puddle of Mud. Facebook's probably about to expire, and I'm going to show one more handful of jazz, and then Grog or anybody else interested in jazz, I have an idea. If y'all want to hop over on YouTube, I'll give you an idea of what we can do on some of these jazz CDs, okay? Jim B wants Michael Stanley. Jim, do you want Just Another Night or do you want The Ground? Your dibs on those, okay? Nice pickup there, Shakedown, especially if a ticket stub. That's a $15 deal there. What does this have in it? This one has something in it. A receipt, maybe? What is this? A receipt? Has a receipt from 1993. $8.20 for a CD single. All right. And Jim B's going to let me know on Michael Stanley. I hope everybody heard me about the jazz, because what I was going to do is propose something so I can get a lot more of these sold. And Jim B wants both. I'll make sure Grog and Donna and maybe even David. I don't know if Dave would be interested. I have a feeling Donna or Grog might be interested in what I could propose, but I was going to say if anybody is interested in the leftover jazz stuff as a bundle, that would be the only way I could consider bundling it. What we're doing with all the other CDs, especially the good titles here, the rock, I am going to, what I'm going to do with this stuff is put it out in the store, like Wham and Hole and Wilson. I'm going to price them and put them out here in the store. Now, if you're interested in like jazz CD bundles, it would be like whatever's left before I count them and really think about it. But I plan on doing nothing else with these except hopefully selling them to my cousin in a bulk deal. But if y'all were interested, after we get done every night, I can start pricing a bundle out. If y'all want to hear a potential bundle price when I get done, it could be up for grabs. But you would have to buy basically the leftovers, but I could get them really cheap. So how many more hours are you going for? I'm done. I have drank a large Diet Coke from Chick-fil-A. I've had three bottles of water, 2 energy drinks, and a can of Diet Coke, and I have not used the bathroom. I have to do number 1 really bad. I have not used the bathroom in like 12 hours, and I have to do that. TMI, I know. So what I'm going to do, Donna Turner, I'm on YouTube. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking on the jazz CDs. The biggest thing is cost on trying to get these shit. What I was going to do is like say the leftovers in a bundle. So, for example, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. This could be an estimation, but we're going to get close. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42. So there's 42 jazz CDs there, or 42 CDs from this collection. I guess they're all pretty close to jazz. So, you know, what I'm thinking is I would sell those. We'll try this bunch first. Like I said, the problem is the extra cost is going to cost to ship them. But those 42 CDs, if y'all wanted them, for $95. And the first time I read through them, they're always going to be $6.99, but we can do some bundle deals on the leftovers, the jazz stuff, that is. So $95, okay? $95. That's for anybody that wants to claim it. And we'll always say whoever claims them first, but that's what, just a couple bucks, a little over a couple bucks a piece. Now, what was the other questions on YouTube? Michael Stanley, both, I'm right. DVT, face-to-face, how many more hours? I'm done. Lost, not list. I'm interested in jazz bundle. But that's getting pretty cheap. And then, I don't know, the stuff you don't want, maybe you can try to sell, or probably most of y'all not into that. And then Mike Ospaw said, go. Yeah, go use the bathroom. I know, I need to. And then, but think about it, or what we might do is I'll keep them all together. Maybe we can do a huge bundle, like at the end, like thousands of them. I don't know if, but I'm going to at least offer that at the end. Chad, during a jazz stack, you accidentally said Angela for 2 CDs for the taggers. I did not want jazz. I'm sure they'll be able to fix that, okay? I'm sure they'll be able to fix that. Now, some, it could be more or less. I kind of know what I'm willing to do them for. But Adam Bernardi said he'll take them. Great. So Adam Bernardi on the jazz bundle for $95. That's great. And we'll do this every night. We'll see what's left. I'll count them. And I kind of had a price in mind, and then I might add another 10 in there because of shipping. I know we do $8 unlimited, but when you start getting into a bunch of stuff like this, it gets really costly, especially if I'm only selling them for, you know, $1 or $2 a piece sometimes. So, great. And that is Adam Bernardi, right? So thank you, Adam Bernardi. He says he'll take them. So that's that whole stack right back here. Let me stack them up here. He's talking about these so you can see them. It's all these and these here. Okay? And guess what? If as much jazz as we're going to be doing, there's going to be a bundle opportunity like this every single night. So I'll probably do it at the very end. I'll count them and say, here they are. Here's the price. Angela, I'll make sure you don't get tag-free in jazz. Thank you, Adam Bernardi. Great deal there. When I originally bought all these from this radio station, you know what I said? I was going to be like, well, let's look them up, price them, try to sell them, and then put them on Discogs and eBay. There's no way. I've had them for 2 years, and we're just now opening the first box. 2 years, and tonight's the first night we've brought these out. We got plenty more where that came from. We only did about a third of this first box. So, good night, everybody. I am going to clean up, do the video. I am going to get ready for tomorrow, and we're going to do CDs. Who knows? Tomorrow we might start a part 2 and go really late. Y'all got to remind me or convince me. Say, Chad, end the feed, start a new one. That way we can go till 4 a.m. And because it's Saturday night and I'm not doing anything on Sunday, we might go till 4 a.m. Central Time. Okay. And please don't put my list Pop Evil Onyx on the floor to sell. I will figure out on that. All right. Thanks, everybody. Good night. I am ending the feed here. Let me find my cursor. And there it is. And good night. I'll see y'all tomorrow about 5 or 5:30. 5 or 5:30. Thank y'all. You are the best customers in the world. Thanks for supporting a small business. It's my dream to do this. I'm a collectibles dealer. I have been since I've been a little kid. And I can come here every day and sell a unfathomable. If you would have told me 10 years ago, or the little Chad version, kid version, Chad, you will be selling thousands of dollars worth of merchandise every night, every hour, I'd be like, there's no way. I would be in a dream world. And guess what? Y'all make it come true for me every single night. It's pretty incredible. So thank you. And all the staff here is thankful as well. Good night, and see y'all tomorrow around 5:30. Probably about 5:30. I stay up really late, and I'll be here all night working, digging for more stuff, like more Kiss magazines. Thank you. Good night.